Hello there! I would like to introduce to you a cooperative, friendly, fast-paced and fun-filled game by the name of Camped Out. The first title from Inca Studios from Melbourne, Australia. Camped Out is a couch co-op game for friends and families where up to 4 players work together to set up their campsite before nightfall. Work together as a team to complete campsites and unlock further areas in the game world. Throw into the mix some hazards from natural environments, such as bears, critters, ghosts, and spike traps, and things are sure to get out of hand quickly. Oh, there's a bear now! A hearty offering of fish! And the bear is on its way. Be sure to share the tools, as there's only 1 tool per job. A hatchet to chop down the trees, a pickaxe to harvest the rocks, a fishing rod for fish, and a mallet to finish off the job. Each level is a race against the clock, where players are required to build tents, construct a campfire, cook enough food, and get into bed before darkness falls. To achieve these objectives, players must harvest resources scattered around the level and satisfy the building requirements while avoiding hazards, navigating the landscape efficiently, and work cooperatively to complete the objectives as quickly as possible. Oh, that's 1 tent complete! Now, 2 tents complete. 3 tents finished. 1 to go. The last tent is finished. Well done, campers! A straggler! Quick, get to bed before nightfall! Ha-ha! Success! I hope you enjoyed this gameplay demonstration. You can wishlist Camped Out now on Steam. See you at the campsite!
Jim Darkmagic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting crowd-thrilling spells that Jim can do. One of the things about Idle Champions is that all the characters have unique equipment, and so it was really important to go through Jim and think about what the unique things are, right? So he's got his wand.
Hi, welcome to Video Games for Self-Care. I'm Eric Blandon, Program Director for Child's Play Charity.
Hi, I'm Jeff Soulier. I'm an account specialist with NPD Games. I work with a variety of publishers, manufacturers, and organizations within the video games industry, including Child's Play. I manage that relationship. And I was also an early part of the classification involved in the guide project that we're going to be talking to you guys about today.
Hi, I'm Anthony Silva. I'm an operations analyst at NPD. I run the classification team for games out of our Carlsbad office. I was one of the original contributors on this project and do most of the classification on the therapeutic games week to week.
I wanted to thank you for coming to see our panel. We're going to be in the chat during the whole panel, so if you have any questions or comments or need some links or whatever, feel free to ask us there. A little bit about Child's Play. So we were founded as a stunt in 2003 by Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade as a pushback to some of the people who believed that games were terrible and were doing terrible things. They reached out to Seattle Children's Hospital and built a wish list of games and toys, things like crayons, all kinds of stuff that would be useful to them during the holiday season. And threw it out to the community, and the community responded overwhelmingly. Almost $250,000 of stuff was bought within less than 2 months, overwhelming their garages and forcing them to rent U-Hauls to get it there. And then over the years, after that, the charity was formed as an official charity, a 501c3 registered in the U.S. And over the years, the community, you folks, have given enormously, raising millions and millions of dollars that allows us to both get games and toys into hospitals, but also invest in tools like this guide that can really help hospitals use games more therapeutically.
For Anthony and I, we before we were with NPD, we were with a company called EDAR. EDAR stood for Electronic Entertainment Design and Research, and it was founded in 2006 by industry veterans Jeff Sakin and Greg Short. You might actually recognize Jeff Sakin from the awesome video games data talks that he's given at PAX for several years. Now, the company EDAR, the aim of it was to make the video games industry smarter with metadata. When we say metadata, we're talking about facts about video games, things like release date, genre, platform, as simple as, ESRB rating. There's an objective fact that we record. And over the next 10 years, we took this approach and we researched as many games that came out as we possibly could over as many kind of vectors as we could, and we developed this huge database of over 7 million facts about nearly 90,000 products. And Anthony, you've been there since pretty much the beginning of this. So do you want to speak a little bit about our metadata?
Yeah, metadata on each product that Jeff's talking about, all those the 90,000. There's about 1,500 facts right now per product that we track. And of those different categories, like Jeff talked about, we have things like genre, we have game space, we have cam perspective. And he mentioned something about objective and subjective facts. And those objective data, like release date, like sales, are things that have one possible answer. Or if you look at game genre, that is a subjective thing, which we use definitions to develop a methodology of researching. In genre, we're looking at the actual gameplay, the actions that the user undertakes to play. We're looking at the game-defining features. So, for example, in an RPG, there's a heavy focus on character advancement, or an arcade game, there's a heavy focus on score and limited lives. And then finally, for genre, we go ahead and group like objects. So we're grouping things together that belong together.
For sure. So EDAR, with all this metadata work and this huge database, we began our collaboration with Child's Play in 2014. 2 years later, NPD purchased EDAR, kind of recognizing our expertise in the database. Using it with NPD's sales data just made sense. And EDAR was acquired in 2016. So games are good for you. We can all agree on that. But especially right now in 2020, I think it's really important to remember that video games can be a great avenue for self-care. I mean, obviously, it has not been a great year for many people. The ongoing effects of the coronavirus pandemic have left people locked at home, a lot of people dealing with serious mental health issues. And we think it's important to remind people that games can help you feel better. Of course, you don't have to look far to find examples of this in the market. In March and April, we saw gigantic engagement with video games in the games industry because of the pandemic, or perhaps informed by the pandemic. The huge success, for example, of Animal Crossing New Horizons. Yeah, it's a great game. It's a first party game from Nintendo on a platform that is selling extremely well, the Nintendo Switch. But it also has the ideal premise for right now. All we want to do is get away from all of this. So what could be better than an island getaway where you're just hanging out with these animal friends and having a good time? I think people that really resonated with people who were feeling trapped at that time. And I think this moment generally, culturally, especially here in this country, is that we're being reminded of how important play is, and that games can be a great space to still get that social engagement that we really need when we're all isolated. So obviously, there are well-documented benefits of gaming. The top one that you probably think of first, and I certainly do, is that games are helpful with eye-hand coordination and cognitive performance. I know when I was a little kid, I definitely used that excuse many times when told to go outside, but it's true. Games can help with eye-hand coordination and your cognition, but there are other things that games can do that might not be so obvious. Games can help us with a sense of accomplishment and making progress when perhaps we feel like things have stagnated. Similarly, games can provide an escape or distraction from the upsetting and familiar. I know, all of us we're locked down right now. We're not in the same room like we'd like to be. We're all in our homes for the most part. And that cycle of that routine can really weigh down on you. And games can offer you an escape from that, or ever so briefly. Games can also really help us develop a better sense of empathy and care about others, especially role playing games that invite you to step into the shoes of another character, live their life, make decisions as them. We find this can be helpful for that as well.
Yeah, so Jeff talks about all of those documented benefits of games and in some cases assumed benefits of games. So for this project, was that going to be enough for us to move forward on recommending games? And the answer was definitely no, that we were going to have to collaborate with professionals, and we're also going to have to look at what we were tracking. So I mentioned earlier those objective and subjective facts. Prior to this project, we really only had a few sections that were truly subjective, one being game genre, the other really being literary genre or theme, like if something's a horror game or a science fiction game. But a lot of our data focused on things like what's the camera perspective? Is this 2D or is this 3D? And while those are incredibly important and track well with sales and are great to do reports, they were going to be a challenge here for what we wanted to accomplish. We really only had game genre, and that was just not going to be sufficient. So you're going to see what we did to shore that up.
So the core idea was that we would use this metadata and our recommendation engine to provide games that would be useful for these applications. But we first had to figure out the right components to make that possible. So we did seek out third-party expertise to verify, some of what we thought might be true. We wanted to make sure that we had real backing here. So we work with three people primarily on this. Dr. Deborah Lieberman, PhD. She was the director of the National Health Games Research Program out of UCSB. We also worked with Dr. Daniel Johnson, PhD. He is the lead of the Queensland University of Technology Games Research and Interaction Design Lab. We also work with Dr. Douglas Gentile. He has a PhD in child psychology and over 25 years of experience conducting research with both adults and children. So with the expertise that they brought to the table, we were able to look at our findings and take into account what they were telling us about what was going to be the most effective way to look at these games, to what factors were going to be important when we're thinking about therapeutic application. Out of that, we kind of narrowed it down to 6 broad categories. So first, we have games that are for pain. These are games that would distract from either immediate pain or a dull chronic pain, something where you just want to not think about how you're feeling. These games are good for that. We also have boredom, which is split into 2 categories. We have short-term boredom, which is good for waiting room situations and more short stay. You're talking about 10 to 15-minute sessions, maybe short periods of time, which you just need to kill some time. You need an immediate pick up and play game that you can put down just as fast. We also have extended boredom. Extended boredom is kind of the inverse of that. You're looking at a longer stay. Maybe you're in hospital. Maybe you just need a game that's going to keep you engaged for much longer. You're talking about 30 to 40 hour games, longer than that, games that you could play forever, ideally.
Yeah, then we also have anxiety, much like pain. Here we're distracting, in this case, from worry or anxiety. Sadness, games to improve the mood, discourage negative thought patterns, and cognitive impairment for gamers that may be medicated or be cognitively impaired. And these are low impact games with limited fail states.
So after we looked at these different symptoms, we worked out the hierarchy itself. We have key factors on this hierarchy, including things like subject matter, genre, mood, tone, frequency of input, complexity, that sort of thing. Anthony?
Yeah, so some of these were going to take things that we already had in the original hierarchy, but we were just adding so much more based on that feedback. And so entirely new sections of the hierarchy were going to have to be created, like Jeff pointed out, like subject matter, like mood and tone and frequency of input and complexity of input, section length, goals, presence of nurture mechanics, presence of comedy, all things that are going to inform more than our metadata was, more than ESRB was, really more than any data was about games other than playing the game itself. Really, our metadata is almost able to give that complete rundown. So based on these data points, in each category, each game gets a score. So of those 6 things that we believe that we can help with via game features, each game is classified and then verified against that. And then furthermore, we also use recency of release, the platform, or the review score to add an additional element upon that classification.
Right. So here we're seeing an example of the hierarchy itself. So this is actually a little bit of the meat and potatoes of what Anthony's talking about. If you wanted to walk through this.
Right, yeah, great. We're looking straight at the accessibility hierarchy. When I was talking about frequency of input and complexity of input, we mentioned the frequency. The complexity of the input is the actual button maps. So if you think of an Angry Bird style game or a game that's just a clicker, you're only inputting in that game in one way. It's very easy to comprehend, and there's not really any friction between the user and their input. You have moderate-based games, but if you look at the high complexity games like a Madden, you may have the face buttons on that, but then pressing L1 gives you an entire new set, and pressing L2 gives you a third set. So in those games, you could see how that would be a real accessible barrier to gamers with cognitive impairment, or perhaps pain games where you're not trying to have them get any friction between input and the game. We also track motion controls, again, another big factor in accessibility. And in accessibility, we're also tracking the cognitive accessibility of the game. So both the mechanics of the games, the systems that are involved, and then the learning curve. So you can look at a game like Minecraft, which has a whole bunch of systems in it, or any RPG. So you're going to see that the complexity of mechanics in a game like that is going to be really high. But in the case of Minecraft, the learning curve of Minecraft to pick up and play Minecraft is actually low, right? That someone can actually pick up that game, go into the open world of that Minecraft game, and actually get some value out of traversing that without hitting a fail state. Now, with other games like Civilization, the learning curve on that is much higher, where someone isn't able to just pick up and start playing that and having some initial value out of it. So by kind of breaking these important things of the game into these multiple variables, we're able to query like we would on any of our other metadata to kind of help us get these best games.
Yeah, and just a little bit more on the hierarchy here. Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Anthony. Take it away.
I was gonna say we're gonna move straight on to mood and setting, and that's another just really important thing because as we're talking, we just looked at the accessibility of the game and how that might help inform a title. But as when we started out in this project, that we're going to need to know a lot about these games to get these good games. And in this case, accessibility wasn't going to be all we needed. So, for example, if you look at a great game for pain would be high frequency games with low complexity or high frequency, you may just do a query just to get against that. And you're going to get games like Heavy Rain, which is going to be something you do not want to be recommending to preteens. But when you take mood and setting and you're able to then look at this hierarchy here, you might be able to look at a game with a light tone or a great mood, and you're going to get something like Dragon's Lair, which is a perfect game for pain. So Jeff will run a little bit more through the mood and setting hierarchy because you can look through that. It's real fun.
Yeah. This is probably my favorite hierarchy in the entire database. Honestly, I really like I like looking at subject matter and tone because I think it's very important that you capture the balance between tone and subject matter. Another classic example, I think it's listed here. You're looking at something like Borderlands, right? Something who has, not a light tone, but a jovial tone for being kind of a dark themed game about some dark things. We also have here music and sound. It's just an important thing to call out. Sensory input is gigantic for a lot of people, and especially in games, music can really impact that. So we have some special call outs on the hierarchy here for things like high energy music, dissonant music, or kind of placid, calming, relaxing music. And all these inputs kind of inform how we rank the titles on the other end. I think about something like, like Doom has dissonant music as much as I would enjoy it. And that's maybe not the kind of music that you want in every game you would recommend for these categories.
Right. So having that deep hierarchy, once we classify all of those games, and we've been doing over 1,000 per year, that many of those don't make the recommended list, but you have to do all of those titles so that the best ones surface to the top. So how do we do that? What are the best titles, and how do we verify that? Well, first, we talked about those symptoms, and we create benchmark titles based on that feedback. So when we came up with the best in class things that could help for the pain system, we went ahead and actually created a test game, filled it out with what we consider would be the perfect 100% score. So for example, high frequency, this and that. And we did that for each category. And then for every game we've classified, we actually run that through our recommendation engine against those test games. And each game gets a score against that ideal game. We do that per platform, and then establish rankings by that platform, and then we review and adjust on top of that based on things again like review score and the release date, and then also so we don't have like 6 Mario games, even though Mario is scoring very high. We want to be able to give a bit of a variety to Child's Play as well.
Yeah, it's really important to us that the recommendations, despite the fact that we're using the metadata, we're using the recommendation engine, we're building out these lists using the what we think is really good data. We also want to have a little bit of a human gut check at the end, and that's kind of what that last step is. Really, just making sure that we look at the stuff and go, yeah, does this feel right? And as Anthony said, kind of removing redundancies in older titles. So once we have all of those rankings, we have the results, and this is actually pretty fun. We're going to walk through some of the titles that we have recommended to Child's Play, and that Child's Play has been able to recommend using our guide that we've collaborated on together to help people play games and feel better. So let's start with pain. It's kind of the most straightforward one. I mean, it's the top example for a reason. For pain games, you're looking at a high frequency of input, as we've talked about, to distract from pain. You're looking at shorter play sessions. Anthony, anything else you want to call it for pain specifically?
Yeah, typically also low complexity of mechanics and learning curve.
Yeah,
You're looking to get right into it.
we're talking about very, not necessarily Angry Birds, but you're talking about 1 or 2 buttons, ideally something a little bit more immediate goals that you can go after. You shouldn't be confused in a pain game. So here are some of the examples for pain that we've delivered. Top here we have Tetris Effect. It's a recent version of Tetris, and you probably know about Tetris. You've probably seen it before, but it does not lose its effectiveness. Here you've got really soothing music, a lot of great sensory input, and an immediate, simple game to focus on. It's a high skill ceiling in Tetris, and for my money, I think Tetris Effect is a good version of the game. Another exciting recommendation here, another game you've probably played, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and the key thing here is not just that it's Mario Kart and it's good, it's that it both has the high frequency input, the simplicity. There are accessibility options in Mario Kart 8 that allow you to auto steer, auto accelerate. All of this stuff sort of brings together this cohesive package that makes Mario Kart a really good recommendation for this category. Uh, Puzzle action games in general. I mean, we cited Tetris, but Overcooked 2, also a really good game for pain. It has frequent inputs, short sessions. It's a real wacky thing. It's over quickly. And though there's a lot of kind of chaos in it, it's going to distract you from the pain. So that's a look at pain games.
Right. Also in there in the 13 and up category, you're going to get a lot of arcade shooters. You're going to get some shoot 'em
Totally.
ups.
Yeah.
They work really well.
I was focusing on all audiences there, but yeah, that's where you get your
Yeah.
shooters for sure, because left trigger, right trigger, it feels good.
All right. So next we have the boredom. We talked about those are best for waiting room stays. And you're looking at approachable mechanics for pick up and play. There's a moderate to high frequency of input, shorter play sessions. So one of the great things is we were showing that hierarchy, right? That was just a cutout. We could spend 2 hours just talking about the
There's
hierarchy.
way more.
One of the other, yeah, one of the other sections we did was goals, right? And very specifically, there are short-term goals, things like match victory, right? And boredom short-term is where you're going to find a lot of those, right? Where you're just getting in, you're trying to win a match, or maybe you're trying to beat a level. Level completion was another one. So yeah, immediate goals and objectives to pursue. And some of those games that we came up for it, obviously everyone's talking about it right now, and it really is. It's a perfect, at the moment, short-term boredom game is Fall Guys. You're getting high engagement. The matches are relatively short, and they have a quick objective. You're just getting in there, you're playing, you're having some fun. Rocket League's another one. It's incredibly immediately engaging. You're looking at, again, match victory, and you're getting some great excitement in a short period of time. And just another shout out to how we're cutting these games. And so you're seeing these games, and of course you might think of, wow, these are some of the best games. Of course you'd recommend them. How we're doing the depths of these mechanics, we can look and see Fall Guys is really a perfect game for short-term boredom, but it might not be the best game for anxiety, and really kind of recommending the most optimal games for the best symptoms, not just good games.
Yeah, not just saying, well, here's a high rated game that looks like it might work. I mean, and that's why we had to go through this process to make sure we could recommend these things that really feel like they're airtight. As Anthony said, there's an inherent tension to battle royale style games. And I know that even with simplified inputs and a very straightforward goal, I still haven't won a match of Fall Guys. So hopefully soon. So boredom, the other half of boredom, obviously, have extended boredom. As I mentioned earlier, you're looking at a narrative focus a lot for these games. You have something that really draws the player through and continues to engage them over time. Not necessary, but very helpful for this category. Something like we were talking about Rocket League with a learning curve that's gradual and simple mechanics. Here you want a gradual learning curve and a high ceiling of mechanics. You want something where you're going to get better at the systems in the games. You're going to play longer play sessions, or you're going to have the option to play long or short. You want kind of that variability there as well, but we're kind of focusing on longer sessions for extended boredom. Here's some games for extended boredom. We have the recent Paper Mario Origami King. Obviously, there have been some Paper Mario's over the years. This one seems to be one of the more immediate and accessible. It has an interesting spatial thinking combat system with moving these rings around. It has plenty of great writing. It's received top marks for that. We find it to be a pretty charming game with charming music, but also fits that kind of extended play session narrative thrust model. For a game on the other side with not much narrative thrust, but just and seemingly endless depth. I mean, it's Minecraft, right? Minecraft remains one of the biggest games in the world, and it's because it's on every platform you can think of. It's got PvE content. It has creative mode, custom servers. There's so many things you can do in Minecraft, and then that's not even touching creative mode, which is, again, we're reducing those things like fail states and objectives to just kind of reducing it to its core experience. So Minecraft, very flexible, scores pretty well in a lot of categories, but we think it's especially good for extended boredom.
Right, and as another one that scores great in all categories, but really is a great thing here is Animal Crossing. So people, growing their island and really building it up, get a great sense of accomplishment from that over a long period of time. So we talked a little bit how, maybe Fall Guys isn't the best for anxiety. So let's talk about what is good for anxiety, right? So of course, a pleasant setting or tone helps, but again, the less frequent inputs and the limited fail states. We're trying to reduce frustration here in playing a game where you pick it up and you're losing, or you feel like you can't make any headway. That's just not helping when you're feeling anxious, and they're generally slower paced. So we're looking at the games we have for that. So Goose Game, right? So Goose Game, it does have some a little bit higher inputs, but the thing about that is it's empowering. It's got colorful visuals, and the objectives are there, but it's a non-linear game. You can just go around and cause havoc. You can just mess around and kind of have fun, and it's really pleasing in that way. Another way Jeff talked about was those kind of puzzle platformers, and here's one with gardens in between, where really you're getting that great music, you're getting those soft colors, and you're really engaging with a different world in a non-threatening way. Um,
Yeah.
and for those anxiety games, it could be really helpful in that way.
Definitely. And yeah, the thing with Goose Game is like as you said, it's really it's where the music, the style, the comedy, all this stuff is really elevating this game for anxiety. Whereas like if you're looking at one factor, if you're looking at controls, maybe
Right.
you look at this game and say maybe it's not ideal, but that's why we look at all the different factors so that we can really drive home what's good for what. So sadness, anxiety games, you're looking to calm. Sadness, you're really looking to elevate mood. So as I was just talking about with Goose Game, it also kind of ends up in these categories as well because it has pleasant setting and tone. But here's the simplicity of inputs again for sadness. There are a variety of other factors here in setting and tone that need to be called out, but sadness is one of those pretty specific ones. Here are a couple games that we have recommended for sadness that I really like. So one of the things I want to point out is that we've covered a lot of games on a lot of platforms, and Threes is something that eventually was ported to console. It's a really good, uh, chill puzzle game, a matching puzzle, a math game, and it's just got a lot of charm for a game like that. There's a lot of pleasantness and sound design, and the little tiles have faces on them, and it's a nice game. I guess it's nice.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you're also looking at goals, right? You're
Of
giving
course.
short, consumable things that the person's they're getting through those small challenges, and they're getting wins along the way in a setting that's pleasing.
Right. Yeah. You're looking at immediate goals. You're achieving things. You're making progress. Songbird Symphony is one of our favorite recommends. This is a musical platformer about a bird trying to reunite with its family. It's got intuitive controls. Again, very charming game. And one of the things that we're really proud of about this game is that we delivered a recommendation for Songbird Symphony uh, to Child's Play. Right before Hitaku published a story about this game, really, calling it out and recommending it. And this is kind of an example of what we're talking about when we say like we're not just picking the popular games. We're hopefully picking games that will be popular and are fitting these categories. I think another example, Anthony, was
Yeah,
Yoku's Island
Yuku's.
Express.
I was impressed. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
on that one a full month and a half before it got an article. But really, it's such a joy doing this classification work, seeing all these games, and then really finding those hidden gems that in some cases are so fantastic for these categories, but might not have the discoverability otherwise.
yeah, and the volume of releases today is so great that we're happy to find these things that might slip through the cracks otherwise, and hopefully elevate them. So once we have all of this, Anthony, we collect all the games, all of the rankings, and we have the output file put into a nice format. We have designers that take the output. We kind of make recommendations for two key age groups. We're talking over 13 and under 13, as we were talking about before, so that we can get in those shooters for the over 13 crowd, but still recommend things
Right.
like Mario Odyssey, etc. Um, After we've designed the guide, we hand it back to Eric and Child's Play, and they take it away.
So yeah, we get the guides. We have them printed in nice booklets that we can hand out at hospitals, and we take them around. So as we said, we started about 6 years ago, 5 6 years ago. We first had the guides, and at that point, we started actually visiting hospitals as a way to get it out there. Um, and we had a pretty good idea that we knew that we felt like this was going to be useful, but when we visited hospitals and started handing them out, they were just dumbstruck and so thankful. The child life staff have always had a bit of a sort of knowledge or an inkling that the games were helping kids in the hospitals, but to have this guide that they could use as kind of a prescriptive tool. I mean, it's not clinically prescriptive. These aren't clinical symptoms, but they were familiar with that. They could use it, and it was so much more affirming to them to be able to say, "Ah, yes, this game is great for this kiddo who's suffering from long-term pain. Um, I can give this to it, and then I can see the benefits of it." Um, yeah, it was enormously helpful. We've handed out I don't, gosh, I don't know, probably 8,000 copies of the guide so far in the last 5 years. We visited about 110 different hospitals in that time, and chatted with them, as well as mailing it out regularly every year with our gifts that we send to hospitals, our 185 partner hospitals, and then handing out at conferences like PAX and child life conferences and other places where we are, just to get it out there. We don't we don't make the guide and sell it. We don't do this for charity, right? But we just want this knowledge to be out there. We want the world to see how games can be more therapeutic and how they can help with self-care stuff. um,
Yeah, and here we've got a list of just a few of the hospitals who
mhm.
have used the guide and utilized it. And there's a QR code on the screen. You can scan that if you want to take a look at the guide for yourself. There's a lot of great recommendations in there. A lot of games I actually really like. Which, you start this project and you think, like, what are the recommendations really going to look like? And we were just happy to see that it was great games that we felt like worked.
Yeah, and it's available. It's there. It's on our website. If you are in a place, a school or a hospital or something, and you need some physical copies, let us know. Reach out to us. We're happy to send you physical copies. If you would like to, if you're doing some research, or would like some sort of more data on, because the guide has it only unfortunately has 3 copies of each game in each category, because it's physical and we need
Space.
we have
Yeah.
space
Yeah.
to be
Can't be sending
condensed.
out a novel to people. You
Yeah,
gotta. It's a
but we
booklet.
do get tons more data. I think we get 20 different games in each
Yeah.
category, maybe from
20,
NPD.
25. Yeah.
25, yeah. So
Yeah.
and that's every month. So if you do want more data, please let us know and reach out, or if
Yeah.
you want to talk about it.
And if you want to talk about it, there's our contact information on the screen. We're we're happy to field any questions about this stuff on the MPD side as well. We're so happy about the work and proud to still be doing it. Um, and in closing, I do want to ask you both a question. Do you have a favorite game that we've recommended in the guide, or do you have a game that you really want to call out that we haven't talked about yet?
I mean, I like, as far as a game that is a winner in hospitals.
Yeah,
Minecraft. We talked about it, Minecraft,
yeah,
but it is
Yeah.
so useful in so many categories. In creative mode, it's
Yeah.
it's pretty great for anxiety, because you can just wander around and do anything.
Yep.
In long-term boredom, obviously, even short-term boredom. Most kids are so familiar with it that even playing
yeah.
for
It's
10 minutes, they can sort of do something and
it's
and
so
get
ubiquitous
feeling up.
now. The game is so ubiquitous that it becomes kind of like, and unlike something like Fortnite, which is squarely focused on
Mhm.
competitive play, like you said, you have that creative mode. Anthony, you have a pick, or do you want me to go first?
You can go for it.
I uh, I think two of the games that I see on the lists frequently, that I know this is a little selfish, but Fez. Fez is an adventure
Yeah.
platformer from last generation, and that game has wonderful music. It's got deep puzzles. I think it's a great long-term boredom pick. I think especially 13 up. A lot of those 13 up games, they're not all the action shooters. It's not all dour. This is a very bright, pleasant game that just has beautiful art, and I'd say Fez is a good pick.
I'll also go with the selfish one. It's a pain category. It's the pinball
Yeah,
arcade.
yeah.
Just love those pinball. Play Taxi.
This reminds me, in here is Journey for anxiety.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
love that we can sometimes, like, it's not always like giant AAA games that filter to the top. Like, sometimes they're indie games that that get rated and filter to the top, and then hopefully can benefit so many kids. So
Yeah, one thing I love about Journey in the guide as well is that that is a title that a lot of people would call out. I love that our hierarchy that what we did there for the system we put in place, it does for our system validate that. The Journey, we believe via our system, is a good game for those
for
kind of
sure.
systems. Yes.
For sure. So that is Therapeutic Games for Self-Care. We hope that you enjoyed it. Please feel free to ask any questions via email or again in the chat. And I hope that you have a wonderful PAX Online. Thank you, Jeff and Anthony.
Thanks,
Thanks so
everybody.
much.
and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the Firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He would always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
some!
Is this all you got?
Hi, and welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker, here at PAX West 2018, thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try, and then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November, November 24th, that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
Come get some!
Is this all you got?
welcome to our developer introduction for Guile and Glory Firstborn, a turn-based tactical RPG where the battlefield is your only weapon. Here at Elston Studios, we set out to create a strategic experience that focuses on tactical unit placement and clever use of the environment. In Guile and Glory, your foes cannot be harmed by normal weapons. Instead, your heroes use their abilities to push, pull, and maneuver foes into deadly hazards around the battlefield. Not everything you face will fall so easily. From undead sorcerers to mighty dragons, we've dotted the drowned lands with fearsome bosses to challenge even the greatest of heroes. Though your foes will be powerful, you will have plenty of tools to balance the odds. As you play, your heroes will amass the blessings of ancient deities, each providing new sets of skills and abilities. Mix and match these boons of divinity to create your own unique playstyle as you challenge the legions of the Firstborn. From the team at Elston Studios, thank you so much for your attention, and may your adventures in the Drowned Lands be glorious.
And the battles they fought in will not be forgotten. Once more, the firstborn are bound. And with guile and glory, I will tell their story. May the three be forever renowned.
Hi, I'm Liam Baker here at PAX West 2018 thanks to Child's Play.
I've always liked video games, and Liam would first just watch myself play video games. He'd always be by my side. As he got older, Liam started overtaking my skills. At first, Liam would let me try, Dad, let me try. And then I just let Liam do it because that became his passion.
At 6 months old, I was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis, and since then I've been going to the hospital 5 times a year for 14-day stays every year. In the beginning of the hospital stays, there was nothing to do, and it was really boring and stuff. And then as I got older, Child's Play came into the picture. I definitely don't know where I'd be now without having video games to play. For somebody who is stuck in this environment of just all these people just walking by outside, being able to participate in everyday normal life, it helps provide me a sense I'm still connected to the outside world.
As he's gotten older, it just seems like he's been spending more time in the hospital, and it also affects his overall mental health as well. Having the games available to Liam while he's in the hospital, it's so beneficial to Liam's overall health. It helps him get through the days.
Child's Play started in 2003. There was a newspaper article that really kind of got Mike and Jerry of Penny Arcade fired up that said video games are murder simulators that are just teaching kids and people how to be horrible.
And so they decided that they would show the world that gamers can be good people. They knew that they were good people. They knew hundreds of gamers, thousands of gamers that were also good people.
And so they issued a challenge end of November. It was November 24th that said, we've got this wish list of toys put together for Seattle Children's. Buy a toy, send it to us, we'll deliver it. In 2 weeks, they raised about $250,000 worth of toys. And from that point went, oh, this was kind of a stunt we were doing, and this was a huge impact. We need to continue this.
Then quickly in the next year, registered the charity, made it an official charity, reached out to a whole bunch of other hospitals, got more other hospitals on board, and Child's Play was a thing.
some!
Is this all you got? Come get some! You won't even bother to lick my fucking hair! Is this all you got?
Welcome to Projects, Play, and Pandemics, Creativity in COVID Times. We're going to spend the hour sharing with you what we've been up to creatively the past few months. Hopefully that will inspire you to begin working on your own projects that you've been thinking about, or encourage you to pursue new skills during this time. The panelists will introduce themselves, and then we'll get started.
Hi, my name is Michelle Clough. I'm a writer and narrative designer with the outsourcing studio Teil, which does game writing and narrative design for various game companies and game studios. I'm also the co-founder and chair of the IGDA Romance and Sexuality Special Interest Group, which basically talks about romance games, sex games, and the developers that make them and enjoy them. So, yeah.
Great. I'm Stacy Mason. I'm an indie developer and narrative designer and researcher. And so I've previously worked at companies like Telltale, where I was the creative lead of the R&D group. I've also worked at places like Hangar 13, part of 2K Games, and then moved on to indie, where I worked at Sunderless Studios, and am now starting my own team. I'm also finishing up a PhD in computer science with the Center for Games and Playable Media at UC Santa Cruz.
I'm Sharang Biswas. I'm an independent game designer, writer, and artist. I do mainly independent freelance work. I show in galleries and things like that. I work for clients, different kinds of clients, such as the Museum of the Moving Image. I made the Dark Crystal LARP for them, and Wizards of the Coast. I was part of the D&D Live design team this year, and other organizations. I am also on the faculty of computer science at Fordham, and I'm in the program. I'm in the faculty for the program of advanced photographic studies at Bard College.
I'm Samantha Rager. My current day job title is that I am a senior content strategist, which sounds super impressive, but it's a fancy way of saying I copy and paste a lot of stuff and then tell people that I don't like things. I also am a freelance writer, copy editor, and diversity consultant, and I've published speculative poetry through Strange Horizons and Starline. And exciting news, my D&D group just passed our first year anniversary. So,
Yay! And I am Toya Kristen Finley. I am a writer and editor in general. I also work in games as a game designer, narrative designer, game writer, editor, and diversity consultant. I have worked on everything from AAA to indie. I co-authored the book, The Game Narrative Toolbox, and I also contributed to and edited Narrative Tactics for Mobile and Social Games, Pocket-Sized Storytelling. So that's a little bit about us. So what have we been doing since the pandemic started? What new projects have you taken on?
Rob, you open your mouth first. You get to go.
I was assuming Michelle. I was assuming we're doing the same order, so I'm like, is Michelle going to start? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I guess I could go first. So I'm probably a little bit different than everyone else on the panel in that my personal projects have been less personal projects and more sort of external-ish projects that have external deadlines, but that I'd been kind of quietly putting off until COVID happened, and then I'm like, right, well, I guess now is the time to work on them. So one of the things I've been doing is I have been working on a book on how to write and design sex scenes in video games. That was something that had basically I'd been kind of like, oh, I'll get around to it at some point, and then COVID happened. It's like, well, I guess some point is now. And the other thing I've been doing that is sort of a personal project is an interactive fiction game with there's a company called Fable Labs that does sort of mobile interactive fiction, and I've been sort of basically I kind of got kickstarted with that, and it's been taking a while, but I've been working on that in my spare time. The other thing is that actually during COVID, I basically came back home to take care of my dad because he's needed a little bit of extra taking care of, and he started making a game in RPG Maker to like pass his time. So a lot of the times I'll be like at like, dinner, and suddenly he'll be like, I don't understand how this works. And then I'll sort of go over change a few variables, and then it will all work. And he's like, did you do it? What is this wizardry? And I'm like, that's why I get paid the big bucks. Please, will somebody pay me the big bucks? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I was just going to say, the other thing that I've been meaning to get back to in terms of personal, for fun projects, has been Dreams on PlayStation 4, which is a really good sort of like technically user-friendly, very powerful game creation tool. And they just released their VR set. So you can actually make and play VR games in it now. And I still kind of suck at Dreams, particularly in terms of art. But I'm like, I want to start making like VR spaces to hang out in, while I'm stuck inside during COVID. Sounds great. So yeah, that's what I've been up to.
Yeah, so I mentioned before that I'm putting together an indie team and also finishing up a PhD. And both of those are things that will kind of expand to fill the time that you give them, which unfortunately during COVID is all of the time. So I found myself a couple of months into shelter in place kind of realizing that I was working 110% of my time just because there was no real break between work and downtime for me. And a couple of my other writer friends found themselves in a similar position. And we were sort of lamenting the fact that we weren't really writing for fun anymore. And so we started a game jam, which we're calling the Fortnightly Fiction Jam. That's based around interactive fiction and story games. So it's kind of work on a different time scale as a hobby, but what it's done is sort of allowed me to tap into, some of the angstier feelings that I can't really put into my commercial work, and being able to have a creative outlet for that while also growing a community that's really welcoming for people that have, for example, never made a game before, but are interested in trying out interactive fiction for the first time. So yeah, that's been really fun and honestly, low-key kind of keeping me sane during the quarantine. So yeah, that's what I've been up to mostly.
And I just now connected the dots as to who you are because of Fortnightly Fiction. I'm like, I've been seeing that post in the Facebook group a lot, and I'm like, now that's you. So most importantly, I have been expanding my cooking skills a lot. I have cooked more I have roasted more chickens in COVID than I have cooked any bird before COVID. Right? I have roasted 6 chickens so far. While in the past, I just roasted 1 chicken, 1 duck, and 1 goose, right? So lots of new cooking things going on. I made cookies for the first time. I made brownies for the first time. It's amazing. But work is interesting for me, right? Because I keep hearing people say like, don't worry if you're not productive, treat yourself, it's fine. And I'm like, excuse me, I'm a freelancer. Daddy landlord needs me to be productive. So don't tell me all that, because all the people telling me that are salaried employees, right? Even if they're in the game world, all of them are like, oh, I'm drawing a salary. And I'm like, well, lovely, right? Right, exactly. So it is interesting. I know people who are watching this, you're going to be a range of people, right? I get infuriated when people are telling me it's okay. I'm like, honey, it's not. So, your anger is fine. So I have been, the main thing is we were heading into the publishing stage of my last co-edited book, which is Honey and Hot Wax, Anthology of Erotic Art Games. So that got into place, and a lot of that for me as co-editor has now been marketing. So I've been reaching out to journalists and going on panels and talking to podcast interviews and blah 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 about this kind of topic. So that's been a big thing I've been doing, and I find that it's been a little harder for me to do creative work. And so balancing it out with this kind of thing has been really, really good. So I've been doing a lot of that. However, I did just start a new project 2 weeks ago. So a co-editor and I, so this is Cleo Yansu Davis and I are partnering with Strange Horizons since Samantha mentioned that. So I'm going to be the co-editor of a special issue next year of interactive fiction about sex. So that we suddenly because Honey and Hot Wax ended, I literally called Cleo and I'm like, hey, remember this tantalizing hint I dropped months ago? Let's just make it happen now. And it's not because I have more time. That is actually not the case, because I'm a freelancer and this is similar, right? I might have more time in that I'm not doing my live work anymore. But like Stacy says, a lot of freelance work just fills the space you give it, right? I've also been doing course prep for fall because I have to change the way I'm teaching courses because now we're remote. So that was the one big thing, and I think what's been making me do that well is working with other people. So that's nice. And I've also, of course, I keep picking up small commissioned work. a lot of small indie role-playing games like Jiangxi, Blood in the Banquet Hall just made like $100,000, right? But they during COVID, like, sure, do you want to write for us a small thing? I'm like, sure. So I did a lot of these smaller things, which I think again are manageable because they feel bite-sized. I've actually been having a lot of trouble getting longer work done. I was working on a choice of game story and I just stopped, and I should email my editor and be like, I will start again, right? I just stopped. And also, I'd been gearing up to go into the publishing phase for a number of LARPs. So, I won awards for a couple of LARPs. I'm like, great, I'm going to publish them. But a lot of them were 10-person LARPs about death, right? And I'm like, yeah, we're not going to publish that now.
Right.
Or another LARP which relies on you cuddling with someone else and shining flashlights in the environment. Not going to happen during COVID. So I had to nix those projects. So it's been interesting.
Yeah, it's listening to you guys talk about filling all your time and doing all this stuff and being super productive, and I'm over here my personality, if you ask me what I've done during COVID, my first instinct is to be like, oh, I've done nothing. I've just, sat on the couch. I'm such a loser. I've done nothing. And I have to actually have other people outside of me go, no, sweetie, you've actually done a lot. Let's list it out. So when Toya, when you invited me to this and you're like, oh, you're working on that homebrew D&D thing, you should be on the panel. I was like, does that count?
I had exactly the same thing happen to me too. So
yeah, and I think part of the reason why is that mentality of oh, you've got to be producing, you got to be putting stuff out there. What's your other side hustle? And I've been the last several years, my money situation has been so tight, and just before COVID hit, I'm doing okay, money's fine. I finally moved my cat up here. Life is good. COVID. And so now I'm having to stop and relook at things and go, okay, I haven't been writing for myself, because when I think about sitting down to write my stories, I'm like, oh, but I'm not good enough. I don't want to sit down and start, because then I'm going to show myself that I'm not good enough. And I don't want to see that. So I'm just not going to do that. I'm going to go work on something not that. So it's been a process of stepping back and rediscovering how to have fun doing things. So taking a lot of the pressure off and finding, I found a great therapist right before COVID hit, and I'm bless her. So a lot of it has been okay, well, what do I actually need to feel safe being creative? And I discovered oh, I don't actually feel safe in big open spaces. And even though I live alone in my apartment, I have converted the small hallway closet into a tiny little writing room. Oh. And that's what I'm this is comfortable for me. And I can pretzel myself in there and I can write. That's apparently what my brain needed. And before COVID, I would have stopped and I would not have done that. I would have looked at myself you're crazy. People are going to think you're crazy. Don't do that. So really stopping to say, what do I need to feel comfortable, and what will bring me joy? So one of I think the weirdest things coming out of COVID, I actually enjoy localization. It can be really fun. It's my version of crossword puzzles. So I have started on my own localizing Japanese web novels. I run the Japanese script through a free translation software, and it comes back to me, and sometimes it's pretty good, and sometimes it's really not. And sometimes I have to cross-reference things with Google Translate, and Google Translate is not that good at all. And then I have to try to figure out, okay, what do they mean? And the fun part about localization is it's not a one-to-one translation. Localization is making it understandable for the audience. So sometimes that does mean changing the sentence around, because a proverb from Japan doesn't make sense to somebody who's from California. So so that is my crossword puzzle, is now translating Japanese web novels. And you know what? That's what my brain needed. The other thing is I have started doing online digital art classes to get back into doing art. You can see I've got a painting there, but I don't know how to do digital art, so I am forcing myself to I have decided, I picked a big project that I'm like, someday I want to do a webcomic. I have none of the skills. I have some of the skills. I have none of the skills needed for a webcomic. There is so much I would have to learn to get to a final webcomic stage. And having that be the project that I am working towards, I can come up with a list of all the skills that I need to learn. And it makes it seem less scary. And my final thing is, my extreme geeky thing is I've started a PowerPoint slide presentation to teach a friend all about Earth's geological time scale because she needs to pick her favorite epoch. Mine is the Pleistocene.
And yeah. and as for me, I got into games 12 years ago because I wanted to make my own games. I started out as a writer of prose fiction, and I wrote my own novels and things like that. So I'm like, I'm going to make my own games. And then 12 years later, I had not made my own game yet. And so I had been preparing and thinking about a visual novel that I wanted to do and actually collaborate with people and find a way to pay them and all of that. And so then COVID hit, and people I wanted to work with, were free to work. In varying degrees, because people I wanted to work with were affected as well. So I am now working on my visual novel and collaborating with people. And because of where the different developers are right now in their own lives, I'm actually really working on the music right now with the composer, which is really, really awesome. And the programmer has basically put the bare bones infrastructure for the visual novel into the engine that we're using. So I'm really excited about that because it's been 12 years too long in the making. So both Samantha and Sharang touched on this about I've got to be productive, why am I not productive? Or figuring out what you need to do in order to be creative. So as Sharang mentioned, lots of people have responded to the pandemic in different ways. Some people just kind of want to be by themselves. Some people need to be with others. There's a lot of fear, which is okay because that's normal. We've never been through anything like this before. And when you have that kind of pressure, like you're fearful, you're anxious, it's really hard to be creative because it takes so much of your physical and mental energy that you need. So in the things that you've been exploring during this time, have you found that approaching something new has given you the inspiration to find that energy, or like Samantha said, figuring out, hey, I could make this space just for my writing room, has helped you to develop skills? What have you found has helped you to kind of be productive when you need to be?
I found Samantha's statement very resonant because Michelle's going to despair at me for saying this, but I have learned, so before the pandemic, I was never a reader of genre romance, right? I was not a romance reader. In fact, I confess I may have shared some of that misplaced disdain that some people have at genre romance, right? Which is a terrible thing, right? That's not a good thing to have. I was like, oh, romance, right? But then I was rewatching gay TV shows, the good ones, all these crappy ones, and I'm like, you know what? This is making me happy. I need more of this. And so I went into my New York Public Library app because it's been a lifesaver for me here. I've been getting every book I wanted on the New York Public Library app, and I'm like, I'm going to start reading gay romance stuff. And of course, the genre is enormous, and there's lots of really terrible stuff out there. So I've been sifting and winnowing and finding stuff, but I found that, reading gay romance isn't that bad. And romance writers are very talented people. And this has also been a new thing. I've been reading Archive of Our Own. So I've been going.
You've been reading the sacred text.
Right. I've been going into queer/fan fiction on AO3, which again before this I would have been disdainful of, But right now, I'm like, well, actually, there are a lot of things going. Fanfic has a lot of interesting things happen. Like they do a lot of cultural work that's interesting, and also it does. This is important to me is it does a lot of cultural work for queer people who have outlets through this. And I was talking to a bunch of our other professor friends about like what is the role of fan fiction, and like in fact it's easier to get into romance through fan fiction because you already have a predetermined relationship with the characters, and what does this mean? And I'm currently as in this weekend, I'm watching stuff at the San Francisco Porn Film Festival, and watching that and thinking about that in terms of, okay, well, what is this doing? What is this doing? It's been really interesting, and that has actually been energizing me, and that's something that's been making me happy. And it just happens to be that I'm working on multiple sex-related projects right now. That I can say that all of this is research. Whether or not it is whatever, but I can tell myself, because we're in the Weberian aesthetic of like, if we are not working, we are not good people, right? The Protestant ethic and all that. So I can trick my brain into thinking I'm being productive, even though I don't believe that one's measure of value should be productivity. But I can trick myself into saying I'm being productive because I'm like, yes, I'm reading a sex scene in a book because I'm editing 2 anthologies about sex. I'm doing a panel tonight about sex. That's one thing.
Just to hit upon why my plan for this weekend is to play Return of the Obra Dinn and Edith Finch, because I'm like, yeah, totally research for a project.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my excuse during Steam sales. I'm like, oh, but I'm narrative. I gotta buy these to know the story and see what narrative tricks they're using. Yeah.
Right. And even better, I write a lot of nonfiction, right? So if I watch or play something and then I can somehow fit a sentence about it into an article I'm publishing, I'm like, there, it was worth it. Guys, see? Eurogamer published this. It was totally worth it, right? So
Yeah, one of my, I think for the rest of my life, one of my greatest achievements is I do the the gem store blog post for a game company, and I was able to work in scientific details about dinosaur tail and what the horns are called, the epinasal horns, and the thagomizers on the tail. I'm like, that went out, that's out there live. People read that. That's my geek all over that.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. The bits that I enjoy. So I'm a bit. Unfortunately, as I said, the personal projects I'm doing feel a little bit more kind of like there's a deadline. It feels a little bit more like an obligation as opposed to that fun thing I sit down to do on my spare time. But every time I get to a section where great, I now get to go on for 2 pages about the implications of fade to black sex scenes in games versus explicit sex scenes, and here's all these examples, and now I'm going to talk for 2 pages about this one scene in God of War, and I'm just like, apparently I'm getting paid for this. I don't know how. But I going off of something Sharang was saying, is for some reason the word popcorn came into my head. That sort of to a certain extent, before COVID, there's this element of everything we have to do has to be super serious. We have to be super productive. We have to be super do deeply meaningful things. And I think for a lot of people, to a certain extent, what has helped at this time is embracing the kind of more popcorn-y elements that we like. So yes, it might just be I want to sit and read romance novels for an hour, and I to a certain extent the perfect ideal is if you can combine your creativity and your popcorn quote-unquote consumption into one thing. Hey, I'm playing this game that also lets me make a game. That's great. But to a certain extent, it's just sometimes it's just a case of I'm going to watch Outlander and tell myself that this will be meaningful later on. I don't know how, but it's what I need right now.
And I think I desperately want to escape that in a way, because I don't want to have to justify my joy by saying this will be useful later, right?
Yeah.
I was listening to an episode of Freakonomics recently where they're talking about places like Amsterdam and things that are trying to move away from this growth model of economics where the cancerous constant growth shouldn't be the goal. I'm trying to like embody that, because remember how the millennial burnout article that came out last year or the year before was huge? Well, that's been percolating, and I'm like, and people have been talking about like burning out during COVID, and I'm like, I don't want to feel miserable. Like, I live alone as well, right? My husband's in France in grad school, right? I live alone. Like, this is not, I need to give myself permission to enjoy this thing without feeling that I am doing it for work. And cooking is one of those things. I'm going to make a 3-course dinner today because, bitch, no one can stop me, right?
Yeah, I'm resonating with a lot of what everybody is saying. Certainly, Sharang, what you said about shorter form being a lot easier to kind of get around in terms of creativity. Samantha, the what do I need to feel safe? The sort of like filling of space with productivity. And yeah, a lot of that is sort of why I carved out Fortnightly Fiction, which the form of that is that we essentially spend 2 weeks to make a very simple interactive fiction piece with like an upper end word count, something like 3,000 words or something. So it's something that a lot of people can do in a weekend. And for me, like, that was what I needed to feel safe, because I have all of these really long-term projects. Like, I've been working on my PhD for 6 years and I'm sort of getting to the final stages, but it's a really long-term thing. And then starting a company, that's also this huge commitment and all of that. And so for me, it was that thing where time in the pandemic has just been, it's like on one hand, you blink and it's been 3 months. And on the other hand, like, an individual day takes 20 years. So like, I also was having this, I want to finish things in order to feel the sense of like completion and release that you feel when you finish something. But I'm in the middle of all these long-term projects that are taking all of my time, and it's so easy to just let them consume everything. So how do I carve out space and make it such that the creative things I'm producing are like, it's okay if they're not very good, because I only had 2,500 words to work with, or like, and also trying to capture those constraints and the game jam format and all of these things, just to like lower the bar a little bit for the entrants and people who've never made games before, but also for myself, because like, the first piece I made was sort of exploring some feelings I was having around family issues and stuff like that, and having an outlet for some of those sort of angstier emotions in the pandemic that I didn't have to worry about getting through a publisher or, folding into my 5-year projects or whatever. It was just really nice for me. So yeah, all of what you all are saying.
I feel like anytime you open yourself up to something you're not used to, or you do something that you don't do regularly, you kind of expand your perspective. Do you all feel the same way? Have you noticed that? Like, Sharang, you were saying, I've opened myself up to romance. Well, Samantha, you said, I discovered I'm really enjoying localizing these Japanese webcomics. Have you found that, like, your perspective is changing, and maybe you've gotten, like, brainstorming ideas that you didn't have before just because of the different media you were opening yourself up to?
Oh, for sure. My brain is coming up with different stories because within Japanese web novels, like, there are genre tropes that I have never run into in Western literature. And the writing structure is different. With Japanese web novels, it's very, very heavy focused on dialogue. And I love writing dialogue, and having to go in and put all the prose and description, like, I always get dinged on that by my editor of like, we don't know what they look like. Like, it shouldn't matter. And in Japanese web novels, it's like, they don't care. You can literally scroll through like 5 pages and it's just dialogue, and there's not even any tags. So you just have to infer who is speaking, and sometimes you get lost. And like, then you look at like how high this story is rated and how many views it's got, and I'm like, well, damn, I could do this too. So that's definitely been really interesting. And like I said, just allowing myself to go, well, this is fun. Like, other people would think that this is like torture, but this is fun for me. And what does it matter what other people think? A weird reverse thing that I've been experiencing is allowing myself to not take in some content. I go on Netflix, and I swear to God, I've rewatched Cells at Work like 50 times, because that is like my happy, safe thing to have on TV. because I know where it's going. I've already watched it 50 times. I don't have to worry about characters dying or horrific cliffhangers. Like, it's a safe thing. Versus, like, I still haven't watched the final 2 Avenger Endgame stuff, and I'm like, during COVID is not the time for me. I am not emotionally prepared for that. I'm going to have to wait like another 2 years. And say that that's okay. That is okay to not take in some new content as well. To not have to constantly be, oh, but I should be knowing what the current stuff is for the industry, and I have to stay on top of all the trends. It's like, well, no, you can stay on top of just what you like for right now. That's fine.
Yeah.
I really like that sentiment because all of us work in new media stuff, right? Where there's this thing of like, you need to know what's the newest. You need to always stay on top. Like, I'm a professor, I need to be able to, like, I was like, so yeah, like in BioShock, and my students looked at me blankly, and I'm like, BioShock? And then one of them was like, Professor, that came out when we were in middle school, and I'm like, oh my God. Right? Because for me, I'm like, oh yeah, that came out not that long ago, right?
Yeah.
So and it's funny because I don't play a lot of like FPS games, for example, and a lot of my video game students do because they're video gamers, and I'm a very particular kind of game designer, and I tell them at the start of class, right? I'm like, I'm not the kind of gamer you might imagine me to be. So there is this pressure, like you're saying, Samantha, and it's really cool because there's also things like in the RPG industry, I don't know if it's similar, but they're like, okay, have you watched this children's TV show yet? Have you watched this other children's TV show yet? You must watch all these children's TV shows. I'm like, dude, I don't want to just keep watching children's TV shows, right? So like, I haven't finished She-Ra yet. I haven't finished Dragon Prince yet. I like them. I watch them like once a week maybe, but I think, Samantha, you're right. Like, I've been giving myself permission to like not be caught up on everything. I decided not to finish Game of Thrones. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna finish the stupid thing. I've watched the 4 seasons, right? I watched the 4 seasons. I read on Wikipedia what happened in the end. Great. I'm done with that world now. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like eating. Like, just because you got this huge serving set in front of you, like, at some point you're full. And yeah, it may taste good, but you don't have to keep eating until the plate is clean. Like, you can stop eating.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like so resonating with me because it's not even like that in terms of like, it's not just things that people tell you, oh, you should be watching this or you should be playing this. Sometimes it's even things that you yourself feel that you should be playing because you know you like it, but you're just not in the right like mindset for it. Like, so for me, my cross that I bear is like, anybody who knows me for 5 minutes will be like, that woman is way too big a fan of Final Fantasy VII for her own good. Too big a fan for Final Fantasy VII. And then so everyone's like, so you finished it like first week, right? And I'm like, no, I'm still like back on chapter 8. And part of it is just because like, I kind of want like time, like quiet time to sit and engage with it, as opposed to like, oh, I'm like catching it like, 2 hours like after 10 p.m. or I'm like putting it in between like this other project and this other project. So I've kind of, given myself that permission to just be like, it will be there when I like, I don't have to worry so much about spoilers because this game came out like 20, 30 years ago. Like, I've gotten a few spoilers, but they're the sorts that make me happy, and it's just like, okay, that's fine. It will be there when I'm like in, and if I want to play, because I think that's the thing, there's like so much for us to do, like both completely fun things and productive things, that I think there's almost this feeling of either you feel guilty that you can't do it all, or you'll do one of the things, but you'll be feeling guilty that you didn't do that other thing. So like, I'll be like, I'm playing Warcraft. I shouldn't be playing World of Warcraft. I should be playing Final Fantasy VII. But when it comes down to it, it's like, well, I'm in the mood to play I'm in the mood to play World of Warcraft right now, so I will? ? Sorry.
It's like they have feelings. Every single one of the projects or things that I want to be learning or should be working on is a person or a friend. And if I don't work on it, then I've hurt its feelings. And so then I run into the situation of like, well, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so I'm just going to sit here and do nothing for a while.
Yeah. Well, the worst part
Yeah,
is
it's like a macro version of which Netflix movie should I watch now, right? And then for 1 hour you watch none of them.
Yeah, you just scrolled Netflix for an hour.
Yeah, or YouTube. Just, oh my god, I spent so much time on YouTube, and I'm like, this is time I could have been playing a video game. The worst part, though, about like the projects that have hurt feelings is when there's an actual editor behind that, because then you actually have to talk to your editor, and there aren't actual hurt feelings, but there's that feeling of, oh no, my editor's going to look at me and be like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed.
When you are looking to learn something new, everybody's brains work differently. We learn in different ways, and there's just so much content. We're talking about content. There's just so much stuff that you can find, different tutorials, different videos, different wikis. How exactly do you evaluate a learning source to know that it's going to be helpful for you?
I do not.
You don't?
Yeah, I rely 100% on recommendations from people I know, honestly.
I rely on recommendations. A big part of, like, if they let me see the beginning of the content for free, like, here's the first lesson for free, you can watch that, then that'll help me because I can get a feel for, oh, okay, this is how they're, like, language, like, this is how they talk about a thing, because if they talk about a thing in a way that does not make sense to me, this is not going to work. So I can start to get a feel for it that way. And then sometimes it's a money issue. Like, how much does this cost? Is this within my price range? Or, oh, this does look like really good content and it costs a lot of money. I do want to do it. So since I put money down, I have to do it. Like, I can't not do the thing. Like, there's so many Skillshare or free YouTube videos out there that, yeah, you get lost. It's like, well, which one do I pick? Well, I already paid X amount of money for that class over there, so I'm not even going to look at YouTube and all the really cool shit there. I'm gonna do that class that I put money down for, because they're not gonna give me my money back. I'm getting my money's worth. So that's part of it for me. But that's like recognizing and like being able to put money down versus like when money is tight and I still want to learn something. Yeah, it's a challenge. It's definitely is a challenge to juggle. I think it's like, I have a rule though where it's like 5 clicks. Like, you can go 5 clicks down the Google rabbit hole and then like you have to cut yourself off. So sometimes setting up rules like that.
Yeah. I think a lot depends on like what kind of learning like someone wants to do, because like, for example, like I've been watching a lot of tutorial videos for things like for dreams, where that will be sort of, it's much more contained tutorial. So it'll be like, how do you do a cloudy sky with God rays or something like that? And it's a very contained concept. So, and in those cases, I'll be blunt, sometimes it's just, oh, it's 5 minutes. I'm willing to spend 5 minutes, as opposed to it's 20 minutes. Oh, they're probably going to be like, like talking about their channel for the first 5 minutes. Oh, skip it. By the way, 20-minute YouTube creators out there, I really do love your work. I'm just extremely easily distracted. But in terms of like longer term stuff, like I will say that if I didn't have this book and I didn't have the interactive fiction, I didn't have all of this other stuff, just general day work going on, I would probably before COVID hit, I actually purchased a whole ton of classes on sale at I think, was it
Udemy? Yeah.
Udemy, yeah. And like, I absolutely would be like, would have really liked to have like kind of start settling into those on a kind of a day-by-day basis, and like being able, I think like for me, something where you're able to learn at your own pace is really important. And of course, and that's with a lot of YouTube tutorials and a lot of online classes, you can do that, but with a lot of things you can't. So some people like that fact of like, I need to learn this by a certain date, and other people really like there's a full class here and I need to take it in order, but I can take it as slow or as fast as I want. So I think that's like a big part for me. And also visual aids good.
For me, that take it, as slow as you want thing is, I think, one of my biggest challenges. I work best with deadlines. So during COVID, I have no deadlines for anything, and all of these personal projects have no deadlines. So there's all the time in the world to work on them, which means they never get worked on. So one of the things that I've started recently was I reached out to a friend and I was like, I need like a creativity coach. And she's like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, you're going to, because you're going to be my creativity coach. And it's a creativity accountability partner. We check in once a week and it's like, okay, here are the goals that I want to be working on. And she knows my big project, that one thing that I'm like working towards is doing a webcomic, is having the skills to do a webcomic. So picking that one big project, having a friend who knows that that is the goal, it helps me wade through all the clutter. Because if I start watching a class and I'm not really into it, I don't really feel like I'm getting what I need from it, I can bail out of that class. Is this going to help me learn how to draw anatomy better? No? Okay, well, I'm out. Is this the style they're teaching? Is this something that I'm into or not? No? Okay, well, here's this really beautiful oil landscape painting tutorial. Well, I'm not going to do that. I want to learn how to draw like an anime face. So sometimes, yeah, that's a thing that helps, is pick a big project and have somebody who can help you stay accountable, and then also help you not overwhelm yourself. Like if your goal is to write a poetry book, don't have your goals be like, I'm going to write 15 poems a day and I'm going to revise like 20 of them like this week. Like that's not really probably real. I mean, maybe you can do it, but maybe that's not realistic. So like maybe it's like you're going to write one poem this week and like maybe revise 3. Like know what's actually achievable for you, and then if you manage that, like then you can add a little bit more. Don't overwhelm yourself to begin with, because then you've already set yourself up to feel like a failure. Start baby steps.
For me, I am the more senses engaged, the easier it is for me to learn. So like I can pick up things if I read it, but it's really not going to stick. So I need to see and hear and also be doing what I'm seeing and hearing. So Michelle mentioned Udemy. I tend to binge flash sales and buy 2 or 3 courses at a time when they're like $11.99 or less. And Samantha was mentioning that you can preview the video, so you can get a sense for that instructor's teaching style. How much content do they have in a video? What visual aids do they use? Does the way they explain things make sense? You can do that for Udemy courses. You can do that for YouTube. So I would preview things first to see if you are in the flow with that instructor, and if you're clicking with that instructor. But also, several of you are collaborating, and that what did you call it? The creative accountability coach is really, really cool. And we've all worked in games, so we're used to collaborating with people. But there might be some people watching who are not used to collaborating, and they might be thinking, well, maybe I want to take on a project where I do need to collaborate with someone. Why is collaborating helpful? And during this time specifically, because we really can't meet in person as much, how have you been using different platforms? What platforms have you been using to collaborate with other people?
Well, the accountability thing, I think, comes from me being raised Catholic, so guilt is a big motivator for me. But yeah, seriously, like I don't want to waste their time. So if I have set up this 1-hour weekly call with somebody who is a friend, who I care about, who is also very busy and dealing with their own stuff, and I log in every week to be like, yeah, I didn't do anything. I didn't read that chapter of that book, or I didn't watch that tutorial, I didn't do that practice exercise, I didn't do any of the stuff that we said last week, then I've wasted their time. And as friendly as she is, like, I wasted her time. So I don't want to waste her time. So even if it's like the night before our call and I'm suddenly like, oh my God, I've got to do all that stuff. Like I said, I work well under deadlines. So the stuff gets done. That works for me.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that I like set up artificial 2-week deadlines for myself. Yeah, I think, so to bring it back around to some of the questions, before the pandemic, the last team I worked with was an entirely remote indie studio. And you would think that means that the collaboration going from that to things of the pandemic would transfer pretty well one-to-one. But that actually hasn't been the case, because now a lot of the people that I'm collaborating with have, kids at home who are suddenly all up in their face, or, or they have just other external factors, and people's lives are just a lot less predictable than they used to be. So where previously at our remote studio, we would all sort of like passively sit on a Zoom call all day to mirror like a regular office. That's not really possible with the team that I'm currently working with. So it's a lot more sort of like scheduling check-ins to have some of that accountability that you're talking about, Samantha. And then I think there's also like different levels of collaboration and collaborating in different ways. So like the way I collaborate with my indie team is really different than, for example, how I interface with people in the community that we're building around Fortnightly Fiction. And so with that, there's a Discord server, and a lot of people sort of in their heads have an idea of the thing they want to build. And then they'll just reach out to people for help with like, oh, hey, I'm in Twine and I'm trying to code this thing and it's not really working. And other people jump in and they say, oh, I have that experience. Let me, and they'll just kind of jump into a channel, work out their thing. And then like, that's it. That's the extent of their collaboration. But that's a really real collaboration. And so I think there's, at least for me, when I was starting in game dev, I had this idea of like, when you're making a game, you've got to build a team, and that's like the only way to make a game. And I think increasingly the industry on a macro level, but certainly on small projects, it's totally fine to like have your thing, collaborate with somebody on a small part of that, whatever, where you meet up on that, and then kind of disperse to another area.
I think also it's important. Just real quick, personality. Like
totally.
My creativity coach friend, I picked her specifically because I was like, her personality, it's going to be like, she's going to wrap me in like cotton candy bubble of like safety and like support. Whereas another friend that I have, that she was like, oh, you should pick this other girl. She'd be awesome. I'm like, I don't need like a military drill sergeant. She's going to break me. I'm fragile right now. I'm glass. So know what kind of personality you want to work with and you need to work with. And if you find yourself working with the wrong personality, it's okay to be like, oh yeah, this isn't working.
I think Stacy's point about how during the pandemic, working with other people remotely is not the same as working with people remotely before the pandemic is really important. And I think I want to use the word synergy, but I want to use the opposite, like not greater than the sum of its parts. Everything is worse than the sum of its parts, right? It's not that we can one-to-one translate to I was working here, now I'm working here. No, because there's a huge psychological toll that the state of the world is taking on us, right? If you're in the US context, for example, there's a very significant election coming up that is very important, right? If you're in the British context, what is happening with your economic situation now? Like, we still haven't had Brexit happen, right? So there's a lot going on in the world that in conjunction with the pandemic is taking a big toll, right? And so we can't expect ourselves to work as well as we did before. And so one of the big things of collaboration is also division of labor, right? You can be like this weekend, Cleo is talking to our illustrator for the Strange Horizons project, and I said, I can't do that this weekend. I'm recording four gajillion panels this weekend, but I'm going to talk to our stretch goal writer next week to bring her on board, and you don't have to be on that, right? And she's like, great, awesome, right? So division of labor has always been an important part of collaboration because your mind can only hold so much. But I think now, when everything is just literally more difficult to do, right? Literally everything is more difficult to do. Having that thing that, oh, I don't have to worry about this, you do deal with this, has been very helpful and cool. That is, of course, kind of based on Samantha's point that you have someone reliable, and the word reliable has come to be very charged during COVID, because one can be reliable, but other people should understand that, again, everything is harder to do, so cut people slack. Like my undergrads for spring semester, I was like, whatever, I don't really care when they're going to hand in homework now, unless they hand it in when I can't grade it anymore because the semester's over. I didn't tell them that, but I'm like, I'm not going to penalize that because reliable is something different. So keeping all that in mind, collaborations are good for that, and also just to stop yourself from feeling isolated. Working with someone else is going to stop, even if you don't live alone, right? You might live with people, but seeing other people is important. You can't just see the person you live with all the time. So division of labor and socializing are great effects of these collaborative projects.
Yes, and that really quickly. Also, division of labor, but also having somebody that complements you, both in terms of skill set and perspective. Because it's like, obviously, when you're dividing that labor, you want people who, like, that's their thing and they're really good at it. And so you doubly don't have to worry about it. And additionally, bringing in additional perspectives. I think a lot of times there's an impetus to seek out teams that are like yourself. But not only will you have a stronger product, but you'll probably have a surprisingly better working relationship if you find people that complement you both in your perspective and your skills.
So we've got about 4.5 minutes left.
Okay.
Is anyone thinking about learning anything else or taking on another project during this time that you have not tackled yet? And what would that be?
Well, as I said, I would love to spend more time tooling around in Dreams or in Udemy and learning something. But one thing I did want to comment, which is sort of off topic, but I think maybe deserve touching on, and that is a lot of this depends on what our day-to-day work creative stuff is, because one of the things I've been kind of struggling with is I've seen so many creatives that there's this kind of feeling of, well, I'm getting to do my creative work, and there's this sort of feeling of, but we don't count the work for hire creativity. That's creativity for somebody else. And it's something that I actually struggle with a lot, because I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not being creative at all. I'm just writing 20 million barks for this game, and then I'm doing the outline for this game. But part of, I guess, the process has been realizing that that, even though that's not necessarily my personal project, that is still creativity, and it can still be fulfilling. I can still come at the end of a week of writing barks and be like, man, I kicked the butt out of those barks. That was amazing. And so to a certain extent, that has given me a little bit more permission that, maybe I'm not doing as many personal projects or as personal learning as I could be. But that's okay, because I'm getting fulfillment out of the sort of day job work that I'm doing. And I've still got enough energy to do, the book and some of the other projects. And at the end of the day, if that means that all I've got left is some World of Warcraft and some Fall Guys in me, that's okay. It's fine. It's really fine.
And I want to extend that to non-creative or non-artistic work as well, right? Because we know this, right? Economically, we have historically relegated, quote, women's work, end quote, right? The labor of keeping your household up to that's not work, right? So like I said, right, I am cleaning a lot less than normal because I'm feeling depressed all the time, right? So the days I'm I cleaned today, that's that was a thing I did that I needed to do, and that is an achievement because we often don't do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely write down on my daily list. I list out everything I do. I did the laundry. I took out the recycle. I put that down that's an achievement, because it is. I had to walk outside.
I will actually say, I really like, Samantha, what you were saying about, doing your kind of, little writing note, because I think even just those little details of, what are we doing to make the space we're in, if we're stuck in this space, what are we doing to make that space, more livable? And that in itself is creative. I mean, in terms of, super simple things, we've got this beautiful, deck area, and all I did was I bought, a couple of cheap solar lights on, wherever, and I put them up, and I don't know what, we don't think of that as creative, but it gives that same sort of wow, I'm really happy to be in this space, and I was able to make that space work for me and work for my family. And I think absolutely, just those little things like that can be really fulfilling. And I want to see your writing nook sometime.
I'll do a Zoom call with you.
Yeah. We've got about 30 seconds left. Anybody want to add any other pearls of wisdom?
It's going to be okay.
Yeah.
Support indie creators and artists.
Yep.
Take care of yourselves.
Yeah, look for small acts of self-care that you can do.
And it's okay to say that you need help. That's fine. We're all vulnerable right now, so. All right, well, thank you so much, panelists. It was a fantastic discussion, and I hope all of you viewing enjoyed it, and that you are feeling more productive when you need to be. Don't feel like you have to be. But again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Genesis Noir is an adventure game set before, during, and after the Big Bang. A cosmic gunshot aimed at the heart of a god rockets the universe into existence and must be undone. Explore the expanding universe to discover clues on how you might destroy the Big Bang and prevent this tragedy. You'll stumble through seedy speakeasies, transform energy into matter, create far-out jazz duets, discover what's inside a gas giant, track animals through primeval woods, and watch stars die in this film noir creation myth. Learn more at genesisnoirgame.com and help destroy the universe.
We've recently had a shift. Both Child's Play and the medical community has recognized an unfilled niche where we needed some additional expertise in the hospital to help us deploy everything that they've provided, and they've started to help us develop a brand new role within medicine, that of the gaming technology specialist. These are people who have expertise in gaming, in technology in general, knowing how to set things up, keep them updated, but also have expertise working with children and work hand in hand with our child life specialists.
We can't afford to support 250 of these positions across the U.S., but we can support 5 or 6 or 7 a year, get them started, and then have them prove useful so that ultimately every hospital will want to have this person.
We'll always support our partner hospitals with Amazon wish lists. We'll always send them an annual gift to support their child life department. But being able to spread this position across the globe is the next push that we want to be able to do.
I think that this is revolutionary. I think it's the next greatest thing for our profession. To see an organization like Child's Play really be able to admit, you know what, we can do better. What's our next step? What's our purpose? How can we change the world? How can we make a significant difference that's lasting? And so it's been really an amazing part of my professional growth to watch them get to the point they are today of introducing something that 5 years ago we wouldn't have even thought about.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the Trebuchet and Mighty Siege Tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean Hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
welcome to Lovely or Lethal, Will That Animal Cuddle Me or Kill Me? A panel on animal representation in games. I'm your host, Jake, and I'm a game designer in the suburbs of Philadelphia. You can find me on social media at Spriteborn, and you can find my work at spriteborn.itch.io. My segment of this panel is going to be an introduction to the different ways that animals can show up in games. In particular, how are animals part of game design? This will also serve as an introduction to the rest of our panelists. The most common way that animals appear in games is as background, such as the birds in Ghost of Tsushima, reminding you that you are on an island in Japan. Here you can see the iconic cranes. Animals can also show up in games as metaphor. Grease is a game about trauma and recovery, and your panic attacks can show up as shadowy animals throughout the course of the game. Here you can see your panic as an eel. Animals can also be symbols. Jin Sakai, the lead character of Ghost of Tsushima, which I'm going to talk about quite a bit, is the defender of this land, and as such, his family helmet comes with deer horns on it. You can see deer in the wilderness all over the course of the game. Animals themselves can be adversaries in games. With the stealth of Ghost of Tsushima, human adversaries aren't going to find you very often, but hawks can see you from the air. You can literally fight animals as adversaries in games. This is a Thunderjaw from Horizon Zero Dawn, and part of it being an animal is that it has the affordance of exactly what you would expect. That looks like a T-Rex with rocket launchers on its back, and that's exactly what it does. Monster Hunter also does this really well. You can see a Rathalos in this picture, and it behaves exactly how you'd expect it to. It breathes fire from its dragon mouth, and its dirty-ass talons will poison you. I'm not going to go too far into the detail on this, because Hannah can tell you more about that in her presentation. You can use animals to subvert those expectations too. So when you fight Sif in Dark Souls, you expect to fight a giant wolf. Instead, she picks up a huge sword, and you fight something unlike every animal and every boss in the game. But one of my personal pet peeves is if you're using animals as adversaries, I hate it when they're too realistic. I don't want to fight this fluffy dog. I want to pet this fluffy dog. Please stop making me kill dogs. Some games get it, some games don't. So besides opposition, you can also have animals on your side. So animals can be your companions. This is very common when you have horses in games like Red Dead Redemption and Ghost of Tsushima. I picked Ghost partially because I love that game, and partially because the horse being your companion actually tells you a little bit about Jin Sakai. When nobody else is around and you summon your horse and get on it, he'll say supportive things to the horse, like, "You're a good horse, Nobu." And I really like that. Animals themselves can also be characters, such as the horse in Shadow of Colossus. Your horse Agro, while you're on the backs of all these colossi, will do her own thing, and she'll distract the bosses and get them to move around. She also has pivotal scenes in the various cinematics. You can even play as animals themselves, such as Amaterasu and Okami, but I'll leave Brandon to talk about that one. Animals have very commonly made appearances in games as absurdist, the same way that they show up in mascots and sports. This is often used to just remind you, this is a game. You're here to have fun. You're here to be entertained. But on the other side of that spectrum, games can be absurd with their animals so that you can talk about heavy things, things that would be too difficult to think about if you were very immersed in them. Spiritfarer uses this when all of its animal characters are there to help you get through lessons about grief and death. But if you want to hear more about animals as a storytelling mechanism, you're going to have to tune into Mark's part of the panel. Even when animals aren't your enemies, like the dragon on the right side of the screen, the affordances of being animals for your characters can still tell you more. Of the 3 player characters on the left, which one do you think is the tricksy character? It's the fox. Animals don't have to be characters, and you don't have to fight them. They can show up in the background, partially as setting, but also as resources. In Stardew Valley, you can raise chickens and ducks and goats and pigs and cows. All of them give you different resources, which are sources of income, gifts, recipes for food. Animals can also make an appearance in games as a form of activism. This is a scene from Coral, which is a puzzle game about saving the coral reefs. The appearance of fish is shown to teach you how important that is. But if you want to hear more about that, you'll have to hear Christine's part. Animals themselves can be game mechanics, such as in Monaco, What's Yours and Mine. It's a heist game where you're trying to steal as much stuff as possible from the level, and one of the character classes has a pet monkey that will steal money for you without being detected. But if you want to hear about monkeys in games, you're going to have to tune into Jonathan's part of the panel. I really like Shadow in Final Fantasy VI. He's my favorite character. And one of his mechanics is that he has a dog named Interceptor, where when he gets attacked, Interceptor will counterattack. It's great. I love it. But Interceptor is also part of the story. He is the only way that you actually know that Shadow is Realm's father. Animals can be a setting, not just a background. Best Friend Forever is a new dating game where you get to adopt a dog. All of the singles have dogs. Most of the major characters have dogs. It's just dogs everywhere. They are also their own characters with their own personalities. Animals can be a mechanism for travel, not just companions like the horses in Shadow of the Colossus and Ghost of Tsushima. Here in Calico, you work at a magical girl cat cafe, and you can take any of the cats and enlarge them and ride them around town. It's great. When you're not riding them, though, animals can still be navigation. So Ghost of Tsushima uses golden songbirds to show you where secrets are. You can see the songbird next to Jin's shoulder. Part of that is the bright gold. They swoop down in front of you and they lead you to where you need to go. But you can see in the distance those golden trees. That's also a point of interest. The game uses color, including color on the animals, to tell you where to go. But my favorite are the foxes. You can find foxes in Ghost of Tsushima, and they lead you to Shrines of Inari, which is a fox protector god. And then you can pet the fox. It's great. Sometimes animals can just be overall game design. When I was first playing Breath of the Wild, you just barely get over some towers, you have a few pieces of gear, you're starting to see what the world looks like, and then Farash swoops in, and you're just like, what is that? And of course you need to know everything about it. Can I fight it? Is it a friend? Is it going to show me where it needs to go? Like, what is this dragon doing? So it's navigation, it's resources, it's combat, it's lore, it's all kinds of things. And when games really integrate their animals well, an animal can be all of these things all at once. But my favorite example of that is Untitled Goose Game. Sometimes the whole game is just, what is it like to be a goose? This game has my favorite pitch of any game I've ever played, which is just, you are a horrible goose. That's the game. That's the setting, that's the player, that's the story, it's the mechanics, it's everything. And I love it. That'll do it for my portion of the panel. Animals can affect game design in tons of different ways. Please stop making me kill dogs. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Hannah and I'm a 3D artist. I've been working in both video games and film for about 15 years now, and currently I work with Gameloft Brisbane, which is in Australia. And living in Australia, I have a lot of experience with animals that might appear a little bit exotic or unusual to people who don't get to see them every day. I probably have a little bit of a different relationship with what kind of animals inspire fear or revulsion or affection. For example, not many people find the sight of a particular black and white bird very threatening, but that's probably because they've never been dive bombed by a magpie when they were a kid. We actually used the magpie as the mascot for a game about road safety that I made a number of years ago for kids learning how to ride their bikes safely around cars. And basically it's because the magpie is such an iconic character in Australia. So think about when it comes to games. As an artist, I generally look at them from a visual design point of view, and I'm really interested in the creature design of animals in games, like whether or not they are an existing animal or a fantasy animal. Something I notice a lot in games is when they use our known mental library of existing animals to have a kind of shorthand to give us information about what this animal in their game might be like, especially if it's a fantasy animal that we would never have encountered in real life. How should we approach it? Is it likely to be threatening or friendly or neutral? And by giving it a similar shape or features to existing animals for which we have that sort of information and that memory, you can basically do away with reams of text and exposition that would otherwise get in the way of gameplay and allow the player to quite intuitively pick up on whether this is an animal that they should be concerned about encountering, or perhaps even think of as like something that they can utilize as a mount or as food. And quite a lot of games use this strategy fairly subtly, to the point that unless you're looking for it, you may not immediately notice what this fantasy creature is based on. One that does it really quite obviously is the Avatar: The Last Airbender series. I worked on all the console tie-in games from the original seasons and the live-action movie, so I got quite familiar with seeing all their mashups of animals, which were mostly done for novelty value in that case. But one that I really enjoyed was the Fire Nation lizard mounts, because in Australia we have a lot of really large lizards, and they tend to congregate in cafes and around areas where there's a lot of humans, the same way that a lot of people in other countries get sparrows. So again, they're not really considered to be a threatening animal, although you do treat them with a little bit of caution. It's one of those animals that is perfectly neutral unless attacked or intimidated. So yeah, seeing lizards used as mounts, but also as fighting animals in a game was really quite cool. One of the other animals that I don't know that as many non-Australians appreciate is actually quite true to life is the platypus bear. I love this shot, which is from the cartoon of Avatar, where it gets frightened and lays an egg in surprise, like you might expect a chicken to do. Except that that's actually normal behavior for a platypus. It's one of the few egg-laying mammals in the world. The poor platypus always did kind of look like it was designed by committee. Thinking of weird animal mashups, the cow plant in The Sims is actually one of my favorite because it's surprisingly complex in its behavior. It's a pet, a plant, and a threat. You can play with it, you can feed it, but don't be fooled by its cake lure or it'll eat you. And it's something you actually have to watch out for neighboring Sims wandering into your garden, because they might get eaten by this thing that you are otherwise keeping as a pet. And I think it's an example of a somewhat more complex and realistic look at domesticated animals, and not something you normally see in these sort of farming, gardening games. Insofar as it's only somewhat tame. Yeah, you can treat it as a pet, but it'll still act out its animal nature. It isn't totally safe to be around, especially when it's hungry. And I think it's something you don't often see a lot of representation of in those sort of games. Something else I really enjoy seeing is when designers play with an animal's scale in game. This is from Limbo, and I love the fact that the spider creature in it is huge compared to the player, which is basically tapping into that out-of-scale fear that many of us have of spiders, and in the game, making it as large and threatening as it is in our minds. And Fable also does this really well. It has these giant bugs that you find in the forest around Albion, and it's kind of an opportunity for us to actually fight these tiny creatures that many of us find scary or irritating at a scale that actually allows us to make a satisfying fight out of it. Taking these animals that scare us, despite not actually being a threat, and making them a real large threat in game is a great way to allow us to do combat with these non-threatening creatures that unfortunately still terrify us in real life. And thinking of replicating our out-of-game interactions with animals, in Yonder, the cats all basically resemble Pusheen in that they're just little loafs of cat that roll around. And the gameplay around the cats in Yonder is based entirely on just encountering a cat in the world, which you can locate by their adorable little mewing sound. Then when you find it, you just watch it loll around and be cute for a few seconds before putting it in your backpack. It's basically a collection quest, but it taps into that instinctual or cute value of cats that we have in the real world, where we just enjoy watching them be their adorable selves. In the same game, Yonder, there are larger animals called Gruffles, and because this isn't actually a combat-based game, you don't want the player necessarily being intimidated by the size or the horns on this creature. So one of the ways that the designers used to diffuse our normal association with an animal that might be considered large and intimidating, therefore a threat, is giving it a movement style that reminds us of a cute, familiar animal. This big animal bounces around like it's an enthusiastic puppy. So the Gruffle will either bounce towards you if they want to interact, or they'll waddle away on their tiny stubby legs, basically making them instantly cute and cuddly despite their horns and size. And I think it's a really great strategy for if you're planning on creating a creature that resembles either a predator or a threat in a game, to diffuse that natural reaction the player has of instantly going on the alert and perhaps attacking it. One way to tip the player off is through giving it a non-threatening movement style, rather than shoot first, ask questions later. So I've basically been talking about games that use animals as NPC or enemy characters. But when I was first getting into games when I was a kid, all of the animals were actually the player character that you got to play. And I don't know if this is something that's changed over the years. This is really a mid-90s kind of reminiscence for me. Or if it's the fact that we, at that point, perhaps thought of video games as being more kid-friendly, and we've always used those kind of animals with human traits in kids' media, like Peter Rabbit to the Looney Tunes. They all had these cute mascots as player characters. And one of the things I really enjoyed about that, but I don't think I appreciated when I was a kid, because obviously they were so familiar, is there's a lot of Australian animals in there. And I think that they were actually chosen sometimes by American studios to be in those games because they were almost fantasy characters. Like they were creatures that were just weird and different enough without actually having to come up with a totally made up character that they could use them as their mascots. And it's not something I realized at the time, but a lot of people didn't even realize that Crash Bandicoot was based on a real animal. Like the bandicoot was the animal. When I was looking him up online to find pictures, I found so many descriptions of him, or questions like, is he a fox? Is he a rat? What is he? And yeah, it's something that I think, when you see it from being an Australian, you don't realize it, but these are actually like weird, exotic, interesting creatures who, to a lot of people, have no pre-existing associations of whether it's supposed to be like a cute, cuddly animal or whether it's a dangerous animal like a fox. One game that I came across recently that I really enjoyed being the player character as an animal was Ian's Eyes. It's a game where you play the guide dog to a blind kid on his first day at school, and you have to protect him against the hordes of creepy school children in the school. But it's not only interesting because you get to play the animal as protagonist, but it really flips on its head that whole companion animal idea. There's a lot of games that utilize a dog as a companion animal, but I suppose less often do you see the animal in a relationship with a human in a game where the animal is actually the one in charge and making the decisions. So that was a really interesting reversal of that kind of role in games. There's a game in Fable, the chicken kicking contest, which is terrible, but it's basically a callback to the original Zelda games where you were able to hit chickens with your sword and make them go flying. And I remember playing that when I was a kid, and you find it hilarious. And it was really interesting coming to Fable as an adult and having quite a different reaction to the opportunity I was given to kick a chicken. I thought, I don't want to. Oh my God, the poor little chicken. And it was an interesting look at how my relationship with animals and how I would approach a essentially non-threatening animal in a game has changed as I've gotten older, because this is no longer an interaction I really want to have in a game. And also, maybe that's the Australian coming out of me, because as always, remember, the birds will fight back.
Hello everyone, welcome to my portion for this PAX panel talk. My name is Brandon. I am a public relations coordinator, currently volunteering my time with Posthorn PR, a new initiative to provide pro bono PR services to new indies. Now, animals have always been an important aspect of my life, dogs in particular. I've been lucky to have raised and known many great doggos over the years, so I thought, why not talk about man's best friend in my portion of this talk? I'm sure many of you in the industry might follow a certain Twitter handle called Can You Pet the Dog? It's a great account if you haven't already followed it, but it definitely made me want to think of a new question. Sure, there are plenty of games where we can pet the dog, but how many games can you play as the dog? Surprisingly, not many. Now, of course, there are plenty of games where you partner with a dog, or maybe even temporarily control one. For example, Riley from Call of Duty, Goose, or Rapide from Tales of Vesperia. But what about playing as a dog for majority of a game? Well, let's take a look at 3 game examples where the hero is a canine. Starting with Clover Studios' magnum opus, Okami. In this game, players take control of Amaterasu, a reincarnation of the Japanese sun goddess in wolf form. Now, to players, she looks like a divine wolf with a fiery shield on her back, while to the local villagers, she's just a normal-looking wolf that just happened to show up in the village one day. Now, she'll eventually use her celestial brush and ancient weapons to save Japan, but that's only one facet to this character. Clover Studios emphasized not only her divine skills and abilities, but also the abilities and things that she can do as a wolf. So let's take a look at that, shall we? Now, Ami has a dedicated bark button, which can be used to interact with characters and animals. She can also dig in certain spots to find treasure or even cause a bit of mischief in the village. Even in combat, Ami has some great unique dog-specific techniques, like a golden shower attack, and among others I won't mention. While she can't speak to villagers directly, she can interact with animals by speaking to them or by providing food to them. Animals, especially dogs, play a key role in the main narrative, with the introduction of the canine warriors, each dog representing a virtue of Confucianism. One warrior in particular showcasing the strong loyalty and bond by wanting to protect his owner from danger when Orochi, the main villain, comes to disrupt the village. I'm mainly going to keep the story as simple as that, because I would really encourage everyone to go ahead and give Okami a try. It's available on all modern platforms. So let's move on to the next doggo, shall we? Now, the next dog on the list is Wolf Link from Twilight Princess. Now, this is slightly cheating since Wolf Link isn't playable throughout the entire adventure, but his inclusion to the story and world are just as important. Due to Hyrule being covered in twilight, Link is transformed into a wolf. In this form, Link does not have his traditional arsenal at his fingertips, but instead he'll have to rely on unique wolf abilities alongside help from Midna, his new companion. In this form, Link can dig to get through tight spaces, bite and claw his way through enemies, and utilize wolf senses to follow smells and see spirits/ghosts. And while Wolf Link's segments are relegated to only the Twilight Realm for a few portions of the first half of the game, there are sections where Link will be a wolf in Hyrule. And while in wolf form, Link will be feared because, well, they don't see anything but a monster. So Link will have to talk with the animals to figure out how to progress, sneaking his way through the village, like digging into a house to collect arms and weapons in order to help out later in the adventure. Wolf senses are also very important later in the Twilight Realm sections, as in order to restore light to the provinces of Hyrule, Link will have to collect several, and I mean several, drops of light from invisible twilight bugs, which can only be found using the wolf senses. In the second half of the game, the ability to freely swap forms will allow some new instances of gameplay that at first seems really promising, but it doesn't really ever go anywhere after that. You'll maybe have the occasional use of the wolf abilities, but after that, you'll probably never really go into Wolf Link form except to, well, teleport away. Wolf Link is even only relegated to a boss fight at the end, and that's about it. It would have been really cool to see Nintendo come back to this idea maybe later, but doesn't really seem like they ever will. Now, finally, our final game on the list is A Dog's Life on the PlayStation 2. Developed by Frontier Development, this 2003 adventure game allows us to take control of Jake, a lovable doggo that's just enjoying his life until Daisy, his crush, is dog-napped. Jake will have to collect bones and explore the world to find out what happened. More on that in a second. It definitely deserves its own time. Now, this is one of those unique titles that rarely happen and only happen like once in a generation. And woo boy does it show. Now, you might be familiar with the developer Frontier Development, the makers behind Elite Dangerous. They made a, end quote, GTA but with dogs game. That's, well, I guess quite the marketing point back in 2003, shortly after the GTA games went open world. Now, just like other adventure games of its time, Dog's Life tasks Jake with collecting bones by finishing side quests, digging them up from the ground, or by competing in races or other activities around the game. Different dogs can even be controlled for a very short amount of time to collect specific bones that Jake normally wouldn't be able to get. Frontier Development, I feel like, really captured the essence of being a dog, since you can dig, you can bark, you can jump, and this game infamously has a dedicated poop button, too. Yes, that you heard me correct, a dedicated poop button, which will make Jake poop and allow him to grab his feces to fling at other humans and other dogs. I suppose that's one feature Rockstar certainly will not be replicating in their future titles. Aside from those actions, players will spend a lot of time in Smell-O-Vision, where the game enters a first-person mode where you'll find specifically marked areas to find minigames. Collect enough smells, and you can move on to the next location. Now, a few seconds ago, I briefly mentioned the story, and wow, this game kind of goes from like 0 to 100 in like 2 seconds. So, it turns out that Daisy and other dogs are being dog-napped by an evil corporation in order to be turned into cat food. Yes, to turn dogs into cat food. And it gets darker, because at the end, the main villain, Miss Peaches, is sliced, diced, and mashed into cat food at the end. While the dogs just watch. It's something else, that's for sure. Now, these obviously are not the only games where you can play as a dog. There are a few more out there, but it's not entirely common as much as petting a dog is. Okami, Twilight Princess, and A Dog's Life all focus on similar but different aspects of being a canine, and I would love to see more of this be evolved in the next generation. I'd like to really see more creative outlets and unique titles come out of this, and hopefully maybe even one of them will be the next big hit. Well, anyway, thank you again for watching, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your time at PAX Online.
Hi, PAX, PAX Online. Thank you so much for joining me on my leg of our session, Lovely or Lethal, Will These Animals Cuddle Me or Kill Me? I look forward to talking a little bit about animal representation in games across the spectrum, some of my favorite animal representation in games, some of my least favorite animal representation in games, animals in games I've worked on, and what I think the future of animal representation and interaction in games is. Yeah, I really look forward to this. I think animals make our lives more colorful, and I'm happy to be a part of this panel. So thank you for joining me. So who am I? My name is Jonathan Jennings. I'm a software engineer out of Los Angeles. My indie game dev studio is called Weird Kid Studios, where I'm working on my first solo game for the Oculus Quest called Galactic Bar Fight. I've been working in the industry for the past 8 years, 4 years in mobile games, 4 years in VR, and I really relish being able to work among so many talented people, and the amount of studio dogs I've seen and worked with has been awesome, and I loved pretty much all of them. Yeah, it's an awesome job, and I love being a programmer. Um, the animals in my life are Rue, Foxy, and Grizzly. Rue is to the far left. She is my girlfriend's very judgmental cat. She likes to stare at me and peek at me around corners, and then whenever I look at her, she gets really surprised and then turns away or runs away. It's super interesting. When I feed her, she'll walk to me though. To the right is Foxy with the perky ears. She's very shy. She's my sister's dog. She's a lap dog. And to the right of her is Grizzly on his back. He is my barrel of fur. I love and adore him. He is just full of licks and happiness whenever I see him. Um, he is the best dog in the world, and I couldn't imagine life without any of them. So, the perks of pets for programmers. I think pets in general are the fluffiest rubber ducks you get. Rubber duck debugging is one of the oldest solutions for problem solving and programming. It's basically the process of talking to someone or something inanimate to kind of work through your mental process when you're trying to debug a problem or find a solution. And I think when a pet's around, they are the best creatures to voice those potential solutions too. So I think looking into those eyes, I feel like I could solve any problem, and I think that makes pets the best rubber ducks you could imagine. And they're actually animate, so they can, lick you when they think you got the right answer. The next perk for pets for programmers is, and this applies to all disciplines of game dev, I think they're excellent stress relief during the hard times. Maybe you're crunching, maybe you have a really aggressive milestone, maybe you're just having a bad day. I think it's something really special when you're in the studio or you get home and you just have a pet that's there to embrace you, even if it requires some food bribery, and just kind of love you through the hard times. Just remind you that it's going to be okay and life goes on beyond your game, beyond the hard day, beyond a rough project. So yeah, I love having pets around for stress relief when things get tough, when life gets tough. And then the last perk for programmers in terms of having pets or animals in the studio is just they encourage you to get moving and uh, to take walks. We camp out in front of our computers. We camp out during meetings quite a bit, and so sometimes it's nice to have someone that can nudge you with their nose and let you know, hey, I kind of want to go outside and kind of remind you that, hey, maybe you need to go outside too and stretch your legs, clear your mind. And maybe I know for me, sometimes taking a walk and coming back to the studio, I'll hit the work way harder after a brief break versus trying to power through and sometimes not getting very far. So, yeah, pets are great to remind you, hey, sometimes we got to get up and get moving. Animals that have showed up in work that I've done are the animals in the first game I worked on, Animal Planet Wildlands, for the iPhone back in 2012. It was an edutainment digital card collection game, and it featured animals such as giraffes, gorillas, red kangaroos, leopards, ocelots, flamingos, and over 100 in total. You could race them, you could take down animals that were lower on the food chain. It was a super awesome game where I learned a lot of animal trivia, and yeah, it was a great game to work on. And I learned, like I said, I got to learn a lot about a lot of animals. I got to learn a lot about how animals animate and all sorts of stuff like that. And then this is Thunderjack's Log Runner. It's a twitchy action game that I worked on for the iPhone back in 2015. The main antagonists to Thunderjack, or Thunder Jane in this case, are the fish that attack them as they roll down the river. In this scene, it's not working right now, unfortunately, but there's fish that come out of the water and they try to push Jane and or Jack over and interrupt their progress during the gameplay. So they are the enemy to the main characters by far, and super not satisfying to compete against. So one of my favorite representations of an animal in a game is Echo the Dolphin. I think I was about 5 or 6 when I played Echo the Dolphin for the first time, and I was just blown away by how fluid and beautiful Echo was, and how Echo sounds and looks, and just how serene and brave the character of Echo is. Their family gets taken, and they go on a journey to fight jellyfish, octopus, shark, and whatever else is out there to get them back. And I just think Echo is one of the best representations of animals as a game character I've ever seen in the mini games I played, even now, many years later. So yeah, I love Echo the Dolphin. I think it's one of the best representations of any kind of animal in a game. And then my next favorite representation of animal in the game are the Pomeranians in Tokyo Jungle. Um, in Tokyo Jungle, Tokyo is taken over by animals of all types: wolves, lions, antelope, and you get to pick to be an animal, breed, and become like the king of the Tokyo Jungle. And nothing is as satisfying as wandering around as a pack of Pomeranians and taking out packs of wolves or hunting antelope. And just seeing such a small character become the king of the Tokyo Jungle is a lot of fun. So the Pomeranians in Tokyo Jungle are some of my favorite game characters for sure, and a lot of fun to play as. One of my least favorite animal representations in games happen to be the apes, monkeys, and chimps, just in games in general. Ape Escape is a great example. They always seem to be causing trouble and just serving as an obstacle to you completing something. And whether they're attacking you or just kind of causing a mess. I think Donkey Kong, the original Donkey Kong, is a great example of that. The lions and the Lion King are an example of that. Just in general, apes, monkeys, chimps they just tend to be the troublemakers in the games I've played. And so I think that always seems to be annoying. I'd love to see like a monkey or ape character that helps you. And I think the future of animal companions, one of the best animal companions I've seen is Moss, Quill from Moss. She is an awesome mouse who's adventuring, and I love her nonverbal cues, the way she communicates with the player. I like how her body language. She uses sign language to communicate with the player versus using actual words. But beyond that, it's just the way she animates to kind of indicate she's scared, or she's moving timidly, or she's trying to run for her life. Quill is just a really living character, and especially in VR, it feels like you're both going on an adventure together. and a journey, and Quill feels very much like she's living and a part of it as you both explore. And that's it. That's everything. So thank you so much for joining me on my small section of our panel. You can contact me at LinkedIn. You can contact me on Twitter. And you can contact me on Instagram at ChocolateBear1990. Thank you again for joining me on my leg of our panel. I hope you enjoy the rest of it. The team that we put together for this is great. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your PAX Online. Thank you so much. And have a
Hello everyone, my name is Christine and I am a community manager for the games industry. Having worked on games like the Grandia HD collection for Nintendo Switch and PC, as well as Bullcut Studios Mage Quit, which is on Xbox and PC as well. But before I was doing any of that, I was working on getting my bachelor's degree in environmental science and sustainability, where I was working on research and conservation for marine life, which led me to working in the MEEP program at the Museum of Natural History in New York City, where I educated the public on how we can improve conservation efforts for certain species. Now, the way that this is really connected to the work that I do now in the gaming industry is, as a community manager, you're very focused on the representation of your titles to a certain audience and connecting that audience to whatever message that you're talking about. And this is something that we largely do in our conservation efforts. Which brings me to a game called Abzu, which has a extremely important message about how we can help educate the gaming public, the general public, on different species of marine life that maybe we don't even look at or even consider. And the way in which they do this is they have you play as a deep sea diver who's restoring these different environments by bringing species back into these areas. Now, there are times in the game in which you're exploring alongside different species, and you can ride on their back or you can hold onto their fin while you're exploring these absolutely gorgeous areas. And there are so many different kinds of species, from turtles to clownfish to barracudas to all these different kinds of fish and sea mammals that you may or may not know about. And one of the things that you can do in the game is meditate. Now, when you meditate, you're able to jump from animal to animal in that area in order to learn their names. And by doing this, they invoke this kind of curiosity about every single, species that's in that area. And I do believe that there are trophies, awards you can get for doing this, but I think that this just general natural curiosity that invokes is so important to not just conservation efforts, but scientific efforts. Now, one of the creatures that it looks at in the game is the blue whale. Now, this is just what a blue whale looks like naturally, and then this is what you would see in a zoo. So there's actually an entire scene where you can ride alongside the blue whale and it jumps out of the ocean. It's this really absolutely gorgeous scene that I just have so much admiration for. But just for those of you who don't know, the blue whale weighs as much as 200 tons. That's 33 elephants. And just to see this scene where the blue whale jumps out of the water with you, and it's absolutely gorgeous. And I think it invokes this sense of beauty that just looking at this animal you wouldn't naturally think about. But also these animals are endangered. So the scene in which Abzu has you swimming along this animal really brings focus to how just fragile, and even for its size, how much these animals really need protection. And then so you do explore different creatures as well, maybe some that are not so pretty or don't have a good reputation around them, such as the anglerfish or the giant squid, which are generally just deep sea creatures that you don't encounter when you're snorkeling in shallow waters. But these are species that also exist and they bring attention to in this game as well. And one of these creatures that I also want to look at is the humphead wrasse, which is a creature that normally isn't really talked about even in conservation studies, but it's one that is conservation dependent right now. It's endangered, it's threatened, and the reason why it's threatened is because the amount of overfishing that occurs in its habitat. So it lives in the Red Sea coral reefs, where over 100 million, over a million species currently live, but the role that it plays in protecting those coral reefs is so important because it eats a type of starfish that naturally just eats coral reefs in order to keep it healthy. But because this species is shrinking, that species is growing and eating too much of the coral reef. So I have a lot of appreciation for Abzu bringing attention to this species through meditation and for it showing up multiple times within the game. So it's not too far off from what the species actually looks like. So this is what it looks like naturally. This is a male humphead wrasse, also known as the Napoleon fish. So they can live up to 30 years old. But the problem that's happening with these creatures is that they're not living to these ages because of overfishing. So they're considered in some places, especially in earlier history, they were considered delicacy in some places. But now, because the species has basically been hunted to almost near extinction, there have been laws put in place to protect against overfishing of the species, especially in terms of the juvenile members of the species, because if this species is going to survive at all, they're going to need to be able to grow to maturity in order to reproduce. So another cool thing about this species that isn't necessarily pointed out at the game, but that I really enjoyed researching was, so the species, this is a male. The females are generally orange, pinkish, or like this really bright, vibrant color, but the species will actually switch from female to male if they believe. So they usually swim in pairs, and so if the male dies, the female will actually switch to male so that it can produce more sperm in order to help its numbers overall within its immediate habitat. And now the last thing I wanted to go into was how do I think how would I like to see animals represented moving forward in games? And that brings me to a species, the great white shark. The great white shark is so villainized and made violent in so many games, especially with, I know it's more comical and Maneater, but even classic games like Donkey Kong, Crash Bandicoot, Ape Escape, sharks are always villainized, are always made to be either minor villains or very violent creatures, and this species is currently threatened. So the image that we give these creatures moving forward is extremely important to its survival. And one of the things that we can do as an industry and even as artists is to make sure that the image that we're putting on these creatures for future generations, especially children who will maybe be going into these science fields or even contributing to the life of these creatures, is that we can kind of take that bad reputation, that bad image off of them. And ways which we can do it is to kind of show both sides of the way in which these creatures exist. So Abzu does a great job at this, where in the first time you encounter it, it does attack the ship that's with you. But that's also because shark use their teeth in order to sense new things. They're almost like babies in that way. When they put something in their mouth to figure out something new, sharks will actually have sensory ability in their teeth, and that's why a lot of shark encounters, a shark will actually bite a surfboard, because it's an object that's foreign to them, and they won't go at it with the same veracity that they would their natural prey. So these are some of the kinds of characteristics that we can place onto animals moving forward in order to help their species overall. And another thing that we can do in order to help protect these species is to help support different organizations that either provide research or conservation aid, such as the World Wildlife Foundation, in order to help these efforts. And I really would like to see some of the violent tendencies that are put on certain creatures taken off moving forward in the gaming industry. Thank you. And I hope that you enjoyed this presentation on ABZOO and conservation for marine life. And I will see you all on the other side.
Hey, I'm Mark LaCroix, and I want to talk about how we anthropomorphize animal characters in games to the point where they are people too, and what we can do to carry that forward a little bit. First, a little about me. I'm a longtime filmmaker and animator with some minor credits on Emmy-winning projects. The work of mine you've probably seen is animation for Peebo the Panda, the vandalized animal mascot of the city of Pawnee from Parks and Recreation. It's not my proudest work, but it impressed my brother. Now I run Noble Robot, a indie game developer and publisher here in Minneapolis. We made Widget Satchel, which stars a mischief-making ferret on a space station in the far future. And I'll say more about that in a bit. FYI, if you're like bored of me at any point during this panel or at any time during PAX, feel free to fire up your Switch and head to the eShop and buy yourself a copy of Widget Satchel. Or Color Jumper, a game I ported and published on Switch just last month. Devs gotta eat. I'm also the creator and co-host of Nice Games Club. It's a weekly podcast where Nice Game devs Ellen, Steven, and myself talk gaming and game development. We do in-depth roundtables, interviews, one-hour game jams, and like a whole bunch more. Nicegames.club or wherever you get your podcasts. Before I jump into my thesis, I want to outline the kind of sort of spectrum that animals in video games are placed on. First is like sort of animals in nature, right? So the relationship you have is roughly the same as that you have with actual animals. So one of my favorite examples is Neko Atsume, which is kind of goofy and it's not realistic, but it has that same kind of idea where the cats in there are just cats, right? Then you have like mechanical pets. So they serve like a gameplay function or are themselves a mechanic, the feature of the game. But at this point, they start becoming characters, right? And then that goes into sort of like sidekicks, animal pals. You've got your tails here. An example I like to illustrate for this is Ratchet and Clank. Ratchet's the animal here, right, or the alien or whatever, but it's Clank that's the animal in the relationship. It's this like second order life form. And that's a fuzzy definition and it has lots of implications. But basically you have your sort of like sentient, human-y, kind of people-y characters. And then you have other types, sort of like the droids in Star Wars are this as well, where like they're basically people, but culturally and the way the narrative treats them is kind of like pets or animals. But at that point, these are just fully characters now, right? So player characters that are animals follow on that same spectrum of anthropomorphism, but in kind of a different way. On one side, you have like the Sonic approach, which is basically like humans in animal costumes, right? So furries, basically. They have mainly human characteristics, even if they have like prehensile tails or whatever. Generally, games that feature this type of player characters are fantasy worlds that are populated by other sentient animals. It's not always the case. Sometimes they're the exception. But, this style is descended from cartoons. So like Bugs Bunny, Mickey Mouse, that sort of thing. On the other end of the spectrum, you have the Goose approach, which predates the Goose, but, like an asshole, they've claimed the title. In these games, you're an actual animal in kind of a real-ish world. Sometimes you do human things like take revenge or consult a minimap, but this approach elicits a kind of empathy with the imagined experience of actually being that animal. And this is why I put Goat Simulator in the category, because like it's not realistic, it's not meant to be, but that's not really the point of it. It's actually just about the imagined experience. And that imagining can be anything, right? It doesn't have to be, realistic. My real world examples here work in the same way. So like a skateboarding dog you see on YouTube, or like the World Cup predicting octopus, it captures that same feeling. Even though like most dogs can't ride skateboards and no octopus, as far as I know, is psychic or cares about soccer. One of the prompts we got from the moderator for this panel was, how would you like to see animal representation going forward? And this is something I thought about a lot when we were making Widget Satchel, because neither of these approaches really felt right for that game. I thought like maybe there's another way, right? Something that pulls from both but doesn't contradict either. And so in the game, Sprocket escapes their playpen, knocks over a bunch of shit, and stashes away dozens of socks and trinkets as they run through the station. And that's normal like ferret stuff, right? That's what you'd expect a ferret to do. But the player isn't doing that exactly. We equip Sprocket with the titular Widget Satchel. We give them a wrench and an electromagnet and other power-ups that a ferret couldn't reasonably operate. The player isn't doing ferret stuff. They're solving puzzles, uncovering secrets, figuring out optimal paths. They're doing gameplay stuff. We wanted our game to star a ferret, and we wanted the player to feel like they were a ferret, but we didn't want the game to be a ferret simulator. I also wanted the sci-fi world of Widget Satchel to be a bit silly, but like recognizably human. Ferrets, as we relate to them, are generally pets, right? So our character Sprocket has to be too. Now, Sonic is just far too radical a dude to be anybody's pet, and the Goose is essentially a blank slate, narratively. So our approach only works if Sprocket is neither Sonic nor the Goose, right? Sprocket is cute and lovable, but in the same way that your pet is cute and lovable. And like your pet, your relationship with Sprocket is one where you can fill in some of the details, sort of bridging the gap between the animal that you know that they are and the friend that you see in them. And so I describe this as like Sprocket thinks they're people. But as far as the reality of the narrative concerns, Sprocket is not people. They're a pet ferret. And you see that in the character design, the game's clumsy physics interactions, awkward tumbling animations, sort of the overall game feel. But we connect these two realities with the game mechanics and the visuals. But you do it with your dog or cat too, right? Like you fill in the details of what they got up to while you were at work. You assign them human motivations to the silly things you see them do. Or like our human commander does for Sprocket, you put like pairs of socks on them or something. And that's how you connect those. It sort of works the same way, but we just use a different language to do it. Because we're not exactly trying to give you the feeling of being a ferret, exactly. We're putting you in the socks of this ferret to make you feel human feelings. And so I came up with a name for this concept that like everyone's going to hate, I'm certain of it. Ludonarrative counterpoint. You could also describe it as like the Rugrats approach, which you'll understand if you're about my age. A counterpoint in music is the relationship between two or more independent melodies, which when played together create a single piece of music. It's one of those greater than the sum of its parts concepts, and that's what's important about it. And it's really hard to do well. But video games offer a perfect playing field for counterpoints, not just because they're already a multidisciplinary art form, but because players have developed by necessity a literacy to process seemingly incongruent, contradictory elements. So I want to see more games that can harness that instead of just accounting for it. I've listed a few examples of games that sort of lend themselves to a sort of a counterpointive reading, but I thought about this concept a lot, maybe a little bit too much, while making our little Metroidvania about a ferret who slips past their human and runs around the house, which just happens to be a massive space station populated by robots and explosives. It sort of required a little bit more thinking for me to really execute an idea like this, even if the player doesn't see it. Animal characters are a perfect way into this kind of concept of game and narrative design because it's not hard to get someone interested in a game if you put a cute animal in it, but also because we have these kinds of rich multi-dimensional relationships with the animals in our lives already. So we kind of understand this sort of multiple realities that this offers us. So it's a perfect way in. So what can we do with this, right? So in Widget Satchel, I set up a mechanically adversarial relationship between Sprocket, who damages station equipment, and the humans whose job it is to keep the station operational. But narratively, the humans have no idea that Sprocket is the one causing problems, and Sprocket is a ferret and probably has no idea they're causing any trouble for anyone. This is basically a third-person narrative, as far as the player is concerned. But unlike most games where you sort of lose control of the main character during cutscenes, the player is always in control of Sprocket. It's just that the player's motivations are not the same as Sprocket's. So in the end, the player can decide to leave on a shuttlecraft or return home to the human commander, who you learn as you play sort of misses Sprocket dearly. No choice you make is out of character, and ultimately it's a modest story about empathy and perspective, and that's a human story. So we can use counterpoint between mechanics and narrative to really talk about anything. And certainly we can use animal characters to talk about animal issues themselves. Imagine a rhythm game where you're auditioning for like a dog orchestra, and if you don't make the cut, you get put down. That's a Twilight Zone episode if it's about humans. But if you think about it from the perspective of that puppy in the window, trying to go home with somebody, it can give players a new perspective on kill shelters and dog breeding and other real-world animal rights debates. We can also talk about human relationships too, and in a way that does not rely on allegory. Imagine a game where you sort of play as like a hamster spy, compiling intelligence reports on the mundane activities of like a neighborhood of humans to trade with the other hamster delegations or whatever. What kind of stories could be told about family, culture, or politics if seen through like an unexpected lens like that? Certainly there's a lot of value in the Sonic approach and the Goose approach, right? Embodying a fully abstracted or a completely simulated animal character lets more people and more types of people be the hero in a video game, in that it's far preferable to like another white dude with like a thick neck. But we can do more and more interesting things with animals in games. At least I think we can. So that's it for me. Please go buy Widget Satchel if you want to be a goof and collect socks. Feel free to drop me a line if you have any thoughts on this topic or would like to submit Sprocket fan art to my personal collection. And give a listen to Nice Games Club if you want to hear 3 times as many developers deliver 9 times as much wisdom for 6 to 7 times as long as this every week. Thanks.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between 2 familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into 2 distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
What do you think it's like here, being a kid in the hospital? How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Choose your swap at Momoko! Yukimiko! Terabyte! Queen Polly! Amelie! Era Millennia! Versus mode! Story mode! We challenge you to a Swabette showdown!
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's.
Awesome. Hello, internet. Like we got ladies, we got gentlemen, we got genderqueers, we got all of the above. Hello, I'm Maya Coleman. I'm Kickstarter for Skybound Tabletop. And I brought all of these lovely people to join me on stream to talk to you about how necessary diversity is in the tabletop industry and what we need to go and do that, because honestly, it's ridiculous how one note some of these games are. That's just stupid. We got all these cool people playing all these games, so we should be making all these cool games about all these people. That's essentially how I would round that out, I guess. So here are the lovely people on the panel that we'll be talking with today. First is me, who I told you who I am already. I'm the Kickstarter manager for Skybound Tabletop. I'm known for being still the only employee at Secret Hitler 4 years running. I ran the Trogdor, the board game Kickstarter, by myself from a train in the Netherlands, and I do a lot of Kickstarter stuff. James, you want to, without further ado,
running Trogdor from a train in somewhere, that kind of gave me
Bruh.
Snowpiercer vibes. Like
Honestly,
Maya
it kind
on a
of
train,
was.
like keeping
It
things
was.
together.
I think Anya, weren't you there for a meeting that I had? I think it was for Inhuman Conditions though. It was like me and you and Luke on a train, and like a train noise was like enormous, and Luke was like, "Where are you?" And I was like, "A train." Yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, James, continue. Snowpiercer's great. Anyway, tell us who you are.
I am James. I am senior director of Skybound Tabletop Games, and I care about this subject a lot. So here I am.
Thank you. You should, because it's important. Anya, this is Anya. They're my best friend. Tell us who
Aw.
you are, Anya.
Hi, I'm Anya. I'm the director of games at Kickstarter. That's Kickstarter, the company, not a specific Kickstarter
Right.
project, which can get a little confusing.
Yes.
So I'm responsible for the category. That's tabletop games, that's video games, that's LARP, that's anything that is a game. I have to make sure the ship or the train here is running.
Hello. Nice. Yeah, Anya's badass. Also, she's a musician. And she's great. Cool. All right. Here we go. Jeremy. What's going on, dude? How you doing? Tell us about who you are.
Yeah. Well, I work with Man vs. Meeple, which is a media outlet. We cover board games in many different ways. I myself do a little bit of everything that is around board games: advertising, promotion, reviews, playthroughs for solo stuff, and pretty much just doing community building things. So that's what I'm supposed to do, is spread knowledge about board games and also make sure the community is healthy. So.
Hell yeah. You are like a dude that I was like, I want to know that dude. But then I was like, I'm too awkward to introduce myself to that dude.
No,
but then I eventually did, and I'm like, what up, Jeremy? Hey.
Never.
Thank you for accepting my awkwardness and doing cool community stuff.
Yeah.
And Marcus, oh my God, sorry. I'm so excited to talk to Marcus and Kara too. I just hear Courtney talking about y'all. Can y'all talk about yourselves? Because you do cool stuff.
Sure.
Like at the same time.
No. Actually, I was gonna say Marcus, but no, Kara, you go first because I remembered how much I love your cat. Kara, please tell us who you are and what you do.
Okay, cool. I'm Kara Michelle Ryan. I am the art director and half of Water Bear Games. We have published Discount Salmon and Bees and Let Her Go so far. And yeah.
I like those games.
Yay.
Yeah, I luckily have a roommate who is like y'all's biggest fan, so I get to experience y'all's games, and I'm like, yes.
Yeah.
That's why I reached out to y'all. And then Marcus, can you give some little bit of you on this as well?
Sure. I'm Marcus. I'm Kara's cousin, and I write the rules for the games and make the games up, and then she makes them pretty. So
Yo,
we work
see,
together
that's like,
well.
yeah, like you're both sides of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
That is excellent. Can't wait to play your games more. I want to play everybody's games. Honestly, okay, great. You guys are great. I love you all. Thank you for being on this panel. So, why are we here? We are here because the game industry, tabletop industry rather, has a problem. And that problem is that it's real homogenous with the same people making games and the same people making like are the subject of other games. Like, do we know? I know there have been some people that have tried to make strides, but like as y'all know, it hasn't been a lot. But can you think of offhand some things that some people have already tried to do in the past that isn't just like saying we're going to do something, but then they didn't actually do anything?
There's a game that was on Kickstarter from Banana Chan, and of course the name is escaping me. It was very recent, and it was a tabletop game about the Asian immigrant experience and running a restaurant, which I was like, that is a subject that I feel like is not discussed in tabletop, and let alone a game at all. There's been a couple like this is not the right term, diversity games, right? Like that's a terrible term, but games that are not just about like trains or or just like typical sort of white dude stuff. It's kind of cool for me to work in a space to be like, oh wow, this is interesting. I didn't think about this perspective. How do you make a game for that? So
I've always found that just we're at a point where I've kind of seen it where it's just a blender of stuff, where it's like it seems effortless blender, of culture, which is great, to represent everybody and sexual orientation and stuff like that, and it make it look effortless. And then you just have the other part where you have like maybe one character of color and they look very stereotypical, or they got painted with a brown brush, and not necessarily a good brown brush, just like a really dark one with a dark crayon, with
That
a
like
dark crayon,
nobody washed the water out before, so it's
and
just
it's
been like
like,
crusty with the old paint. Yeah.
or you can just tell, it's like it's done by a foreign artist, and the foreign artists don't necessarily have a touch of what's going on in this world. They don't, nor do they care. So yeah, we can get into all that, but
we will.
We can get
In
all
fact, yes, that is the point of the panel.
Yeah.
Because like I've seen a lot of these types of panels too. And usually they're run by like really like performative people who are like, yes, look at these reasons why I'm doing the right thing. And that's not always helpful. And I think what we should totally talk about today is like what's actually helpful. What are some actual like active things we can be doing, and how people should be handling all of this, because the industry is cool and it's growing and there's all these cool new people. So we need to have the games grow too, or else like what is the whole community would just be stagnant if we didn't make new games for all the cool new people we're adding on to the community. But one of the good things also is that everybody kind of comes from everywhere. So let's talk about like where we were when we were getting started in the industry. Me, whew, wow. If you had talked to me like 5 years ago, I'd be like, yeah, I'm just gonna like be a film composer or whatever. And now I'm working in board games somehow. I seriously, my friend Tommy made Secret Hitler, and that's the end of the story as to how I happened, which is wild. And it was very much like I'm the only POC in this office, kind of. Who else is making games? No one? Cool. I'm just gonna chill in my cubby and stuff, and it's really nice actually to see how much that has changed. But I wanted to hear from you guys too. Like, what was your journey starting from how it was like when you started versus like how things are going now? Because at least for me, things are getting better. They're probably not where we need to be, but they're getting better.
Oh, well, I'll just go ahead and kick it off.
Yeah, go
I,
ahead.
I work at the VA. I am a trainer by day. I basically do a version of what I'm doing for the industry. Is like I train and teach things, and that's kind of halted right now. But we're about to kick that up again. I'm very excited. But that's what I was doing before I even got in the industry. So I was already into like writing curriculum, creating content, because that's what I do at the VA is create content for people to digest and learn about development. And even in that industry, there's not a lot of people of color at all. Like, we actually just had a huge overhaul in our office after a whole bunch of staff members left, and now my boss is my boss is black. Our front, like, we have all these people now of color, a very eclectic bunch, which is great to have. But then I go over and I look at the industry, and like, yeah, that's food. I tell you, I guess the industry's on the diet because I don't see a lot of us, So it's like, it's like, so and I honestly, I'll be honest with you, like, I see some of that changing, but I also see a lot of things that need to be, developed.
Absolutely.
And I see, and I will be honest when I say this, that I feel like there are people in place that are developing that, but they're not in a place of power yet,
Right.
And they do need to do the work, like everybody else, and they need to hone their skills. But I feel like we are slowly starting to see that culture grow. It may take 5 more years before those people get to those positions. I mean, because you can see how women are dealing with it. Like, the things that women have to deal with alone. So it's like, are we next, or like, is that a blender, like, or is that industry, the industry always going to be like that? So we don't know, but we do have some people coming, and I like that idea. I like to try to take a positive spin on it. Try. Try.
So yeah, how's the rest of y'all's journeys been?
I love the positive spin. I'm a Sagittarius, so not to get all astrology or whatever, because it's all, I'm sorry, it's just nonsense. It's all nonsense. But that is apparently one of the traits of a Sagittarian, is we tend to, you can throw anything at us and we're like, well, but here's the positive side of it.
I'm a Leo, so I have to, I'm just,
then we
all
would
positivity.
you and I would get along very well. Leos and Sagittarius are very, very compatible. Anyway, so I've been in the games industry 12 years. I've been in the tabletop industry about 4.5 years. And before that, I studied music. That's what I thought I would do. And then I was like, oh, the music industry is so terrible to women. I'll go to games.
Yup.
Good move. Strong move.
Strong move. Yeah.
Strong move.
Such a strong move. So it's been 12 years of a lot. It's been a lot. It's very interesting every time we have a Me Too movement that's happened in games. It's been happening roughly every other year at this point, and nothing ever changes, except maybe the last couple of years some stuff has changed, but it's kind of all the same. I would say, just to kind of infuse a little bit of the video game perspective in here too, since that's technically my specialty, but obviously working in tabletop, working for Kickstarter, that's a big part of my life too. There is a little bit more diversity in the video game space, at least from what you see in terms of the people that are making the content. The business side of it, not really.
It's still,
it's still pretty like a bunch of straight white dudes. It is changing. Roles are changing. I think also just looking at how work is going to change moving forward, given this current sort of like, we've been stuck at home for so long, remote is going to be a lot more possible. Hiring people from different backgrounds, because there's an accessibility issue, which is going to be a lot easier, right? If it's like people have to work from home for whatever reason, I think it's actually going to potentially be a positive. There we go. See, there's my positive spin for you.
Spin it.
But I will say that the tabletop space, I was really surprised when I started going to conventions for Kickstarter at how I would walk into a room, and I generally always feel like I'm the only one in a room, just because, like, despite this creamy white skin, I'm half Indonesian. And no one really suspects that. So I'll walk into a room and be like, yep, it's a bunch of white people and they all think that I'm one of them, and I am not.
It's lit. Oh my god, you're like a double agent. I'm so sorry. That's so funny.
No, it's so true, because
That's so funny.
like, I clock it in the back of my head. I'm just like, yep, there it is. I can tell you that, like, I'm sure, like, as my fellow women will do the same thing. Like, we're only women in the room. I have the fun added layer of the secret that no one knows. But I will say that, like, I do feel like some of that has changed. However, I also don't know how much of that is a confirmation bias, where I have chosen to surround myself with people that are not just a bunch of white dudes because I refuse to adhere to the norms. But I do feel like just sort of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, you finish what you said.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I do feel like just anecdotal surveying of being at like PAX, it does feel like things are shifting a little bit.
I always lend this to is like you found the people who can sit with you comfortably at the lunch table,
Yeah.
you know, and you wish that everybody was hanging out at the lunch
Right.
table. You know, that's
Yeah.
the problem. It's like you find your lunch table, and like for me, it's always going to be an eclectic bunch of people that I feel like have signed up for the contract. That is like, hey man, like let's be together. You know, like let's be together, respect each other. You know, and respect everybody around us. But
Yeah.
you know, even within that, it's unfortunate that you can't go that far because then there's the poker room talk, and then there's the people who just, you know, they're doing it just to kind of cover up, and you know, that's what we're really dealing with here, and that's what we're really dealing with. A lot of undercover stuff going on, and a lot of like, you know, in plain sight but not seen, especially with women, you know, which is unfortunate.
I don't want to take up too much time because I do want to hear from Kara, James, and
Marcus.
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 But I will say one of the things that's very interesting as a like secret agent is the number of times I will be in a space that is all white, and someone that's not me will be like, "Did anyone else notice that there's only white people here?" And I'm like, that doesn't make you better.
That's also wild. I feel like they don't always notice that. Like I was talking to Jace about that too. It's like, do white people know? Like when white people walk into a room with only white people, are they registering that they're walking into a room with only white people? Or are they just like, here I am in a room? As opposed to like, I walk into a room and I'm like, okay, how many? I got these brothers. Like there's like 2 brothers in the corner. Okay. And I got some, okay. I'll make my way over to those places where the other 2 people are. Like, but like, I feel like white people like, that's a huge weight removed completely from just entering a space.
Yeah, I mean, I do sort of feel like like part of me wants to be like, good job, but another part of me is like, are you saying that to be the person to call it out because you want to change it, or are you doing it because it's the topic of conversation right now? And that's where I get very, very concerned about intent. That's always like a huge one for me. And so I've definitely just left conversations and be like, I can't be a part of this conversation because I'm gonna go off. Anyway, sorry.
Well, what are some of y'all's other experiences, Kara and Marcus? Y'all are so nice. Sorry, yeah. What are y'all's experiences too, guys?
I'm from Nebraska, so
what?
Yeah.
Wait, you're from Nebraska? Like Nebraska,
cheers to you, sir.
I'm in Omaha, Nebraska right now.
Bro, black people are from Nebraska?
There are some.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are.
Oh, I need to send y'all
I just looked it up.
Thank y'all.
The state is 88% white. So it's
rough. I think what's more rough is that none of them know. Like they're like, I think it's 100%. And Marcus is just like, meh. Kara's like,
I am aggressively noticed when I enter the rooms. I mean, when I'm not at game conventions, my day job is software development, and there are not many of us there either. I mean, I could count on one hand the number of other people who aren't just like white guys. Just when you go to a convention, for computers and for board games are very similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of overlap in our friend groups. Like a lot of the software people are also tabletop nerds. So fancy that.
That's neat. I didn't even think about that. That's neat.
But yeah, so before I was doing tabletop stuff, I had graduated pretty recently from college, and I was an administrative and marketing assistant at a fitness center, but I wanted to be doing art things. And so in the beginning, like there was this event over a weekend called Startup Weekend where you try to start a company in 48 hours, or at least like the proof of concept. So Marcus was like, I want to start a board game company. And he was like, Kara, come make pretty art for my games. I was like, okay. And that's that's how it kind of got kicked off. But oh yeah, there's
nice.
there's the shirt from
Yo, that's a sweet
Startup
shirt.
Weekend.
I like that color.
How about that?
It's like blood orange. It's a good color. All right.
It's funny that you talk about the color because Marcus said it was discount salmon, and then we made a game based on the
Stop
color.
it! Are you kidding me?
Yep, that's absolutely true.
That's oh my god!
Yeah, I have to take pictures.
I am so blessed to have learned this information. That is so cool. I love just like weird, like organic stuff like that. It's like, well, this is our lives now. Here's a game. So yeah, James, I want to hear about your journey too, because my mind is like forever blown at like how like white people see the changes / don't see the changes. So like, what have you seen as like a dude with some power and some status who's been around here for quite some time? What have you seen?
White fragility. That's what I see. And that's not just board games. That's the whole power structure, right? Is based around that white fragility. And whenever we start trying to, even internally in our own company, which I think Skybound is a pretty progressive company and cares and is inclusive. Even when you start trying to chip away and implement things, that white fragility pops its little head up and is like, well, can we do that because of, and you're like, you have to smash it with a sledgehammer. And it really exposes that I can't use, I'm always called out for being hyperbolic. A lot of companies are built on, white supremacy and, privilege. And so you get these areas that just need to be broken and beaten down and then rebuilt back up the right way. So a lot of the conversations that I have in the industry, like Jeremy was saying, are one-on-one because a lot of people are unwilling to have them in public. So I have a lot of these conversations one-on-one, and the biggest thing is like I am preaching, evangelizing why diversity is important, because I don't feel like if people don't have a genuine reason why they should do it in the first place, or why they should care in the first place, they're going to be doing it for tokenism. They're going to be doing it for the wrong reasons. I don't know if I think that was just mostly me rambling for like 3 minutes. I don't know if that answered any of your questions.
No, it did. And like, it also brought up this other point, where like right now, we're talking a lot about, like my next section where we're trying to make ourselves seen. We're trying to, see like just each other within the community and everything. And I think it's really great, James, that you have been talking to about this, because I feel like you, like a games person who is white in the sphere of games, telling other white games persons to be doing things is helpful, because like they don't want to listen to us. It's like,
they don't want to listen to me
like
either.
let's just like say that, like I'm sure some of them want to listen to us, but like for the most part it's like I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, which is part of why I am doing this panel so much and I am pulling all these people together, is because I'm like, I am tired of you not listening to me. Like we need to do things, we need to make change, and we're here, we need to stay seen. So like, what are some things that you guys have been doing to make yourself seen and to make others seen? For me, it's just people randomly taking pictures of me at cons for Secret Hitler and then posting me in the Secret Hitler subreddit, which is very stressful.
Yeah.
It's fine, but I meet a lot of cool people. But I'm also like, since my whole company is like dads who like don't want to like see anybody, and then it's me being like, I guess I'm the only one here. It's very stressful because it's like, here I am on this pedestal, but I also don't want to be on this pedestal. I just want to give you guys cool games, which is also why I'm working for Skybound now, because I'm like, heck yes, cool games, more people. But like, how do you guys go about making yourself seen and like see how you're like represented in the environment, or if we even do get to represent ourselves how we want to represent ourselves in this environment? What say you?
I would say partly just because I'm really a big self-promoter. I kind of have an outward personality, so I don't really allow people to not see me if I don't want to. Like, I'm just one of those people. Like, I'm just one of those people. I like to be amongst people. I want people to know about things. I want to share. So I think just by doing that, over time, whether you have those internal bugs that I think some people feel right away, they may get over them over time. Or unfortunately, I may be the one that they are okay with, like, but I can't take that approach. I have to at least, remain positive, also represent myself well, which is something I know I have to do in this world anyway, better than other people in a sense. It's unfortunate, but like I really do have to put my best foot forward and keep it tight, and try to be good, sometimes. And unfortunately, that's the way it works. But I've been doing that, and I try to collaborate with a lot of people. I try to help a lot of people get contacts, just anything that I can do to help other people, like myself, men, women, does not matter at all. I want to, not just be up front. I want to be behind the scenes and really help people grow and help this hobby grow into a more diverse community. And I will do that, whether I burn or not. This is just cardboards and cubes. I care about the people. So
heck yeah. And for our fellow introverts, what do y'all do to make yourself seen? That's really rad, Jeremy, though. I feel like it's so important to if you have that access, then share that access and bring people up. Like that's so important.
No, you have to. It's your responsibility. It's your responsibility. Like I have a platform. I've only been going up for 3 years. I've only been going up, and I may be at my plateau. Who knows? But I will take people with me, or I will send them to wherever they need to go, or whatever they need help with, or give them what I had confusion with, so that they can do what they want to do with it. And I just won't stop doing it. That's what I made. That's what I'm here for.
Right. So you and James like talking to people. Yeah. Bless both of your hearts. For the other introverted more people on this panel, myself included. What are some of those things that y'all are doing to make yourselves seen that aren't accidentally being posted up on Reddits of your board games?
Ooh, I'm mostly on Twitter, lurking. No,
just lurk. That's like the opposite of making yourself seen. You're intentionally hiding yourself on Twitter. Like that's not
Marcus. Well, Marcus, I feel like, at least before pandemic times, like you would go to like a ton of conventions, and like I go to conventions when I can, but like even before pandemic times, like the last couple of years, I've been focusing on my kiddos. Like I have one that's 2 and then one that's 2 months old now. So yeah.
Precious.
So I've been focusing on my kiddos. But like I'll still do art for our games when I find the time, and hopefully when the kids are a little older, I can just bring them with me to conventions and we'll all play board games and it'll be fun. But
that would be great.
Cute as heck.
Yeah. But yeah, Marcus, I feel like you would go to cons like at least 1 a month or like 2 or 3.
Marcus, you're hustling.
I was trying real hard. So I specialize in mostly going to the game development conventions. So your Protospiels, your Unpubs, and Tabletop Network. That was really good. And I went to all of those, bringing my games, letting people see me as a game designer.
Yes.
And yeah, because that's pretty rare. You have to have both time and money to go to those things.
Yes.
And the people with the kind of time and money just don't look very much like us.
Yep.
So.
But when we get there, we're there.
Represent.
We get that nod. I keep trying to talk to my mom about like the Black people nod at cons, where I'm like, what up?
Ooh, it's like
one blurred across the room, and I'm like, what up?
Yeah. Yeah.
How you doing? You're like a mile away, but I see you.
Yeah.
Do you subconsciously count when you walk in the room?
I always count. That is not subconscious. I intentionally count.
All right.
You ready? So this is terrible. This is terrible.
No!
This is terrible.
Oh no!
All right. So when I was coming up and stuff, like, first starting out my little tiny blog, and I didn't really know, nobody knew me or whatever. I would go to conventions and they would say, oh, like you'll see me. And I always write these emails that are very colorful and trying to get everybody excited. Like, see me. And I'd be like, well, you see me, I have dreads. And this one guy asked me one time, I'll never forget, he asked me, he said, you have dreads? Wait, are you Gerald? And this other guy named Gerald King, he had dreads. And I said, no, I'm not that guy with the dreads. I'm the other guy.
Oh, no.
And I was thinking to myself, like, wow, it's really down to that, huh?
It really is.
I was like, or I'll just be I'll be the tall black guy at the convention. You know, like it's just even as big as Gen Con, you would be surprised how few of us are there. Like I was just it's not like hands, it's not hands and toes, but I have been to a lot of conventions where it was hands and toes, and not even my toes, just my hands. So it's just interesting to see that, even as it gets bigger and bigger, even in Milwaukee where Gen Con used to be, have a big convention, and it's just like, man, they are, oof, hey, I'll take any color. Like,
yes.
I feel like Gen Con is practically a small city at this point. What are they up to? Like 80,000 people or something like that. Anyway, just even despite that, it's very easy for me to find Marcus. Like, oh, there he is.
That's what I'm saying. It's still easy to find people. That's the craziest part. It's like, I know where you are, like.
I honestly, I think I even have like better luck at PAX, and I think that might be because of what Andrew was saying, where like when they also add the video game element, there's a lot of different people there too, and so like Gen Con is very, wow, there are 2 white people here, or there are 2 black people here, and PAX is very, wow, there are 6 black people here. Like it's not like amazingly, but like I do enjoy PAX a little more because I like see a few more blurs in my homies.
Yeah, like Philly's a little different.
People.
Yeah, Philly was a little different though. Like that was different.
Oh yeah,
it was different. Like I was like, okay, I'm feeling this. Like when the more public came in that Saturday, I was like, okay, yeah, this is cool. Like see more families coming in, black families. I'm like, all right, cool. Like,
so this is part of like what are some things that people are doing better. We're expanding our reach. We're going to more conventions. Like, what are some other things that we do? Like, one of the things I'm trying to do is this panel, just so I can just put myself and other rad POCs into places where white people might stumble upon me yelling at them. So like that's really important. Inserting ourselves into the scene. Like, what are some things y'all have actively done to make things better?
I accidentally found myself on 11 PAX panels at PAX East this year.
It's lit. Oh God, Anya.
Oh,
you lit it up. You lit it up.
It was a bad idea.
It was terrible.
It was a terrible
That's
idea.
a bad idea.
I have never been so tired in my entire life.
But your representation.
I am repping. It's a challenge, right? Because it's like I'm representing Kickstarter at the end of the day, right? Like that's at the end of the day, that's who I'm representing. But I am representing myself in a lot of the panels where I'll talk about like my personal experiences and my personal life, sometimes to a degree that I like am a little bit uncomfortable sharing, but I'm also like, well, whatever, it's fine. This is my community. These are my friends. Like if I say something that's maybe deeply personal and it helps someone at the end of the day, like that's probably fine. Vulnerability never really hurt anybody. It's all good. But I have a fun challenge. I'm trying to word this correctly because it sounds very narcissistic. But I've been told the reason people want me on their panel is, quote, it's nice to have a pretty face.
Bruh.
That's absolute trash right there.
I feel like me and Marcus are making the same face. Sorry, I looked at Marcus and I was like, that's my face.
I looked at Marcus and started cracking up.
Just like, nah.
No, hold on.
Oh, wait. Expand, but know that I am angry. But expand.
I also had the first 3 months that I worked at Kickstarter, my boss and I went to a conference, and a guy who applied for my job obviously didn't get the job. I got the job. And he looked me right in the eye and he goes, well, I'm hot too. I could have gotten the job. And I was like, you said this in front of Luke.
I want to leave. Yeah, wait, first of all, that's hilarious. And I want to know how Luke reacted. But like, second of all,
bright red.
how very dare you? Like, why would you?
It's a weird thing. So I'm like, well, okay. So now I have the total like just spiral of like, I have to represent Kickstarter. I also have to represent myself. I have to represent my like biracial community, which nobody even knows I'm biracial until I tell people, and I have to prove it. I have to prove it so many times because like whatever. Why would I lie? But fine. And then I have the added element of like, well, does it even matter what I'm saying? Am I only here because they just want a pretty girl? Like that's so what? Why? What am I doing? Why am I here? What's the point of this? Why don't I just go home? Like this is such a waste of my time. And so, like this is like nonsense. And so. That's partially why I've just sort of been like, F it. I'm just going to be super honest about my experiences, because if that's all I am is like a token hot chick a token woman, a token biracial person, a token Kickstarter person. I'm going to flip the script then, and then fine. You want to get the real me? You want to get the dirt? You want to get the nonsense? Then great. I'm going to lay it all out there. And I think that's actually why more people have
They
been like,
put you in that box. Like they put you in that box.
Yeah,
And
so
that's the
it's
thing.
great.
It's like, you know, often people like us, you know, like especially for me, just from my experience, Black people, like, you know, sometimes they put us in that box, you know, like it's like, all right, we brought this guy on for his energy, but we also brought him on because he's Black. We checked 2 boxes. You see what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, we checked 2 boxes. We good, you know, right? We got diversity in there. We got this guy, you know, at the same time. But they'll sell it to me as, you know, like we like your energy, we like your perspective, you know, and then you get up in the room, you find out otherwise, or you find out like, oh, this is where they put me in this box, you know, and I use this joke all the time. Like somebody must have ordered diversity, you know, like on the side. So it's like, it's a truth joke, you know, like people think it's funny. I'm like, I'm saying that because you just don't realize, like I hit the quota, like I hit the Star Wars quota. So it's like, and unfortunately for you, that's exactly what they put you in. So it's almost no different whether they find you as biracial. It's the same thing. Like they would just box you. You know what I'm saying? So that's not what we want in this industry, and that's not what we want for the world. That's not just this industry. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So because that's happened in panels in all industries of the world and stuff like that. I mean, it's unfortunate we got a mob up in this right here, and we don't even have the screen full of people. You know, like talking about this wonderful topic with 20 people in the chat, you know, like, you know, a town hall of a lot of people, but we got ways to go, right?
I feel like Kara, you're doing a lot of art too, Kara. I was going to say, could you also talk on how things have looked too from your like artist perspective as well? I know obviously you're also doing art for games, but like still, can you tell us more about your perspective from the art side of it too? Did I?
I don't know.
No.
But yeah, like about like trying to make minorities more visible. I'm not.
Yeah, just
I'm
like
not
what
sure,
have you
like,
seen things or what you've done?
Well, I can say that like on Let Her Go, the illustrations that Kara did, all of the illustrations of the game are hers, and the people that she put on the cards are diverse. They represent our friends.
Oh yeah, that's right.
There you go.
I'm bad at words.
Like, yeah, what'd you do? Chris like, I don't know. And the Marcus was like, everything. Everything.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I wasn't even consciously thinking about like trying to make it diverse. I was just drawing people, and the people around me are all kinds of people. But yeah, like which card was it? Oh yeah, Jazz Hands. I based on my cousin Jason, Marcus's brother. There's a character like doing jazz hands, and I decided to do Jason because he's really into theater and stuff. But yeah, like I think I like, you know, drew him with braids and stuff, and you know, yeah.
I want people
the
to
card's
see that.
black and white, but it's still obvious that this is not a white person.
Yeah, and I really
like
I like how that came about with you, Kara. I do want to say, like, I like that I asked you and you didn't know, but then you knew, but you also like did like it was like you're making these decisions because you know it's right, not because it's like I need to choose to make these people diverse. It's just already in your brain. You're like, all right, like we need these people, like, and the fact that that is like. I wish that was the majority of the default mode, instead of people thinking they like doing something and then the last step they're like, oh, we need diversity, or like, oh, we forgot, like whatever. But meanwhile, Kara's like, we need a game, and you're like, boop, here's these 30 different people, and you're just like, that's just the case. You know what I mean? Like, I really wish it was like automatic like that. Like Marcus, because you're from a dev side too. What stuff have you seen / done?
Well, I mean, one of the things I've done is started putting my money where my mouth is, and actually donating to some of these companies that are trying to find more diverse voices and put them into gaming. Just if what's holding you back is a little bit of money, we can push a little bit of money at you, and we're giving people the network, giving them the outreach, showing them how the industry works, how to get your game in front of a publisher, just things you don't know because you're not exposed to. So that's one of the things I'm doing. I've seen any number of horrible things. I've had conversations I'd rather not recount.
Yeah, sure.
I've done. I mean, this is one of the things they tell you. You have to be twice as good to get half as much.
Yep.
Not because you're super talented, but because you have to fight uphill against all the stuff that, if you were white, you just wouldn't think about. It wouldn't be a problem for you. It wouldn't be presented to you. It's like you're basically, your presence is questioned because you don't conform to the norm when you walk into the room.
Right. Just by existing, you're not the norm.
So when you go to talk about games, you have to prove that you know what you're talking about. Otherwise, they're gonna be like, okay, well, I don't know why he's here.
Yeah, the gatekeeping is a real problem in the games industry. It's a really, really, really huge issue. Not just from, I don't know. I feel like maybe in tabletop it's not as bad, but in video games it's devastatingly terrible in video games. Just devastatingly terrible.
Oh, it is. It's
I was like, I would say it's pretty bad.
It is. Yeah.
I would say it's pretty bad.
I had to have a couple in persons. You know what I'm saying? I had a couple in persons, and I realized that at a certain point I had to play cute for a while, and then when people actually met me, and then we had some real conversations, they knew they knew like, hey, like, you can't just tread on people like anybody.
Yeah.
And then also me. And I'm gonna tell you how it is. I don't need to jam you up. It's just that I need you to know that, like, it doesn't work, man. You can't just do these types of things. I think we do have a lot of people who really don't know like what they're doing. Like, and they don't, just like I tell them outside of my job, hey man, I know you're gonna have moments where you're like, oh my God, like I didn't mean to do that. Like that's great. I will teach you from ignorance. That's fine. But there's just a lot more people and a lot higher up that don't, and they don't care. So there's just a lot more of those people, and that's the problem. It's like I said, those people have to move up slowly.
And remember that also, there are also like physical manifestations of that gatekeeping. Was it this past PAX Unplugged? I think it was this past PAX Unplugged. I was doing a panel with Mike Salinger, and the enforcers wouldn't let me in the room because they, quote, didn't believe I could know him, end quote, which was just like, bruh.
I was just about to say, bruh.
Are you kidding me?
We're about to cue it up.
Like,
bruh.
I was like, I'm on the panel, and they're like, well, you can't know Mike Salinger, and I was like, I'm literally friend, like God. He's literally my friend. And they're like, no, you can't. They had to like go bring him to the door to be like, yes, I know this person, and then they let me in, which is just like so ridiculous. Like, and it's like whenever it's just some other panel I'm doing, it's fine, but like because they're like, here's this high profile white person, and that high profile white person couldn't possibly know this random black person who I've never seen before.
Yeah.
And it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, seriously?
Tell me Mike went off.
No, he did. He did.
I was saying, Mike probably
he was very angry.
Yeah. Mike ain't having that, man.
I love Mike.
Yo, I know, right? Oh no, we can't know Mike. We don't know Mike Salinger. We can't. How could we possibly know Mike Salinger? Oh my God. Oh yeah, he was very mad. It was hilarious. But before that, it was some nonsense. So that's why I was also like, trust me, the board game community be out here acting wild, and they'll also just tell you that to your face at conventions sometimes.
That's fair. Yeah.
Let's go.
I think I have the Kickstarter name behind me, which has shielded me from a lot. Like coming into this space is like, yeah, I'm an employee at Kickstarter. That's granted me a lot of privilege that I think is just like I take for granted a little bit, which is my own thing that I need to kind of check every once in a while.
Yeah, checking privilege is important.
Yeah, one of the things that I feel that I am also, again, teaching or preaching or yelling or screaming is a lot of times the hand will pop up from white creators, white publishers, power position folk, and they're like, I was trying to help, right? So they'll do something where they're trying to help. I'm air quoting that. It's maybe it comes from a good heart, but it's obviously still wrong and bad and misguided because it's still from a white privilege perspective. And then they get slapped down, rightfully so, because it's bullshit, right? Yes. But then they slinker back and they go, oh, well, I was trying to help. And this is what happens every time I try to help. I didn't help the right way. And I get reprimanded. So I'm just not going to help. And one of the things that I plead to people is take your lumps, and then come back and keep going, because I have put my foot in my mouth so many times. I mean, as an extrovert, you do that normally, but for when you want to tread into spaces that you don't have good perspective, you're going to do it a lot. And you've got to come in with humility and know, hey, I'm probably gonna, I come with a good heart here. I'm saying this, I want to help. And then like Omari, Eric Lang, Jeremy has been like, hey guy, that post you just made, can we have a chat about that? And you know, doing it in a way, and Eric has really been a really guiding light for me on a good bit. It would come in and say, don't take the post down, don't erase it and then put it back up the way we've told you or we've given you the perspective on. Go back in and put an edit and say, this is where I need correction on my perspective and people are feeding into me and we should look at it this way, and be humble about it. And so sorry, I guess you're just gonna get like 3-minute rants from me about
how do I get people there. That's the thing, because like I live in a place where it's 90% white people.
Gosh.
They're not used to thinking about these issues. They don't know how to approach these issues, and they're going to do it wrong like this. And then when they get jumped on, they're like, it's not worth the effort. How do I get people to where you are, where you're willing to accept this? Because I mean, I try to do mine in private. I don't try to come at people in public because that makes them less receptive to the information. Sure. But I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, no, for sure. Calling out a white person in public is just like setting a Karen off, right? So
yeah, they really don't like being told no.
I think your one-on-one approach is definitely at least a good tip as far as like, hey, but I think a lot of it just comes out of relationships, right? Like over the last 3 years, I've had interactions with Eric Lang and got to hang with him a bit at conventions and get to know him a little bit better. Same with Jeremy. And so when people call you out on things, I think we don't, in general, as humans, I don't think we do a good job of wanting to be called out in general. Mm-hmm. So when people that we respect and know and have a relationship with do it, that's when we're like, well, maybe I should actually listen to what they're saying.
Right, but that's the issue. That's why it's like, I almost want to say like, this depends on the person, because like it takes a really aware person to even respect us in the first place to get to that point. And like, it's very hard to try to change the mind of a white person who has power over you and doesn't respect you. And it's not like I can just be like, hey, maybe you should do this, because it's like they don't have any incentive to respect you, so they're just going to continue to disrespect you around you because that's what they know how to do. And it's hard. I'm lucky that I know you, because
it's one of the reasons why at the top I started with, there has to be a genuine interest of why do you want diversity, because I feel like if there's not a genuine heart to why, then none of the other stuff's going to fall into place anyway. Right. So that's why like I'm out there trying to, like, whoever will listen, talk about this is why diversity is important. It's not to check boxes like Jeremy was saying earlier. It's not like Anya said to have a pretty face on the panel so that we don't get yelled at in the Reddit forums. It's because your company will benefit from having a diverse team, period.
Yeah. I don't even know where I'm gonna go with this, but I just like thought about it and I was just like, dude, like this needs to be said. Like people need to hear this, man. Like, so we had this whole issue with our was it PAX? Not PAX, but Origins. And we had this whole breakdown. Like I left and like we just had a huge thing. We did some solidarity, you know what I'm saying? And like after that, we got all this, private messages from people. And since I'm like kind of connected to a lot of people, they were like messaging me, Jeremy, what do we do? This is my statement. I don't know what to say. And I'm thinking to myself, like, where was this energy before? Mm-hmm. Where was this energy before? I buy all your drinks. I buy a lot of drinks for people. I buy all your drinks and you ain't say nothing to me.
Right. But
we passed tipsy. You ain't said nothing to me. Like you ain't even had a real moment with me. And like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that. How can I do this? What can we do? And now all of a sudden, when your tail is tucked, you want to come out of the corner and sound good. You want to talk to me. And I don't, like I said, I can teach from ignorance. I can teach from people who really wanted to help, because they did, or they do, or they, they're learning, right? But I just want to say this to publishers who are out there, like, you got to do the work. Like what James was saying, like you throwing bones at people, like you can throw bones at people. Like some people ain't gonna take the bone, some people ain't gonna appreciate the bone. But you gotta like go further than that. You gotta go to these colleges. You gotta open up your mind to different people. And to find people like us, you may have to go to different avenues. You may have to mentor. You may have to start from ground zero with raw skills and turn those into skills. And I know that's more than you can ask for, but I mean, I hate to say this like business wise, like that might be cheap labor in the beginning. That might be free internships, like for you small publishers, like, and I was like, the thing is like, I was like, in the end, I remember telling one publisher that I was like, in the end, if you hire someone for college, that was an intern, young woman, young man, whatever, right? And they were of color, and you nurtured that talent, that raw talent, or that great talent from another industry and brought it here, you could have your small team of 5, and you can have so much success because you put in the work to bring these people in, and I was like, and that may not be another diverse person. It's just that like you can, if you open your mind, man, like, and I don't feel like publishers are doing the work, and like that also goes to like just even the front facing part, which is the box. They continue to go to the people who, don't get me wrong, they put some baller out. Like Quan Chamorro is awesome, right? Or Ian O'Toole is awesome. But it's like, and Beth Sobel, though, she kills it. She understands diversity because she understands the people in the world. But there are people who are doing some baller comic books right now. I think I backed like 10 comic books this year just because they were Black designers. Like I was just like, they are killing it. Oh my God.
Absolutely.
Like Ayana, there's a whole bunch of these crazy ones out there. And it's like, I want our industry to soak those people up and bring them in, and they're gonna have to go outside their bounds, do a little scout work, and I just wish that they did that. They had that energy.
Yeah, Jeremy, there is a lot of friction because I get a lot of that pressure too. Like when we're adding people to our team, we'll get those conversations going in the background where it's like, well, but this person's more qualified or this person has more whatever. And I'm like, right. I was like, but there's a bigger systematic issue that people of color don't have the same access and the same privileges. So that's going to be a thing. And to your point, like you've got to take somebody who has the raw skills and say, because diversity is important to my company and I want that end goal to be a more diverse product and perspective, I'm willing to put in this extra work. And that is a hard conversation to have internally because if everyone doesn't have the same buy-in, like say as I do, or whoever, you just get those different levels of buy-in for why diversity is important, and it's just a fight. It's a fight.
This honestly, it really leads well, actually, into one of the questions that we got from Instagram that I was going to do towards the end, which is, I guess, kind of now, but it still does really lend well to what we're talking about, which is that we had a question from Mergen the Dragon that says, how do we effectively get all gamers to the table when it comes to inclusion and diversity? So that's like exactly what we're talking about. Like, how do we take all these people that we know and try to show them or convince them that diversity is important? Like how are we doing that besides just yelling at them? I like yelling at them, but other people, they like doing other stuff too. So what are some other things? What can we do to just convince these people to get on board?
I'm gonna be short and shut up. I'm just gonna say, hey, I start with these kids because I don't know if it's gonna happen anytime soon. I want these kids to get older. I want them to get confident. I want them to have that moment, those moments that I had back with Super Bowl and checkers and all kinds of stuff. Your Stratego. I want them to have the moment that I had when I got toys at the YMCA and there was a whole bunch of these board games in there, and that kind of sparked my life. Well, I want them to have games like Reef and Grim Forest to play, and then they can have their moment. And hopefully they get older and that sparks joy in them so they can do that with their families and go to these conventions and stuff like that. And if I can one day somehow get a bus of kids to go to this stuff for the whole weekend and not on the token Saturday or late Sunday when nobody cares to be there, I'd rather have them there for the whole weekend doing some things, having some fun. Let's do that, and until that happens, that's going to take some time, man. It's all going to take this time, but we have to make that strong. So when the time comes, it's all there. So that's kind of what I'm working on, like that's what I'm working on, because that's how I kind of given up on the older people. Like it just so old, man. It's so old. It's so old. And that's the problem. It's so old. And unfortunately, I don't know how close that is going to ever get to changing, although it is slowly.
Yeah, what do y'all think? What are some ways we can effectively get these gamers to the table?
From the Kickstarter perspective, one of the things that we try, at least I try really hard to do, although obviously now it's a little bit challenging with no traveling situations.
Right.
I actively try, and it's super challenging because I don't necessarily know what creators look like, nor do creators always use their real name. So a lot of it for me is a guessing game. But I do try very hard to make sure of a couple things. One, when we do events that are public facing, we try to have a diverse set of creators. So it's not just a bunch of white dudes. We have women, we have different colors, different shapes, different accessibilities as much as we possibly can. We don't always achieve it, but we absolutely try our best. Same with the dinners that we throw. A couple times I've looked at the seating and been like, it's all dudes. Did you not realize this? And have had to have that conversation and say, like, that person's no longer invited because we need to have another woman at this table, and I'm not going to go if we don't do that. Same with any sort of like promotions that we do. I try really hard to make sure that our newsletter is diverse. I try to make sure that any talks that I do, there's a good diverse set of creators in those talks. I don't showcase anybody's faces or anything like that. But I will just kind of be like, this is an interesting game. You should definitely check it out, right? Because we hit the pillars, whatever they are. And then I'll say from a player's perspective, of someone who like, I don't play as many games as I would like, but when I do, especially with any sort of character creation or RPGs, I try my best to make sure that I make a character that is unlike me in any possible way, just to get that perspective.
Same.
Right?
Hey.
I play black women on every freaking I play black women on every freaking RPG ever.
Yeah, I
never play a man. I never play it.
I played a non-binary elf, and every time people would
Let's go.
I was like, it's they. It's they.
Wild.
Just to get
Yes.
people that perspective. Even though I'm not, I'm like, cis woman.
I'm non-binary. Let's go.
But
I
I will
use these
say-
in pronouns though, but still.
Yeah, but I will also say that like that has kind of had a little bit of a ripple effect within the people that I play with, where they were like, oh, I kind of want to play as a woman, or like, I kind of want to play as a man. Just to kind of get that different perspective. It's very small. I don't think it necessarily has like a huge impact, but it is just my little way of being like, I'm gonna break the norm a little.
Yeah, Anya, I see that a lot too, when just being around things helps us as dumb humans, right? Like, I think we just need to be exposed and have our perspective widened, because that's, at first I remember hearing people within the company say, or not, but anytime they're around non-binary, like, I just can't do they, them. It's just grammatically incorrect. And I could never do that. And then even for myself, like when Maya was like, I'm they, them, sorry, just go ahead and get right. And I'm like, okay, well, that's going to be really tough for me, because that doesn't feel like any words I've ever used ever. And
well, James, water is wet, grass is green. Saying them is going to be tough for you.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, yes. Well, at first, like the first handful of times, I'm like, oh, this feels so awkward to say that. But then, like, after you do it a handful of times, you're like, to Anya's point, right? Like, it's really no big deal, right?
Nope.
It's not at all. And I'm glad that the board game industry has at least introduced some of that normalcy to us. Like,
agree.
I do feel like there is some of that. Like, that's a positive thing to me. Although there is a ton of challenges still.
Yeah.
It's just the language is out there, and there are
honestly,
enough of people out there in the content creating community that are are non-binary, and I'm glad that I get a chance to learn that for the world, because I don't see it a lot, and I work in a military, setting, so a lot of people don't even express that, but it's like, if they did, I'm prepared for that, like, like I'm already ready, because I know what to do and what to say. I've lived in that world. I'm thankful for that in the industry. Very thankful for that.
Unfortunately, we are out of time, but I do want to give James another shout out to say I especially noticed that at Skybound, and I'm not just saying that because I work there, but like before when I was transitioning my pronouns over, I hadn't actually told anyone yet. I just changed them in my signature, and Joelle and Bree started using them immediately. Like literally, like I didn't even have to tell them. Like they just saw the change in my signature and started using it, and I was like, bless these people. Very relieved. That has never happened before, ever. But so for people who are eventually watching this, here, if you want to get some more diverse people in your lives, you should obviously follow us all on Twitter or whatever. We got some handles here. These are all for Twitter, except for me. My Twitter is mostly dormant because I haven't used it since 2013. But you can add me on Overwatch. I will play Overwatch with you. That is how I usually interact with my fans. Play Overwatch with me. But thank y'all for listening to this. Diversity is important. Showing people how important diversity is also important. Follow through with said diversity is probably the most important part. So
Live
I
it,
hope,
live it,
yeah, live it.
live
I hope
it.
people got something good out of us talking to you about a necessary thing.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the hamster village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game and have a great time at PAX Online.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things. But we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hi everyone at PAX Online 2020 and welcome to our panel, IGN Global, Postcards from Gaming Cultures Around the World. IGN has editions in nearly 30 regions and in 25 languages all around the world, and each one serves a very different local audience. In this panel, IGN editors from 6 of our global editions will discuss the similarities and the differences in our local gaming communities, the hilarious predicaments that these differences can sometimes land us in, and some of the war stories on how we handle them. So let's introduce everyone on the panel. I'll go first. My name is Daniel Robson. I am the chief editor of IGN Japan, based out here in Tokyo. We launched the Japan site in 2016. We publish in the Japanese language for the local audience, but since there are a lot of big games that come out of Japan, we also sometimes produce content for the global site in English as well. I've got to tell you, the gaming scene is pretty different in Japan than it is in the West, and we certainly had some challenges launching the site, so I'm looking forward to sharing some of the stories with you guys as we go on. Alex, would you like to go next?
My name is Alex Simmons, and I'm the UK studio lead for IGN over here in the UK. We started back in 2006, very much as a separate site to the US. We ran our own reviews, we did our own content, but now we are essentially the same site. We collaborate on everything that we do. We started with 2 people, myself and one other, but with 1 laptop, which was tricky. And now there's 6 of us across video and written. And like I say, we do everything that IGN does, from written to video to social, everything. We're a mini IGN on a little island in the middle of Europe.
And slightly funnier.
Well, you said that, not me.
That's the Brit in me is allowed to say that, yeah. Next, shall we go to Andrea?
Hi everybody, I'm Andrea from IGN Italy. We launched in 2012. We've been doing video games, like all our staff has been doing video games, magazines and content for the past 25 years or so. I could be defined as a veteran. I act as publishing director for the website, and I think we're one of the oldest by now foreign edition of IGN in foreign languages apart from English, and here we are.
Awesome, thank you. Who's next? Danny.
Hey everyone, so my name is Danny Lee. I'm from IGN Israel. I'm a chief editor, as you are. Just kidding, as all of us. Basically, we've been launching at 2015. Gaming wasn't, let's say, in the mainstream like it is now, because we saw ourselves coming to this kind of a... This thing is a huge deal. All of the geek culture, let's say on the West, it's a big deal. But here it was like, nobody was talking about it as a geek, because it was like, okay, it's like you're a dork. It's not cool. But now it's like, but now everybody gaming. So I think a lot of that happened because we managed to put the cultural geek into the mainstream medium. So it's really cool to take part of that.
Awesome.
And that's it.
Barbara.
Hi, everyone. It's so good to have you all here with us to talk about IGN on a global scale. My name is Barbara Gutierrez. I am editor-in-chief of IGN Brazil. Well, we launched the website in 2015. This is actually my first year as editor-in-chief, and I am super happy of what we accomplished around here. Our motto is actually doing Brazil to play even more, making Brazil to play even more. So yeah, I think that we are accomplishing this more and more. It's good to be here. Thank you.
Cool. And last but not least, Nick.
Marhaba everyone, my name is Nick Rego. I am the editor-in-chief for IGN Middle East. We publish IGN in 2 languages, in English and Arabic, and I oversee both teams. It's kind of a challenge running a website in 2 languages, but a lot of the content that we try and do is tailored to our region specifically. So whether it's memes or reviews or interviews with certain game developers, we try and make sure that all of the content we publish has a bit of a local flair, because that makes it more appealing to our audience. And it's been an interesting ride since launching it in 2012, but we love it and we wouldn't change it for anything else.
Amazing. So that's your team for the panel today. And I should say, usually at something like E3 or these kind of global events, normally we would all, or even sometimes for PAX, we would all be meeting each other in person and getting a chance to hang out. So it's nice to have this opportunity. I don't know why, for some reason, all the gaming events decided to be online this year for no reason whatsoever, but at least we managed to have an opportunity.
Meeting each other because...
Yeah, exactly. We're not letting that overcome us. So let's start with some little snapshots of what gaming is like in each edition's country in your local region. First of all, I'm curious to know what are the main gaming platforms for each of you. If PlayStation is like the biggest in your market, put your hand up, please. Okay, right. Okay, that's a large
majority. I wish I had 3 hands because in Italy, PlayStation is like it started the whole video gaming culture and video gaming being taken seriously. What with Sony coming to Italy, opening an office, and so they established a very strong position which they have maintained throughout all these years. And so even without going into numbers, PlayStation is by far leading, like not like the worldwide figure you see where it's like 60-40 or 65-35. Italy is far more ahead PlayStation than Xbox.
I think it's similar for us here in Middle East as well.
Yeah,
same
around
for you,
Brazil.
yeah.
I'm sorry. Around Brazil,
go
we have like 38% of people play on PlayStation 4. So it is bigger than the other ones, but it's like a small portion,
I think that here in Israel, same here. Most of the people are playing on the PlayStation, but only because of the awareness, because PlayStation was here since we were kids. Only later on, we had Xbox coming to the roster, and then we just launched Nintendo year ago. So now there's more awareness to the other consoles, but still you see that this is kind of a PlayStation nation sometimes, because people here admire more of the single player. If I'm comparing it to the PC, to the other side of the competitive, people here really love the single player experience and the exclusive. I think it makes it more luxury for them. So this is why we see most of the audience there. And now that Fall Guys came in, now it's more even, okay, now we have a special multiplayer game that's for us, at least for the consoles consumer. So it's really cool to see that.
This is super interesting, Danny, because, here in Brazil, Switch just launched like in August. So yeah.
Oh my God! So you're a late bloomer as we are.
Yeah. Well, I have a Switch. I bought it like in another country when I went abroad when I was covering an event. So yeah, but we just have it now. Yay!
Yeah, it's very nice to have an official Nintendo here because now we can talk about games and to be more relevant to the audience. So it's cool.
Yes.
At least you guys have Nintendo. There's nothing for us over here. Like we've yet to get, like a Game Boy Advance. Even there's no Nintendo presence here. It's so difficult for us. So I think the last thing we got from Nintendo was a Nintendo DS game back in 2000 and something. We have no Switch, we have no Wii U, we have no Wii. All of it has been imported in through the grey market and sold through resellers. So it's very difficult to try and get these games. Of course, now they're readily available in the markets, but if we approach Nintendo and say like, hey, we'd like to check out some of this game, they would just say, sorry, we don't support your region, so we can't give you anything. So it's a tough uphill battle, but there are stronger small communities that support like Pokemon and like other smaller games on Nintendo platforms, but officially I wish we had that support from Nintendo.
It looks like that a little bit around here as well. It's like a really small community, but they are super engaged as well.
Okay, I'd like to come back to that in a bit more detail a little bit later, but first of all, Alex, what about in the UK? Which console has the biggest
PS4 is the dominant force, but it wasn't always that way. So like PlayStation historically has been the stronger of the two, but with 360 it was a flip. Xbox led through that generation because let's face it, Sony dropped the ball for PS3 in terms of developer support, in terms of the games that came out, and it's one of those things that like if your mate has got an Xbox, then you're going to go and get an Xbox because you want to play together, and that's what happened with 360. But then with PS4, again, Microsoft dropped the ball because they're confusing messaging around it being a multimedia machine. Like, who knows what Xbox One was going to be when it came out? People just wanted a games console. So I think that's going to be interesting for PS5 and Xbox One Series X, because Sony is going the traditional route that it's always done. Series X looks like it's going to be more iterative, like a mobile phone, that maybe you'll upgrade every 2 years or 3 years or whatever it might be. It's an interesting approach. I don't know whether it's going to work yet, because I think it all hangs on the exclusives. But for now, PS4, but PC is growing. You're seeing a lot of younger people getting into the PC market because it's becoming more affordable.
Right, definitely. That's a trend here in Japan as well. But for us, I mean, Switch, Nintendo is by far and away, by a comfortable margin, is beating out PS4. Already the Switch has outsold the PS4 in Japan with half the time on the market. Yeah.
Wow.
And it was, the same in previous generations.
All the best-selling games.
Sorry?
All the best-selling games, right? Are
yes, that's it. The chart, when you look at the weekly multi-format charts here, it's usually 7 or 8 or even 9 of the titles will be for the Switch.
This is so
it's
interesting.
like a fairly
oh my gosh.
severe dominance, yeah. And before with the 3DS as well, in that era, you would see just on the train, everyone's playing on a 3DS, and you would see very few equivalent of PSPs or Vitas in the wild and that kind of thing. So, Nintendo has a sort of an ingrained kind of they're very sort of widely adored by Japanese gamers in a way that the other PlayStation does very well here, but there's not really much of a it's sort of seen in a slightly different way, I think. And Nintendo is obviously very sort of family friendly, child friendly, which helps a lot of parents to feel more comfortable, get games for their children, that kind of thing. Let's move on. I'm curious to know about games that are published, that are developed in your country, in your individual regions, that are, have gone on to be successful around the world. Alex, you've been quiet for a while, so should we start with you? Are there any British games that you can think of that have set the world on fire?
There's a little game called GTA, but I'm not sure if you've heard of it. That was originated from
I don't know this.
You've not heard of it? It's pretty good. And obviously, that originated in Scotland, and now it's Rockstar as a company has exploded. I was fortunate enough to go to Rockstar North for the development of Red Dead 2. Wow. And although, I think there was 2,000 people working on that project, something crazy like that across the world, but it's all sucked up into the centre of that hub in Edinburgh. So I don't know if you can call that a British game, but I'm going to.
Of course.
But then obviously, games like Tomb Raider, that was a British game until the Americans stole it off of us. Unbelievable. And then obviously Rocksteady, that's a great British developer who've just announced their Suicide Squad game. So I'm interested to see what they do there. And it's even interesting to see what they're doing with the other Batman games. But, there's a massive list. Media Molecule, Rare, Playground Games, even all the Lego games, they're all from the UK. So it's a very big development scene, and it's supported by the UK government to an extent. They get tax breaks.
That's good. I guess, and of course, a lot of those games are games that are. Is there anyone who is it out of any of you guys? Is there any country where GTA does not sell or is not popular? No, I didn't think so. Oh, really?
It's one of the most popular games.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's the only game that
Nick
people
has a
actually
story.
plays for.
Gather round, children, it's story time. Only because GTA unfortunately has been banned in this region. Probably you know why, but yeah, you can't get the game in any physical stores or online stores, not even the grey market, I think. So you've got to find a way to get it online through other country digital Steam stores or whatever. But yeah, I mean, GTA, I think here is an interesting example because the game isn't readily available for people to purchase. You really have to want to play the game and reading IGN reviews and reading what people are saying about it to decide whether or not you really want to buy it. If you don't have an easy access to a game like that, then you're less likely to go ahead and buy it, I feel. So I think people who do have the game here and who are playing it have really sought it out because it's something that appeals to them. It's something that they really want to be playing.
Of course. Andrea, how about you? Are there any games from Italy that we would know? globally?
Well, yeah, one for sure, because it went quite popular during its presentation, and it has been successful. The Mario Rabbids one by Ubisoft, which was developed in Ubisoft Milan here, and during the presentation there was the Miyamoto reference, and Davide Soliani, the lead developer, that basically cried on camera. And I'm lucky enough to have him among my friends, and it's been a source of pride for everybody here in Italy to have a game so closely being developed with Nintendo, which is kind of really protective about their IPs. And knowing Davide, I know how much love and care and him and all of his team poured into the game, and I think it shows. Apart from that, recent example, we've had Milestone, which has been reasonably successful with racing games since the early 90s with the Screamer series on PC, and then they went on throughout the years developing several racing games. Differently than what Alex mentioned for the government involvement, the Italian government has been very, very, very late in getting involved with video gaming development. I mean, I remember, and this probably says something about my age, but I remember writing in magazines in the 90s and saying, why is it that France has so many investment from their government, and we are basically sleeping? And it took more than 20 years for the Italian government to wake up to the fact that video gaming development was like a serious industry that was worthy of their attention. Now something is moving, but in my opinion, not quite enough. But still, something is better than nothing, and so let's hope that the future, holds something better for us.
This looks a lot like the Brazilian scenario as well. The government didn't woke up until, now, about video gaming. So we have a really strong independent market, but it's thanks to the community. We do have a really big, strong game, but it's indie as well. Celeste, it's half Canadian and half Brazilian as well. Like a Studio Boss, yes, it's Mini Boss, sorry. Mini Boss Studio is Brazilian, and so we had this game. This is a really strong game, but besides that, we have another ones that they are not so known. So we had Horizon Zero Chase. We had No Heroes Here as well, but they're more like indie games,
I see. Okay. I think here in Japan, obviously, we don't have any famous games at all that are popular around the world. So
yeah, I don't know any.
You should work on that there, Dan. Just sitting, you're IGN Japan. You should be out there and spreading the word. Bring gaming to Japan.
I know it's disappointing, isn't it? No, obviously Japan has given the world Mario and Sonic and Pokemon and all those lovely bright kind of games through to Dark Souls, and there's a lot of games that come out of Japan, and there's a lot of games that actually stay in Japan as well. That I mean, one example, for a long time, Monster Hunter was hugely popular here, and just nobody cared about it anywhere else around the world, and it was selling to a very small dedicated audience overseas, but in Japan it was selling like millions of copies every time, and it was the tentpole booth at our biggest game show, Tokyo Game Show. But there was a period where Japanese games just were not selling very well overseas in the sort of PS3 generation. Obviously, the PS3 being a system that was a little bit developer unfriendly in many ways, and developers were having trouble because in Japan, they tend to build their own game engine from scratch rather than using third-party tools, and so for a console like the PS3, it was very hard to develop for that, and it sort of got to a point where some developers were deliberately trying to make games that would appeal to a Western audience and failing quite spectacularly in some cases. Does anyone remember Quantum Theory from Koei Tecmo? Or there's a lot of the road is littered with some of those kind of games, or just making games that are only for Japan. And the problem just got worse and worse, and people started referring to Japan as a Galapagos mentality and that kind of not only in gaming but in entertainment in general. But these days, of course, Japan is crushing it again all around the world. Animal Crossing and stuff like that. So it's definitely a nice place to be. We are a little tight on time, but we did touch on games that are banned in some countries. Nick, you mentioned GTA. Let's start with let's go back to Nick briefly. There were some other games, I believe, that you've had banned over there.
Yeah, so funnily enough, when the original God of War series came out, that got the boot as well because it had the word God in it. So that got banned. Luckily, I think with the last one on the PlayStation 4, Sony was able to try and figure something out, and that was available on shelves. But brace yourselves, The Last of Us 2, haven't played it because it's not available here.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, it's not available. It's not available in digital stores. It's not available as physical copies. So again, you've got to try and find a slightly shady way to buy the game either digitally or get a green market import from somewhere. But when it comes to games being not available here, there are very much restrictions available across various parts of the Middle East, whether it's in the UAE or in Lebanon or in Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. Each country has its own restrictions and own kind of rating levels. But I think this was one game where they just blanket banned it across the Middle East and said, and even Sony didn't even bother kind of saying like, we're going to try and attempt to appeal it. They just said like, no, it's not coming to the Middle East. Sorry, you guys, you're going to have to buy it from the US store or UK and try and get it that way. So yeah, that's been, I think, two of our biggest things in the last couple of years, which was God of War and most recently Last of Us Part 2.
I see. Barbara, are there any games that you can't get hold of in Brazil?
Nowadays, no. Thank God. But in the 90s or early 2000, we had Bully, Doom, and Counter-Strike banned around here.
Wow.
Yeah. It was, Bully and Doom, it was, thanks to the violence. So the government said, this is going to influence people and children. Oh my gosh. But Counter-Strike was something related to a map. It was a mod map called CS Favela. So people banned this, just because it was portraying like a favela. This is stupid, I'm sorry, but it is. So nowadays it's okay, we can play Counter-Strike, we can play Doom as well. But Bully, unfortunately, it's not the time. Yeah.
Wow. And Doom and Bully are very different depictions of violence. I would say they're quite different games, but
yeah, I mean,
GTA was available at the time as well.
Sorry?
GTA was available at the time, but that wasn't banned, but Bully was, which makes no sense whatsoever.
Well, yeah, actually, GTA, I think that GTA 4 was banned around the world thanks to a Brazilian song. This is super interesting. Yeah, like they got a Brazilian song, but without the rights. So it was banned around the whole world, but it was shortly reversed after. Yeah, crazy story.
In Italy, we've been playing whatever games came out throughout the history with no problem whatsoever. I'm very happy to report. I'm actually horrified by some.
Right, we're all moving to Italy. Come on, guys.
Yes,
Of your stories,
let's go.
Like I feel it must be very complicated to work that way. So I'm really happy for Italy to enjoy this kind of freedom, which maybe stems from, as I mentioned before, government don't even paying attention. I don't know, but still, we've been able to play whatever we wanted to. So that's good, I guess.
So maybe it's a good thing if the government, doesn't give the right amount of attention. So now you can, slick games.
Exactly.
Everybody can watch it. I feel Nick as he was saying, you need to use the gray market, and you need to maybe open an American user just to download from their store, because you can download here. So you always try to find a way to play it anyway.
Listen, if you're a true gamer, you will find a way. That's the moral of the story.
That's it.
Sure, that was easy. I just opened a new account and just downloaded it in the other store. That's all I did.
Yeah, Nick, you're not going into details, but you feel like you know them all. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. We're not going to discuss it here, but yeah.
Okay.
I mean, IGN does not support illicit...
Of course.
No, exactly.
No.
But of course, people... If you have a game that people want to play, people will probably find a way to play it. I think now that we've got to know a little bit about everybody's part of the world, I'd like to talk to you about what it's like running an IGN edition where you are. And so I think at the beginning you each mentioned when your site launched, but can you talk a little bit about what it was like launching a global edition of the world's biggest gaming news site in your country? Let's start with, I guess Alex would be the earliest. So should we start with Alex?
So the UK was the first edition to launch outside of the US. And like I say, that was in 2006, August 1st, 2006. Burned onto my brain forever. And so we were owned at the time by Fox Interactive. So we shared an office with MySpace. And like I said, there's just two of us, and we were the nerds in the corner, and you had all these cool people with tons of money in the other side of the office, and they went from 20 people up to 250 in the space of a year. And then Facebook came out, and they went straight back down to 0 again, while we were happily doing our thing. It's one of those things that they kind of looked at us and going, all you're doing is playing games all day. But actually what we were doing, we were giving people a reason to come to our website, and MySpace never did that. And that's our motto today, is it's audience first in everything that we do, just to make sure that we are appealing to that audience. And like I say, we did a bunch of UK specific stuff in the early days, but the market has become so globalized now that tastes are so similar between UK and US. Release dates, mostly the same. So we collaborate with the US, and basically what we do is we operate during our time zone, hand over to the US at the end of our day. They work through their day, they hand over to AU, and on and on.
AU being the Australia team.
That's right, yeah.
So you guys have all the time zones covered in English through US, UK, and Australia.
We're pretty well covered, yeah. There's a little gap between the end of Australia and UK, which means sometimes somebody gets their knuckles wrapped because we miss a story or we're late, but we're working on it.
Very good. I guess in terms of which edition launched next, it would be Andrea, right? Were you there when the site launched?
Yes, it's either us or Middle East, I don't know, but I'll start, no problem. And we launched in 2012. Our main... the toughest thing to overcome was that we were kind of late on the market for the Italian market, because back then there were already several established local brands for video game information. So we needed to establish the fact that there was going to be an Italian edition of IGN, because IGN was quite popular among hardcore gamers. They knew the IGN brand. There was a quantifiable amount of traffic going from Italy to IGN.com. But I have to say, overall, people were happy that IGN was coming to Italy. I've been trying. I've been trying to do IGN in Italy since 2007. I remember picking up the phone and straight calling somebody of the bosses of IGN in the US, saying, I would like to do IGN in Italy. I have this curriculum, and I think I am, because I had been publishing director for Future Publishing when they had a Italian company. So it took me 6 years, but at the end I succeeded in bringing IGN in Italy. And most of our staff was included, well-known persons in the video gaming industry. So we did not have problems like establishing ourselves as somebody doing this seriously. But yeah, mainly being late had been problematic. Apart from that, we create most of our content from scratch in Italian and just adapt what we feel it's like exclusive and stuff like that from the English editions.
Yeah. Nick, how about the launch in the Middle East? How did that go?
So we launched in May 2012. Also, similarly, Alex burned in my brain. And it was interesting because we were, before IGN, we were running a locally grown gaming website, and then we decided to transition that to IGN. And so I remember very clearly changing the Twitter handle of our old brand to IGNME and literally going, "Hello world." And people lost the plot. They just said like, "Wait, what a sec? What IGN? What's happening? Are you IGN Arabic? Are you a fake account? Are you trolling?" And we said like, "No, we're launching. It's happened. This is a big announcement we've been waiting on." And it just kind of grew and grew from there. We launched obviously in Arabic and in English, and it's been fantastic. It's been challenging, obviously, running two different sort of versions of the site in terms of making sure that content is covered in a timely fashion in both English and Arabic. But it's great because it's expanded the reach of the website to all these people who've taken up gaming, who come to us for gaming advice and reviews and things like that. And the community that's grown around it is fantastic. So whenever we do events, whenever we put something with the name IGN Middle East or IGN on it, people are going to show up because they know that it's going to be about gaming, and it's what we do, it's what we love.
Awesome. Sounds relatively smooth.
Relatively.
Were you always publishing in English and Arabic, or was there a time when it was just one or the other?
For us, our goal for IGN Middle East was you can't have a website that is only in English because it's going to alienate a lot of people in other parts of the Middle East that don't necessarily have English as a first language, who struggle with the language. So we had to make sure that it is in Arabic. The other challenge with Arabic is there's so many dialects across it, whether you're Emirati in UAE or you have a Lebanese accent or Egyptian, you kind of want to twist and change some of the words around. So it's important that whenever we're making content, whether it's video content or articles, we kind of make it a sort of like universal style Arabic so everyone can understand it and there's no kind of differences with how someone conveys one thing over the other. So that's been definitely interesting for our team, but it's ensured that no matter where you are in the Middle East, you are able to choose whether you want to see the site in English or you prefer doing it in Arabic.
Okay.
Nice.
Danny.
Yeah.
How about,
as I was saying,
how's the launch of IG in Israel?
Okay, as I was saying earlier, we launched at 2015. It was hard because there was no industry or any, let's say, entertainment industry in the geek culture here. Maybe a few tiny websites here and communities, very hardcore communities. Most of them, the people who knew IGN, they were like, they knew IGN from abroad, not from here. So when they saw us launching here, they were like, okay, this is cool, but the same reaction as you had, Nick. Is that a troll? Is that a fake account?
Right?
What? Are you going to do it in English? Or why are you doing it in English? You need to speak Hebrew. So are you going to do it in Hebrew? Everybody had their own complaints. They didn't know what's going to happen. But we managed to do it through whole heart 6 years. I think it took us a lot of time to build our own credibility just because we had this huge name upon us of IGN. So we need to show ourselves and to educate the audience how to react to video game news and how to react to there's a new game's about to launch and new Wonder Woman movie about to come out. Here's a leak. They didn't know how to react about it because they're so used to get the news so late. But now when they have us, we have a very good response time. I can tell you that, even though we had difference in time zones, but just because. Or we're just getting the news right on time, or just, we're getting the news, let's say, on 3 a.m., but it's good for us because we're going to use that time to make a proper article, to make maybe a video or anything. Just when people will get up in the morning, they're going to have their own news just ready for them with the coffee. So I think that this is like the Israeli audience, it took them pretty much time to digest us, that we're here and not a fake, and we're very close to the IGN US. We're all working together basically, and they're they really like the way that our response time is very precise every time, anytime. So this is the biggest thing that I think I'm really proud, because it was like one of our disadvantages that we used it to our own advantages, and the audience loving it. And I just want to add about events that we do. We do tons of events, as Nick said. People just hear the name IGN, and specifically Israel, they're just this, running to the party. We're packed. We have lists, everything, just because now the IGN, it's legit. We're the coolest kids around.
Awesome. That's really cool. Barbara, when did you guys launch again? Can you remind me of the you launched in Brazil?
Yeah, 2015 as well. We have 5 years. So yeah, awesome. IGN is a little baby yet, but it I mean, it has been such a crazy journey, I wasn't there in the beginning, but I first entered like in 2016, I guess, as a reporter. So it's crazy to see that so much has changed, I mean, especially in the gaming market around Brazil, we had like a moment that literally not even a single company would inject some money into the gaming industry. And nowadays it's crazy with esports and indie games, and like the AAAs as well. So the most difficult part of building up IGN here is for sure about content. We have a huge gap between like the US developers or Japanese developers, so it's hard for us to get some interviews, to get like really fresh content, because the Brazilian audience is so different from the US audience, from the European audience, from the Japanese audience. So we love memes, that's it. It's funny because, in Tony Hawk 1+2, they're going to launch with a new single about, with a new music. And it's from a Brazilian band called, it's not Chorão, but his name was Chorão, and the Brazilian public went nuts. Oh my gosh, Chorão is in the game, and Activision was kind of, let's go slow with this because it's not the character itself; it's just a music. But even if it's just a music, the Brazilian audience, the fans were just, oh my gosh, it's him, just for the meme, So. It's hard for us to get this kind of content, but it's great. I mean, the audience is amazing. Everybody loves gaming. So yeah, it's so good to be part of this.
I'm definitely getting Bugsnax vibes from that last anecdote.
Yes, totally. Oh my gosh,
it's not in the game, but the song is so awesome that just embrace it. Yeah, go on.
I mean, the amount of memes that we do around here in Brazil, it's crazy.
For us in Japan, so we launched it shortly after you guys, I guess, then in 2016. And it was kind of crazy, really, because on the one hand, it's sort of almost surprising that IGN didn't already have an edition in Japan, because Japan is such a kind of key market for games in general. But for me, like I came out of, I was in media for about 15 years, but up to that point anyway. But originally from the music side, but I was doing a lot of video game related media here in Japan as well, reporting for magazines back home. And when, our publisher here is a newspaper company, and when they said that, we're going to launch the Japanese edition of IGN when you come in and be the chief editor, I was like, no way, you don't want me doing that. You should, find a Japanese person who has the language and the sort of the gut understanding of what's going on in the market. But actually, of course, I had a lot of that already, and I ended up saying yes. And I joined the company on April 1st of that year, 2016, and we launched the site, I think it was April 11th. So
wow.
10 days later, and up to that point, we just prepared like crazy. We wanted to build up an archive of content so that we weren't just launching on day one with one article and nothing there. So I think we localized a couple hundred articles. Right.
Yeah, same
so
here.
like recent news stories and features and a few reviews. And, one day because people had already been looking a little bit at the English language site from Japan, and then suddenly one day they're redirected and here it is in Japanese. I think we just confused a lot of people at first. But, some of the sort of early barriers for us was, for one thing, Japan has some really, really good, strong game media already that, people know all around the world, and that is very deeply entrenched here in Japan. And it's not like they're rubbish and it's easy to overtake them. They're really, really good media that they have here. So that's one thing. But also, coming to it with a sort of a Western sensibility of doing things like, reviewing games. In Japan, most game media don't run reviews with a score at the end. It's very, very rare, like an in-depth game review. And so getting game publishers to sort of understand what that even means and why they should want us to give judgment on their games, when we might say bad things about it. Some of the publishers were not very excited about that prospect, and it took a while to win them around. And even some of the readers, one of the first reviews that we published, we localized the IGN English language review of Hyrule Warriors Legends, the 3DS version. And depending on when you're playing on a 3DS or a new 3DS, it took a massive performance hit, that game. And on 3DS, IGN gave it a 4 out of 10. And we published these two versions of the review. And people don't usually, media would not normally say something that sort of straight about, a game being bad, especially on a Nintendo platform and that kind of thing. And so you had some people saying, wow, this is great. We've got this freedom of expression, blah, 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 and they're telling us what they really think, and they're not dressing it up in, and then you had other people saying IGN is just, well, they would call us karakuchi. It means like a sort of a sharp-tongued media.
Disrespectful.
And, yes, exactly. And, of course, by this point now, 4 years later, that's settled down and people take it for what it is. But we had to really prove to people that we're not going in to just bash something. We're not going in to be disrespectful. But at the same time, we're not going to tell you if something's bad. We're not going to tell you that it's good. Or why. Or if we're going to say something's bad, we're going to say why we think it's bad. But I definitely had some strange meetings back in those early days with angry developers. Not even angry that we'd reviewed their game badly, but their friend's game badly and things like that. But it's definitely calmed down now. But yeah, the great thing about having a publication like this in Japan is just because there are so many gamers, half the population nearly identifies as a gamer. And we have a huge gaming market and a very deeply ingrained culture for gaming. And so, people just love to have a different kind of media to read, which has served us very, very well. I'm aware that we are almost out of time. So let's go to very, very quickly and briefly. Have you ever had a time when you've reviewed a game and your review score has been different than the score on the global IGN site to the point where your users have noticed or complained? Nick, I see you holding your head in your hands there.
Why? Why did you bring the question up? Yeah, so we have a very specific incident that I recall. I mean, there have been a few peppered over the years, but one specifically, one stands out is you've heard of this game called The Last Guardian, which everybody was hyping about
Yes.
and really looking forward to. So if I recall correctly, IGN US gave it a 7, and our local reviewer gave it a 5.5. Because he basically bluntly said that this game is good, but it's more because the hype around it has risen to this amazing level, but at its core, it's not a very good game. And essentially, we published the review, and the amount of comments that came in that review was like nothing we'd ever seen before in any article ever published since we launched IGN Middle East. So much so that people were spamming our Facebook page and our Twitter and stuff, petitioning to get this guy fired. and it was just like a massive amount of trolling across all platforms. Our YouTube comments were filled with negative things, and we just had to just shake our heads and say, like, this is part of the job, but people don't understand that we're just kind of giving you what we thought of the game, but it's not stopping you from going out and forming your own opinion. But it was just like an absolute mess. But in the end, I think after about a month, it finally died down. But I told my team, like, maybe let's not just boost this too much. Let's just like kind of publish it and leave it there, and leave it to its own devices. But yeah, that's definitely one thing that I think stands out for me.
In Brazil, we call this love of the audience. This is their way to show love.
Sure.
We'll call it love. Tough love.
I think it's funny that reviews are considered still nowadays these like monolithic opinions that nobody can discuss, nobody can, see things differently. I was listening to you, Nick, and I looked for our score for The Last Guardian, and it was 8.9. So
this is
as you can see, I mean,
different.
It's like, yes, you have a person, and up to the point where you basically miss problems, like technical problems, like the one you mentioned for Hyrule Warriors on Nintendo 3DS. Your opinion has to have value, like your opinion mixed with your own experience. So to answer your question, the initial one, several times we've had different opinions compared to US or UK, and I think it's all good, and I think it's part of what makes having like the basic concept of the internet. You can access so many opinions today. You can read about several people's opinion and then form your own, which in my opinion is not counterproductive to your website, because you give your opinion, and if you build yourself up to a certain standard of rigor or of integrity, then it's fine.
We had the same problem, as Nick said. Nick, we're almost the same. With I don't know if you remember. I think you guys, Daniel, Death Stranding incident. That's IGN US gave it a very low score, and we gave it a very high score. We gave it a 10. And the audience, as I was saying, it took us a while to build our own, credibility here and to gain people's trust. And after that, they were like, "Why did you give it Why did you give it a 10? I mean, they gave it a 6. And what's going on here? So should we trust you guys or the people in the US that are very more like in the zone and in the industry itself?" So it's actually, people were like a little bit backlash to us, but it was okay. We managed we managed it through, just because later on they saw other reviews and they saw the other reviews of the other outlets here. They saw when we gave the same score, so they were like, "Oh, okay, so it's okay, so maybe they were wrong." So it's easy to as you were saying, Andrea, to look at this tiny score but don't look at the whole review. This is much more important, because we're not here to tell you that don't play games. Just we will tell you why you shouldn't play it and who it will fit to. We'll never hear to backlash a game and to kill it. So I think that was one of the biggest incidents that kept us very shaky.
That's definitely something that I personally think is a really good point of having different review scores in different regions in different languages. For us in Japan, the way the same game might be received here can be completely different than in the West. And we've had so many times when we'll give it a score that's wildly different than what the US or even other like Western media might give that same game. We had so many examples. One would be Death Stranding, which the IGN US gave, actually it was the reviewer was based in Australia, gave it a 6.8 out of 10. This is when IGN was still on the decimal scale, which it's not anymore. They gave it a 6.8 and we gave it a 9.5. And, our reviewer was even considering, going a little higher. We sort of discussed it for a while. And because I don't know, I think the idea of a game where it's sort of it's very much a sort of a management heavy, action light kind of game maybe just appeals to people in a really different way here. For example, games like shooters like Call of Duty and those kind of games, they're popular here, but they took a while to get popular, and it's not sort of deeply ingrained into our culture to have guns and go around shooting. Of course, games where you shoot are popular here, but very, very gritty, realistic, games, and not necessarily. Whereas something like Death Stranding, where it has this very sort of surreal and sort of cerebral approach, seemed to, I don't know, be received much better by not only our writer but our audience and a lot of our team as well.
Yeah.
Everyone loved that game here.
Yeah,
it got to the point where users were like posting on social media about the people who thought the game was amazing were all like, IGN Japan's right, screw IGN US, and all the people who thought the other way around were going, what are these people in Japan talking about? That's just because it came out of Japan that they, and it's quite funny to kind of watch those arguments. We've had it with a lot of other games too. It's funny to watch them unfold. We are completely out of time. So very, very finally, I know it sucks, right? I've really enjoyed speaking to you guys, and that we could go on for a lot longer, I'm sure, if PAX would only allow us to do so. But let's just very, very super, super brief comment from each of you about a sort of a nice jingoistic thing, something that's great about being a gamer in your country, in your region. And let's start with Danny.
Well, the coolest thing here is as I was saying, okay, I'll give you an example. As I was saying it to Daniel earlier, when I was a kid, the coolest kid in class was the one who was the better athlete, was the one who's better in soccer. Nowadays, the coolest kid in class right now is the one who has the better skins, the better setup, the better everything in gaming. To be a gamer today, it's to be the coolest ever. It's actually intruding our mainstream medium so fast. And I feel like that we had the hand upon it, because we saw the way how gaming evolved here as a tiny communities to gaming fest and covering around the world, and people here are waiting to our coverage because now, as I was saying, we have the response time. So now everybody's in gaming. My cousin is one of the most popular kids in class because I'm giving him tons of stuff for his setup. So now, my auntie, she's working on IGN. Yeah, she's like, this is the coolest thing now. That gaming is very popular.
Awesome, Alex. What's something wonderful about being a gamer in the UK?
Well, I mentioned it before, but obviously the development scene is amazing. So, like, being part of the games industry and being able to see all these games being made and how it's developed over time has been incredible. But also, like, obviously IGN for us, I'm not sure about you guys, is equally as important as an entertainment site. So TVs, movies. And so being embedded in that side of things has been really interesting, especially in the last 6 months when, well, it's basically stopped completely. But like we're starting to do a lot more virtual junkets with talent. We've just done a bunch of stuff with Tenet, which is coming out here before the US, so we're handling the global review for that.
Oh, wow.
So that to me is really exciting, how the UK, for a relatively small country, is such a big part of what IGN does, but also the games industry and the movie industry as a whole.
Okay. Barbara, what about for you in Brazil?
Well, actually, it is so similar as Danny. Nowadays, it's super cool to be a gamer. I was when I was younger, I used to hear stuff like, "Well, you're a girl, you can play," and stuff like that. This is so stupid. Anyway, so yeah, you know, right, Danny? Jesus.
Yeah, go play Sims because it's the only thing you can play.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyways, this has changed so much. I mean, in our gaming market around Brazil, we do have like several women, and we are getting like even more accessibility to like everyone. Around Brazil, especially, we have mobile gaming like growing each day, you know, and this is an opportunity. I mean, even more people are playing, and this is so good, especially in a country that most people don't have like much to eat. They don't like know how to write, you know. This is super important. This is super important, like in a technology basis, you know. So I am super proud to be part of this nowadays and to help our community, our gaming community, to get stronger each day.
Cool. How about you, Andrea?
Well, for me, the best thing is community. It's always been community. Video gamers starting from a situation kind of similar, I think, worldwide, not just like for Israel or Brazil, where it's just like the time reference changes when video gaming became cool. But we've all been through the geeky, nerdy thing. What are you doing? To I'm doing video games. Oh, right, nice, interesting. And for as long as I can remember, the video gaming community of people online has been like delightful. Italians love to talk about everything, love to talk a lot about everything, and so yeah, for me it's always been very, very nice to be involved with the community, and I think that for gamers it's important because in the media in the past, like general media, generic media, you had this idea that video gaming made you this like sociopath that did not have any contact with anybody, and the difference is, and the reality is so different from that. You make friends, you have you build relationships, you create communities, and so for me that's the best part about Italian video games.
Nick, what's something that you love about being a gamer in the Middle East?
Well, just how it's evolved from, playing Age of Empires in a seedy LAN cafe somewhere for like $2 an hour to what it is now, where we have like massive things called IGN Convention, where we have celebrities coming down, we have esports tournaments. All of it has just changed so much. And, I can go to one of these events and I'll see a mom who's never played a video game in her life dancing with her kids in front of an Xbox Connect for Just Dance. Like, that's insane.
Awesome. Right.
It's stuff like that I love experiencing every single time I go to any of these things, because it transcends your nationality, your income, your gender, everything, and you can just kind of go and immerse yourself and have fun with it. You don't have to necessarily know what every single button on a controller does, but you could be standing in front of an arcade cabinet playing Pac-Man because it's literally just a joystick. So that's the beauty about gaming in our region, is that it's accessible for everybody in every part of our region.
Cool. So for us here in Japan, obviously gaming has been sort of a deeply ingrained part of the culture here for a long time. And so people, who grew up with games have children, maybe even grandchildren. And so gaming is a very sort of social pastime here. I was saying before about you used to see people with 3DSs on the train. These days, you'll see people playing mobile games on the train. And we commute a lot on public transport in Japan, but in Tokyo anyway. But you'll see just people playing games everywhere. And people understand games. It's not like an alien concept in that way. And so what that means is that by this point, in 2020, we have like a very rich, sort of sophisticated selection of games that are available and that people want and that people play, from everything from, the big games like Animal Crossing on the Switch or that kind of thing, all the way down to, recently a lot of games out of China or other parts of Asia or other countries around the world. People are playing more and more on their mobile or on their Switch. If you look at the Switch download charts any given week, at least like half the games in there will be indie titles. And so people really want to have like a variety of games, and so it means people are very sort of like literate in games, I guess, which is really nice. And it also means that we still have like arcades everywhere. If you go out in any sort of major area, or even not that major area, pretty much anywhere in Tokyo or any other big city around Japan, you'll find arcades. And as somebody who grew up in arcades in the UK, and I love them so much, it's such a nice way to just sort of be in an environment where people are enjoying games. That makes it like a really fun place to be. Yeah, definitely. So I think that is... you guys, why aren't you all here? International travel so easy at the moment.
By the way, I've been in Japan. Like, I think it's 5 years ago, but I think it's very different from 5 years ago. So I think I should come quick, but let's wait.
All right, slumber party at Daniel's house, everyone.
Yes. Yeah, we should. We should schedule that.
Bring your own Switch party, guys.
Awesome. Well, we already have everything. We've got the Pac-Man here and stuff, so yeah, we're all good. Okay, it's been really, really great to talk to you all, and to everyone at home watching this. Ordinarily, of course, we'd love to be there at a physical PAX event. The last gaming show I went to was PAX East in February, and it's hard to believe at this point that that was this year. So I'm sure all of us here, really wish that we could be there with you guys and take your questions and that kind of thing. Maybe next time, but for today. This is where we'll leave it. So thanks everybody for joining in the panel. And if you want to say a little goodbye. And thanks everybody for watching. Enjoy the rest of PAX. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
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 Ciao.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble.
Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the hamster village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own. Different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play. A new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles. It also includes 3D printing and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games. Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Thursday, and welcome to the Advanced Cosplay Q&A panel here at PAX Online, brought to you by the folks at Nerd Caliber. I'm Rodney Brown, the editor-in-chief of Nerd Caliber, a first-person shooter as a cosplay photographer on Facebook. We have an amazing panel here with all sorts of really interesting questions that they're going to answer, and we're going to start with self-introductions from the panelists, beginning with Belle Cher.
Hi, my name is Belle Cher. I've been costuming for about 15 years now. I started off with spandex goods and have done corsetry along the way, and currently I'm experimenting a lot with leatherwork and some EVA foam stuff, and also 3D printing is my passion right now.
Excellent. And moving on, we will go to Colonial Armory.
Hi, I'm Colonial Armory. I've been cosplaying for over 10 years easily. I work mostly in EVA for armor and props. I also do a lot with 3D printing and like the combination of the two. Also, I work a lot with making LARP style armor, so it's more durable, focused more on like mobility versus full accuracy sort of stuff, durability and mass production.
Excellent. Low Dame Cosplay.
Oh, I'm Low Dame. I've been cosplaying for about 14 years. I do sewing, leatherwork, a little bit of electronics, lightsabers, I make props, I do 3D.
Excellent. And last but not least, Lucky Grim Creative.
Hi, Lucky Grimm. I'm primarily a seamstress. I'm a third-generation seamstress. I've been cosplaying for a long time. I'm a competitive cosplayer. I compete all over the world, and I also host all over the world. I mostly do detail sewing, detail embroidery. I've been branching out into 3D printing and putting technology and just seeing what's new and what's coming up in the fun, expanding world of cosplay.
Outstanding. A fun and hopefully continuing to expand world of cosplay once things get back to normal. Fingers crossed. Low Dame, once again, make sure you enunciate and speak up a little bit.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Cool. All right. Thank you all, by the way, people who submitted these fantastic questions. And we're going to jump right into our very first one. Allison asks, what would you recommend material-wise for making a prosthetic Cyclops eye that covers both of your eyes and you can still see through it? Examples would be Nifty from Has Been Hotel or Leela from Futurama. Anybody want to jump in on that?
Well, a good and easy way with things around the house that you might be able to do is take an old pair of sunglasses, trim those center frames out to keep little ear things, and attach the ear things to like a clear 2-liter bottle. You cut out that eye shape that you want, glue it right to the ear things, cover it with a fine white mesh so no one can see in, but you can see out, and there you go. You can also do a more advanced way of doing it. Lucky
The
Grimm.
more expensive way to do it is many of us use a place called Reynolds Advanced Materials. They're not just here where most of us live in the New England area. They're kind of all over the world now. And a couple of us actually have head casts, so sculpting on our faces or even utilizing 3D printers to do our faces now are a little bit easier for us. At Reynolds Advanced Plastics, you can get a hold of things like dragon skin, latex, silicone, where it's like material A plus material B mixed together becomes material C, and you can sculpt, mold, and cast. The whole process, it's expensive. But I highly recommend this place. They like to talk to people. They'll coach you through it. They have really nice sample products that you can try out. Baby's first kit. They have online tutorials to help walk you through everything as well. There's one caveat. I know, Belshare, you have experience with getting the silicone super thin. You can only get like so many wears out of it.
Right. So when you craft some prosthetic with silicone, you need to have it be as thin as absolutely possible, like a piece of actual skin almost. And when you meld it to your skin, that just makes it fade right into your skin. And taking it off, you know how conventions are. They're hot, and at the end of the day, you just want to taking off a prosthetic like that, even if you do it gently, you might get 1 to 2 wears out of it. That's fine for some.
So I have a couple of follow-ups. The idea of head casting is really awesome, but I'm guessing you're going to want to find somebody who is, if not an actual professional, really experienced at doing the head cast of you. Like, don't do this on your own.
Don't do this on your own.
Okay.
You can't head. So the process of actually making a Hollywood grade head cast involves a lot of what's the silicone that's safe to put against your skin?
Oh, it's the brand Umo.
Umo.
OMOO.
Yeah. So you actually plop that against your actual face and then wrap your head in a plaster cloth, and then it has to harden. So it's actually a multiple person process. One person can do it for another person, but it's best if you have 2 or 3 people helping with the process and making sure that the other person's okay, because they've got to have like straws up their nose, to breathe.
Yeah.
So it's a process. Or
very claustrophobic.
Or get yourself scanned.
3D
I
scan.
highly recommend the scanning. I think the scanning's a little bit cheaper now. I've seen people use the cameras off of gaming units to do the scanning, and they just print it. And I know the printers themselves are fairly expensive, but filament's inexpensive. You can go to maker spaces, work with them.
That's a good idea. I didn't even think about that. Get a 3D scan of your head and then just have it 3D printed.
Right. Yeah.
The other follow-up I had was you talked about the idea of a white mesh. Where would you get that see-through white mesh to put over or under the plastic piece?
Joann's.
So that's just a fabric you can get at Joann's.
Or my favorite for spandex is Spandex World. You can. I think it's just under mesh spandex. And although the benefit of going to Joann's, you can see through it yourself and judge whether or not it's to your preference. Because you will have a bit of a fog. It will look like you're walking through a fog, but
yeah. All right. Cool. All right. We'll move on to our next question. This was submitted anonymously. What's the best way to add voice amplification to a costume that completely covers my head? Colonial Armory, I'm guessing this is in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, so the way I do it is I have several costumes that have either a face mask or like a full helmet, and what I use a personal PA system that walking guides use. It just has volume on the top. Mine actually has a USB thing, so you can put a USB drive in there and play music out of it.
Oh, neat.
As like a background thing, and then you just have the little cord that the headset goes into. You can also buy a bunch of lavalier mics. They're really cheap on Amazon, and they work with this. If you want to permanently emplace the microphone in the mask or helmet, I would suggest putting it off to the side so you don't have a direct, you're not breathing in and they don't hear you inhaling and exhaling. But no, it's super useful because you just put it on your belt or hide it in your costume somewhere, and you can just chat with people and not have to yell for anyone to actually understand what you're saying.
Cool. Any other suggestions?
It's the same microphone boxes that Storm. So if you're on the Replica Prop forum looking under anything, or if they mention voice box, it's the exact same thing.
And folks, that is the website for the Replica Prop Forum, therpf.com. That just popped up on your screen there. All right, cool. So our next question is also from Anonymous. How do I keep large openings in costumes, say the front of Dr. and Mrs. the Monarch or the back of Molotov cocktease, from actually showing too much skin?
Okay, how I do it, because there's a couple different methods. I do it is I cheat and I use either my skin tone of spandex and then airbrush it to look like skin, fake the muscles I don't have. Or I use something called power mesh, and it's just a my skin tone color of just mesh, so that when I'm walking, you can just see right through it. At spandexworld.com, spandexhouse.com, both of those two are kind of my go-to for those. And they've thankfully, within the past 2 years, expanded their colors of power mesh to be from basically every skin tone. Or you can dye it or airbrush it.
Yeah. Absolutely. I have. That's what I've done for similar things, and just that, even if it's just a really thin piece of cloth, it just makes you feel more comfortable, more secure. And people think that for when I wore Red Sonja, I didn't have anything on my skin, but I did. What I did was I used a pair of dance tights. I pulled them all the way up, and I would actually hand sew the leather teeny string sort of things directly to the dance tight, and then trim off the excess and apply glue before you trim so it doesn't run all over the place. But that actually, I would only need to change out the dance tights every 5 times I wore it, and it was actually really felt good. It felt good not to have everything exposed.
That's really cool. And having seen I wouldn't have known that. Yeah. Excellent job. All right, moving on to our next question. This is from Rhiannon. Oh, this is interesting and timely. Do you have any advice for people who have trouble wearing masks, both in relation to COVID and cosplay in general? Any sort of way to make it easier or more comfortable?
Yes.
Lodane, yes, go right ahead.
I haven't worn a mask costume like that in a while, but having worked with 501st and Revolution and the stormtroopers there, a lot of them get the small computer fans, the 1.5 to 2.5 inch fans. They install them near any actual air vents so that they cycle air out. Another thing I've done, I had a gas mask on my suck air in one and out the other, so I'd have a constant flow of cool air. For COVID, worked because then you're sucking all the bad stuff in. Another costume I had was go with the half mask, and that just had to come off regularly because my wet and feel.
Question, Lodane. With the airflow going through the like that, would you have to wire it up and have a battery pack?
Yes. If in a Star Wars bucket head, you have plenty of excess space around your head between the foam. You can put a battery pack there. For my costume, I hid it in the hat that I wore, and then the switch was just on the hidden, and I would turn it on. But yeah, you as fine a wire as you can to try and hide it if you need. Minimal amount of battery to make it last as long. That way, it's not extra.
So I do Jade from Mortal Kombat, and I do get claustrophobic when it comes to COVID. I wear regular cloth masks. I think every seamstress has been conscripted into making them. All been stuck doing it. And it's a matter of keeping it tight on the face is what helps for myself, but it's just suck it up for me is just suck it up and do it. When it comes to wearing masks for costumes, mentally knowing I have an easy way out of it is what really helps. So for my Jade, I have the little clips right here, and it actually just clips into my wig. Right here, I have sewn the little parachute clips into the side of the wig, so when I'm ready to take it off, I just easily just like shoot it out and put it back on, off, about it, so I can easily take it off, drink something, put it back on. I'm not stuck in a mask all day. I have to take my wig off, remove the whole cards.
So it sounds like. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, for me, the one thing that I learned for like wearing wearing armors and wearing like masks is, like a thing that has helped me is just training myself to take long, slow, deep breaths. Like don't breathe as shallow as you normally would. Breathe in, then breathe out, and do that, and like actually like get that like rhythm going, because it helps with like instead of like trying to like force a little bit of air back and forth through the filter, you're forcing a lot of air back and forth through the filter. So it's like a long stroke versus a short stroke.
So like they teach you in martial arts or yoga,
yep.
Conscious, focused breathing.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. That's I think that's good advice, and it probably would work well for people who are just generally claustrophobic about masks as well. Saying that as somebody who's not at all, so not saying that as an expert, that's for sure. All right, so moving on to our next question. It's also from an anonymous sender. What are the best things to use for making really thin, metal-looking armor?
Okay, so there's like an old school, super cheap technique used to use as seamstresses, because we were just like, EVA foam? Nah. And even before EVA foam, it was like, would you like to use Bondo and fiberglass and hate your entire life? I say that this was only 8 years ago. Used to take 2mm foam, foamies, because that's all we had. And we would do large cement or contact cement, and then we would take metallic, spray. We would take liquid too. Metallic spandex. Add glue to the wrong side of that. Again, let it get tacky. Take the spandex, stretch it out over top of your foam. Let it dry, and then you have very thin, very metallic armor. That's how I did my Magdalena, my Kotobukiya Wonder Woman. I lived at a tiny house and seamstress.
Yeah, that's what all my Ivy Valentine armor is made out of. It's either the craft foam or it's Warabla or Wonderflex or something like that, because you can do the same thing for Warabla or Wonderflex. Because who really wants to like spend all that time sanding and making it look perfectly smooth and everything to take a metallic paint? This way is it's so much easier, and the metallic lasts. Like you don't have to touch it up ever.
It doesn't crack. It doesn't go anywhere. Yeah. If somebody scratches it, just peel it off.
I can just toss all my armor in a suitcase, and it doesn't need to be protected or anything. Yeah.
So that sanding comment sounded like somebody was throwing shade there at you, Colonial. How do you do it? Just
Colonial, I'm just like, staring into the darkness.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. So I used to actually most of my armor used to be made out of Sintra, which if you want to make armor pieces that are only a single pane or a single only curve along a single plane or a single axis, it works great for that. And that you can get it like 1/8 inch thick. It holds its shape really well. It holds paint really well. This is normally used for making signage, and you can get it from online or art supply stores.
Now, would that be either of the images you sent me?
Yes, those were both made out of Sintra.
All right, so I just popped up the Roman armor.
Yeah, so that Roman armor is made out of slats of this painted with just like Rust-Oleum paint. They held up, like from my understanding, they're still good. But the problem is it's a little brittle. So if you're using it for like LARP, it can shatter if it's cold out. That's one of the reasons I moved away from it. Also, I know for like chainmail, doing fake chainmail, there's like a knitting stitch explicitly designed by like old Hollywood to make chainmail. I don't know anything about that though. I just know it exists.
There's another material that's not very well utilized. I use it just because they gave it to me. Thibra. Arta Wigs was using it a lot, but it's mainly sold by Arta Wigs at Canada. Thibra is more of a vacuum forming type of plastic. It looks like it would be like Warbla, where Warbla is very heavy, can get very thick and very cumbersome. Thibra, you mold it like you're vacuum forming something, and pull out your foam underpiece. Then you have a very thin, durable piece of plastic armor that's very, very thin. My entire Tyrande armor is Thibra. It's very, very thin. Still going good. It's like 4 years old now. It just has a very low. Don't take it to floor.
I have a couple of methods. Leather, if you can find it in quite thin for veg can leather, I think like 2 millimeters is still pretty thick, and you can do it much in the same way that Colonial Army was talking about with Centra, just make strips, get individual pieces, wet form leather to get it multiple axes, a little bit more of an. There's metallic dyes and paint that'll make it look like metal. Leather is a very harsh mistress. If you screw up, you screw up. The other thing I've seen done is use polystyrene sheeting. Lucky Grim was mentioning vacuum forming. It works along the same line. I think it has a slightly higher melting point, but it's a little unwieldy. And
you can also get it in clear. So when I did all the gyms for my Tyrande, I just used clear polystyrene. I sculpted my gyms out of clay and took it with a heat gun because good tiny house, and just made clear gyms with the polystyrene. When it comes to like getting the metallic finish, the really key thing is you can ruin a really good build with a poor paint job, and you can improve a really medium build with a great paint job. It really just depends on how you paint it. There's 100 different ways to paint. There's 100 different styles to paint. It's really what works for your aesthetic and what type you're going to go for and what material you're working with. You wouldn't use the same paint for leather as you would on spandex, as you would on Sintra, as you would on PVA foam. So once again, it's research, try some things, see what you like, and throw some spaghetti at a wall and see what sticks for you. I personally airbrush. I airbrush as much as I can just because it's even and it's fast.
Now I'm going to throw in a little plug for something we did last night, which was the finals for our summer cosplay contest series. We did in conjunction with Pat Covey, the Covenator. And the winner of the entire series was Dova Designs in a Knight Artorias from Dark Souls. And the one of the things that all the judges commented on was the distressing and the detail in the paint job. No airbrushing. Every single bit of that costume was done with a brush. And the judges just went crazy when they heard that. So it's just amazing. You can airbrushing is so much easier, I'm guessing.
It's unwieldy. There's a learning curve. It's not as expensive as people think it is. If you have Harbor Freight in your area, most of us live and die by Harbor Freight. Stuff's from there. You can water down most paints that you like. I go to AutoZone to get most of my liquid paints because I like to use paint because it has a little bit more of a payoff if I'm doing a competition. If I'm not, it is acrylic Michaels.
Very cool. All right, moving on to our next question, another one from Anonymous. Anonymous has been busy. How do I attach horns to a wig?
Okay. Sorry.
Cat. Cat.
If they are like horns, my tried and true way is neodymium magnets, really good glue, and a headband underneath of your wig. It's I try not to add anything permanent into my wigs just so I can use them over and over again because they're expensive, really easy to mess up, and you never know when you're gonna need a blue wig again.
And just to let people know, the image that just popped up there are the 3M version of the rare earth or neodymium. Oh, I screwed that one up. Magnets. And sorry, continue.
So for my Carmilla from Fate Grand Order, she has little demon horns. So they're just made out of EVA foam, and I just stuck 2 magnets in the base using E6000. Let them sit. 6000 takes care of everything. And then I took a regular plain white 1-inch wide headband, cut out 2 circles where the horns would correspond on my head, stuck the magnets in there, put a piece of Warbler, piece of Warbler, piece of Warbler, piece of Warbler, layered it in E6000 because you don't want a magnet to go boink, 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 boink. Because I was going to be in this for hours. And so when I got ready to wear the costume, I would put my wig cap on, my hair back, put the headband on, pin it into place, put my wig on, and then my horns would just be like thwamp, thwamp. And if somebody like knocked my horns with their prop, it would, whatever, I don't care. $2 of foam.
The important thing when doing like a method like that is to make sure that you part the hair around where you're going to put the horn so the hair falls naturally around the horn as it would in real life. You know, don't just like plop the horn on top of hair because then it won't look like it's connected and part of you.
You also get in between the magnets and it'll cause the not be as effective.
Just make sure, yeah, you have your wig laying nicely around. It helps so much.
Also invest in some good paint pens so you can mark what side of the magnets or what side of the magnets. Because I have made that mistake one too many times.
Yeah, as strong as they are at holding, if you reverse the polarity, they probably shoot right off your head. Yeah. Awesome. So somebody mentioned the idea of using like Chicago screws to actually like screw it down.
So, sure. I am okay. So Chicago screws are great. What Chicago screw is there's screw, and then there's a bolt or a spike or something else that it screws into, and you usually have like a piece of armor or a piece of leather or foam in between, and you sit there with like yeah.
Let me
You're forever there with like a screwdriver, just like.
Lodane, do that again. I was on an actual photo of Chicago screws, so.
Got one here, and you flip it over, and it does allow for movement.
Yeah.
Usually the point.
I don't like using those if it's going to be like weighted somewhere like on my shoulders or on my head because that is a one-way ticket to migraine town. Also allergies to metals. Also, if they're going into like a headpiece, sure. Let me pull out all of our Bane of Existence.
Loki.
This is the new one with the foam on the forehead.
Nice.
Like I think like one of all of our group has worn this headpiece. So with this one, underneath here, you can see I do have Chicago screws attaching the horns into the headpiece. But then I have a 1/4-inch piece of L200 springy foam on top to cushion the head, so you don't wake up with like a bump on your head.
Yeah.
I've never done that.
I was going to say regarding horns into the wig still. I think Chicago screws might be a little too metal. You need to put you need to at least layer something between a Chicago screw and like a horn, because just the wig itself, it's too fibrous, it's too loose, it's too loosey-goosey to even try and hold a Chicago screw. So you at least want like a piece of leather or something to headband. Yeah.
All right. Excellent. Very cool. So our next question is from Hannah. And Hannah wants to know or get some advice for spray painting when space is limited, and or alternatives to spray paint.
Don't spray paint if it's too limited, because that's not healthy. If you have to, all right. So if you can get a cross breeze across your house, put a fan in one window blowing in, and you go to another window.
No, don't listen to him, because that will result in spray paint flying all around the house.
It's just
We've
not
all accidentally spray painted furniture.
Yeah.
And ourselves.
Yeah. The bathroom has been spray painted on accident. It's tough. Don't spray paint, or use an airbrush instead. Airbrushing is, you will achieve the same result or a better result actually. And it's, but you hold it, it's fine. It can be fine. It can be, it depends on the nozzle that you have on the spray, but it's much closer of an application, less will go everywhere. But always have a tarp down. No matter where you're doing anything, always have a tarp down and covering your goods, you know?
Spray paint on it.
So if you haven't noticed, we all live in New England, off 8 months out of the year. So we just can't do anything outside because it's the Arctic. So I actually do have a small 3 foot by 3 foot by 3 foot paint booth that's like a little pop-up tent that I use when I have to use spray paint, because we all know that sandable primer life, that spray primer, because you're forever sanding your life away. Got to do it. So I use that when I have to. I do go see some friends when we're allowed to see friends at their makerspace, and they have a paint room that has like a vent to the outside that I can use during the winter. Other than that, I find other alternatives. Rattle cans are not the only type I use. Once again, airbrushing, it's learning curve, but once you get the hang of it, really useful. Like it. Never gonna say no to some good acrylics and some paintbrush.
One caveat with paint booth: if you're deciding to make your own, rather than purchase a collapsible one, you have to make sure it's an explosive-proof fan. Otherwise, it could ignite the fumes from the paint. That'd be a really bad time.
So the one I
no explosions, please.
What I have is a tent. Rodney, I'm gonna send you a link to it. It's on Amazon. There's like a little flap in the back, like a little like PJs, and you back it up to a window, So you just open the window a little bit, and you open its little PJ butt. So you have to go out, and then so like I'll spray and then like zip it up, and then I'll go out.
Your paint booth just fart outside. Is that what you're getting at?
All of my primer farts are
Scott,
I was gonna say,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be is if you have a window that you can hang things out of, basically set up like a clothesline sort of situation that you can hang up like your prop to dry if you have to use spray paint. I'd imagine like if you don't have the room for it, airbrush is the way to go. I have a garage that I just keep things up in, but if you spray paint during the winter, another good thing to remember is keep it warm. Like heat it up to like anything that you could be fully comfortable holding your hand in for a long time, that temperature, and then keep it inside your jacket when you're not spray painting. That's how I've been spray painting, like outside in like negative 20 temperatures. Winter.
Now, one thing about the airbrush, do you still need to wear some sort of ventilation, some sort of filter?
Absolutely. Anytime you have anything floating in the air, especially craft related, that's whatever chemical you don't friggin' know. Yes, wear a respirator. Absolutely. All the time.
Yeah, always wear a respirator, especially when it comes to airbrushing, and especially because a lot of airbrush paint has metallic pigment in it, and that's just like metallic glitter in the air, guys. Let's just wear eye protection. Yeah. And every cosplayer really should have some safety goggles of some sort.
Excellent suggestions. So moving on to our next question, another one from Anonymous. Speaking of paint, what's the best way to keep the paint on my foam armor from cracking?
No. Okay, so it depends on what you make your armor of.
Okay.
It really does. And it's what you make your armor of. I divert to Belshare and Lodame for leather armor because I have no clue about leather armor. Yours always looks bananas amazing.
All right, so let's start with that. If you are working with leather, flexible leather, how do you paint it or color it in a way that won't crack under use?
Most leather dyes and leather paint are acrylic and latex based-ish. So the oil ones and water-based ones will see completely into the leather. The paints will stay on top, like the metallics inside. And because they stretch just a wee bit, and then if you use an actual leather clear coat on top of it, that'll seal it down even better. So for leather, it's relatively simple as long as you are very careful in your painting.
Colonial Armory, how did you do that with the armor that you're currently wearing or the stuff behind you?
Like lots of layers of Plastidip, thin coats of the actual like metallic paint, and then just a bunch of layers of it. Bunches of it's like just how I was weathering them. This one right here has like 7 coats of paint on it, easily 7 coats of paint on it, and then just don't let it deform too badly. Like don't let it get beyond that point where it cracks.
And is there some sort of sealant over that?
No. I should have one. I haven't put it on there.
How often would you say you have to repaint something like what you're wearing?
So since I haven't actually been able to wear this at a convention, it hasn't been an issue. The Skitarii costume back there, that was there's aspects of like foam work itself that have failed, and the paint's still fine. Like I haven't had to redo the paint. I've had like LARP costumes that I haven't had to touch up paint at all with. Like I have things like this prop where you can see, oh hey look, it's white foam underneath. And that's because I didn't actually use Plastidip on this, and this was oh no, I need this for this weekend. Let me just make this in an hour.
So let me just make an observation for anybody who's doing a demonstration. You need to bring whatever you're demonstrating up to the level of the middle of your face. Otherwise, people aren't going to see it yet.
This?
Yep.
Yeah. So this, like, I use this in like several weekend-long games, and that's what this finally happened to it after like 4 weekend-long games of like actually running around and people hitting me with like in this or like it rubbing against combat armor when I'm running. So just Plastidip, lots of layers of paint, gentle.
What would you use for a sealer?
The sealants I've used in forever have like always been like just clear coat varnishes, or I don't know how well Polyshades works on flexible things. But if you have a solid prop, Minwax Polyshades does 2 things. It does a weathering effect of like muddying things up, and also puts a thin layer of polyurethane over it that is like strong. I've used it for models, like painting tabletop miniatures, and like I've like dropped those pewter models on the ground, and like the paint sticks, like the metal will bend, but the paint's just like, I'm fine.
Excellent.
So for me, it really, once again, it's how you prime it, like how well it's how well the paint will stick. Forever when I was doing like foam, I would mix a little bit of latex paint in to have some of that elasticity. And when I do clear coat on top, I actually use a latex base clear coat that has a holographic tint to it. This is actually the LED foam. I was like, wait, what's Plastizoid, and got about 5 layers of Plastidip where the white lines aren't. The white lines are unpainted, and the rest is metallic latex mixed with a little bit of metallic acrylic added on, and then it was covered in a base clear of acrylic mixing medium with a little bit of latex holographic mixing medium. And then I very carefully took up all of my paint tape. Yeah, it's it's about how you prime it. There's a couple different ways. I know at Michael's now, just blows my mind that they sell specific paint for foam that's said to be like latex based foam paint. So I'm like, okay, that's new.
And awesome for cosplayers.
Yeah, I'm just like, I think I would have murdered somebody for this like 8 years ago.
There's while we're talking about this, good important thing, because it's kind of similar, is PVC. If you use PVC in your costumes or any sort of plastics to prevent things from scraping off, because like PVC does not like to hold like spray paint or primer. Vinyl dye. Like AutoZone, like go to any automotive store, you can get vinyl dye, which is a spray paint that molecularly, like it actually is like intended to bind to vinyl, which PVC is polyvinyl carbonate or whatever. Chloride, yep. So it'll actually bind to the plastic, and then you can use that as a primer to then paint off of.
That's cool. I didn't know that about PVC pipes. That's very cool. All right, so we're moving on to our next question. I've lost it. Oh, there we are. Another anonymous question. What's the best makeup products and techniques for complete skin coverage, like Nightcrawler or a Twi'lek?
Oh, yeah. So you hate yourself.
Let's assume that these people don't hate themselves, but really want to know.
So okay. Here's a process. Not end up looking like you have measles. next day. We have all made the mistake. Okay. First, you're gonna need primer and barriers.
So yeah, barrier spray is super important. A lot of major makeup companies make a barrier spray, like Maron, Graftobian, a lot of theatrical, Krylon.
So let me get the term barrier is there because when you put it on, it creates a barrier between your skin and then the makeup you're putting over it.
So basically, a lot of these makeups are super pigmented because they're expecting you to wear them for a long time, and it's such a drastic change in color difference because you're going from pasty to blue, or whatever beautiful color you are to whatever beautiful color you're going to be. At times, if you don't wear something to protect the natural texture of your skin, especially those of us with pores the size of moon craters, it can seep into the pores, and the next day you look like a dot-to-dot painting. What a primer does, what most of us wear under makeup all the time anyways, fills in any nooks, crannies, cracks, and helps settle makeup correct all the beautiful imperfections in our face. And what barrier spray does is helps that, but also keeps all that massive pigment from seeping into those cracks, corners, and crevices and finding a new home for the next week to 10 days.
Yeah. Also, barrier spray, once it's against your skin, it helps stick the makeup to the barrier spray. It's a little tacky when you apply it. You have to spritz it. You have to let it dry with a hair dryer or wave whatever around, and then you can start to apply the makeup, and the makeup will cling a little bit more to the barrier spray.
Also, if you're like every other mammal and you have body hair, you get the full body shave. Also, I highly recommend exfoliating your skin a couple of days beforehand. It just helps out with it. There are two types of makeup I recommend. There's easy way, and then there's hard mode. Easy way is cake makeup, which I actually have right here, which is a lot of people that do like Laura Olympus do, where they go to the website We Love Colors. They get a color matched set of tights, gloves. They only have to paint from chest up. Best idea.
Right.
Best idea.
If you can, honestly, skip the whole body. If you're going whole body, it takes at least 6 hours. So be prepared to wake up at like 4 a.m. at least. Want to be at the con by noon. It's a long process. So really, bodysuit of spandex does wonders to
not shiny.
Yeah, matte, and it does wonders. But you will. So you're continuing to paint yourself. You'll continue to layer barrier spray, then paint, barrier spray, then paint until you get the solid color that you're looking for, and then you'll finish it with barrier spray and pat it with talc or baby powder or setting
So what
powder.
I have, I'm actually at my makeup now. What I have is one of the easier ways I recommend people that want to do like chest up is the Mayron Paradise paint palettes. They're water activated or really any liquid activated. This is just like a refill for my large palette because I haven't refilled it yet. This just came in the mail. Looks like this, and the best way to really apply it is one of these bad boys. Just get a disposable one on Amazon, Beauty Blender. Yeah, the makeup sponge, because it's forever going to be this color from now on. Only ever going to be used for this color. And I don't use water to activate it. It's a super fun way we do it. We actually use mattifying setting spray or more barrier spray to activate this, because it keeps it drying faster and faster and faster, and you can get an even coverage super quick and super fast. And when you're doing a paint, you're going to be doing even body paint or even just face paint. It's not just going to be one color. You're going to get like 3 of these. You're going to get a medium color, a dark color, and a light color. One for the whole face, one for your shadows, and then one for your highlights. Because you just don't want to be like one blueberry. Like, yeah.
So contouring is important when you're... Okay.
You can contour with powders as well, but we keep adding powders and powders and powders. It's looking a little bit ashy. Just remember, you're no longer your normal color. You're now pink or purple or blue. So it's kind of harder to find those in large bits to do contour, so it's easier to use these. And you can just play with it. Never do your makeup for the first time at the con. Look at me. Looking at myself. Also, don't forget about doing regular beauty makeup when you're doing a body paint. Like, also don't forget to do eyeliner, do your waterline, which is where you pull your eyelid down and do the inside, do your contacts first, just basics of makeup.
If you're a guy, do it too. Do it too if you're a guy. I want Nightcrawler should have some liner on, some
guy liner
going on.
Yep.
That'll make those eyes pop, you know?
So, folks, we are now just coming up on 9 minutes left, and I've got 3 more questions that I really want to sneak in here.
Okay.
So, Jackie has asked, I want to do a reverse mold of a 3D print with Warbler, but the Warbler stuck to the print. Is there something I can apply so it doesn't stick?
You are trying to apply a thermoplastic to a thermoplastic. Not recommend doing that. Any amount of heat that requires the Warbler to melt is going to cause your 3D print to also melt and deform. Don't do that. If you want to make a mold with a 3D print, you can use silicone.
Silicone. If you're on a budget, use unflavored gelatin.
Interesting.
Don't put it in the print.
Even clay can work if you're careful about getting it into nooks and crannies. Yeah, thermoplast on thermoplast becomes a single.
That makes sense. All right. Sorry, Jackie. Apparently it's not going to work.
That said, there are mold releases. You could try a mold release. Again, Reynolds Material will sell mold releases, but it's you're applying heat to. It's probably gonna melt.
All right, so we've got another anonymous question here. What are the best ways to connect multiple foam armor pieces together and or to the rest of your costume?
Parachute clips, snaps, and hook.
Yeah, pretty much. All of my stuff, I actually 3D print anchor points. I used to make them out of Sintra, but like, this is just connected with all sorts of 1-inch strapping that's been pop riveted to these, and then these get glued into the armor pieces, and like right here.
Yep.
And
then he just buckles. Yeah, and then I base everything off of like the chest plate. I know a lot of people will do like they'll get like a purpose used like base layer, and then attach like Velcro and Velcro or like clips to. But I found it just that you attach things to a chest plate or to a belt, and then base things off of that. Yeah.
Now, Lucky Grim, you were holding up what would you call the clips?
So I do the same thing. I 3D print these for masks. So when I do masks or anything that needs to be put together using tension, so like adding pauldrons that are held together with the elastic in the back and they go underneath things. These are just mask clips. They have little pieces for the elastic. I just 3D printed a crap ton of these with like leftover stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Now,
I
Lodane,
got tired of buying parachute clips in bulk.
I'm sure that order looks interesting. Lodane, is there a different way to do this with leather?
No, actually very much similar to the way Colonial Armory said, except you'll be using Chicago screws and rivets and snaps. Less in the way of straps, except for movable parts like pauldrons. This one, it's just a single pauldron. It doesn't need much. It has this to hold it in place. Again, like Colonial Armor said, put things to the chest plate. You want a good anchor point. Putting it to fabric, it can tear.
Another thing about that is if you can, for the love of God, have a kidney plate, like a kidney strap, like how backpacks have the strap that goes around your stomach. If you're wearing armor that's at all heavy, try to allocate the weight onto your hips as much as possible, or try to distribute it evenly across your shoulder or across your chest, in order to make it so that it's not digging into your collarbone.
3 pounds is a lot after 6 hours.
Yeah,
I'm sure. All right, so Chris asks, what are the most useful items in the repair kit that you bring to a con?
Velcro with glue on it. Safety pins.
Hot glue guns.
I mean, yeah, but if you're on the convention floor, like I'm thinking like on the convention floor.
E6000 and magnets, or super glue and magnets.
E6000 takes 24 hours to cure.
Like super glue. I have like a little tiny hot glue gun for in the room. Needle and thread. Extra spirit gum.
What was that you were holding up there, Colonial Armory?
Zap-A-Gap, which is a CA plus glue. Zip Kicker, which is an accelerant for CA plus glue. So you just glue the thing in place, hit it with the Zip Kicker, and it immediately sets the CA glue. Regardless of what the materials are, because if you ever get those materials that do not want to stick together, hit them with CA glue and a Zip Kicker, and it immediately sets the CA. And then gaffer tape. Gaffer tape.
Oh, yeah.
When in doubt, tape it up.
Yep.
Excellent.